And it's a very good morning to everybody on the live stream. I know you've all been waiting patiently out there, but a very good morning to everybody on the live stream. Welcome to day 2 here at the main event. You've missed absolutely nothing. We had a lot of rain overnight, and it gave the shutdown area a good old drenching, and it's taken quite a while to get all that dried off. The racetrack, as everybody knows, is a sealed rubber surface. That's pretty straightforward to deal with. It's the shutdown area, which is not sealed. It's twice as long. Even though it doesn't look it from here, the quarter-mile racetrack then is followed by a half-a-mile shutdown area. And trust us, that needs to be just as dry as well. I've got Thomas in the tower with me to call the action with me. Daryl's in the pits, but he'll be back up here as well. And, of course, it is our first day of pro qualifying today. And what we're going to do is run Pro ET, then straight into that Pro session. That will include jets, and it will also include Graham with the steam bike as well. Those of you on site will saw the great interview that Daryl did there. But to say, we are very, very close to getting going. On the live stream, there's people posing for photographs in the pits, as they do. But we are not far away from getting going at all. But as I say, I do believe it will be the two-seater dragster going first. The jet is just being parked. When I say jet, the jet dryer, that's just been parked in the barn behind the start line, so hopefully we will not be needing that again today. The forecast here, windy. And those of you can't really see them, but the wind turbines are going quite well. The flags are fluttering quite strongly out there, so there is quite a breeze out there. It is forecasted to be windy today, and hopefully that will blow any other weather that is in the area away. So that's what we're certainly hoping for. Looking down into the pairing lanes, those of you on the live stream, on the big screen, you can see them down there as well. That is pretty much, it's all Pro ET, because the next class to follow that will be Comp Eliminator. And if you just another thing, you just saw all the bicycles by the by the fencing there. The reason for them, quite simple. Pro ET are the furthest away from the start line, and that's how the crew get back to their pit area. They cycle back, because otherwise it takes... There we go, look, all these bicycles just propped up against the fence. A rather random thing to talk about, but that's what they're there for. That's basically the crews for the teams. Once the teams have done their run, they jump on their bikes and cycle back to the pits, because the driver can be hanging around in the pits waiting for the crew to get back if they've got to walk. So that is the reason for the bicycles there. That's Don Scott, Superbird. Don had a brilliant day yesterday, and he's a wily old fox. He's Don with the crew down there. That's Colin and Grace Rofe. And say good morning, Don. Here we go. And the Superbird going very, very well indeed. Roy Walker. There we go. A very good morning, Roy. And Michelle, of course, as well. We just need to check it is Roy in the car so that we have an excuse for the poor reaction times and even more entertaining runs. But no, Roy, he's good fun. And thanks ever so much indeed for sticking with us and letting us live, because he keeps threatening to have a go at us because we're unkind to our commentary, but it's good fun. That's Thomas Bublitz's car. Thomas had a brilliant weekend last weekend at the Door Slammers. Saturday, he won Door Slammers, and he won £5,000 for his effort. Didn't go quite as well on the Sunday. They did have an oil pressure issue, so they were like frantically trying to get that sorted out. They skipped the race, and they brought themselves back in and didn't progress any further. But they celebrated with the £5,000. They've managed to do a fair bit of work on the car during the week, because they've been here since last weekend. That's the White Noise team of Bob Molden. And yeah, good morning, Dak, Bob Dak. And of course, Bob, the Yorkshire Terrier himself, having a great time. He's consistently in the 9.3 second zone and absolutely loves it. He's retired now. And Bob won the Easter event, let's not forget. And that was his first event win in about 30-odd years of trying. So big, big well done to Bob. But the track is going live, and we've got the two-seater dragster coming round the corner now. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on tight. It's going to be a phenomenal day. It's going to be fast-paced, because we've got a lot to get through. And bearing in mind, we are about 2 hours behind our normal start time. So enjoy it with us, folks. Have a great day, and we'll call the action from the tower, from down on the start line, from literally everywhere.
Well, it's cracking burnout from the two-seater there, taking it all the way past 60 foot. If you fancy going in the back of this, you can just book it. That's something you can do. I believe it's on all the Santapod websites. Fancy a 7-second time and ticket? Come over, go.
The thing that gets me is the half-track numbers. It gets to about 135 miles an hour in 5 seconds. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, around about 168 miles an hour. We say that because it will go 169, but his car is so consistent. Around about 7.9 seconds for the quarter mile. And they always say to the passenger in the back, you push your head back against head restraint before the car goes, because if you are leant forward, the sheer launch will pull your head backwards and give it a good old thump on the roll cage. So that's what they advise them to do. Paul Brown, a very, very good racer in his own right. He's a former national champion in Pro ET. He's actually got a super gas roadster, which he races occasionally, but his main focus in the world of drag racing now is showing everybody else what it's all about. He's the pilot of the two-seater dragster, and he's known for cutting a very, very good light, just like the former driver, Steve Warner, who's down there. Steve had the incredible driving skills to pull 3 perfect lights in a row. So the first car down the track is Paul Brown with the passenger Nicky Paffin. Happy 50th birthday, and goes through 8 flat at 165 miles an hour. Okay, the bun fight that is Pro ET. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, let's have you into the pairing lanes. So this is the important session. This is Q5. They will hopefully get another qualifying later, but we've got to see how that goes. But this, I think, will be their penultimate qualifier, because they will get one more, I believe, on Sunday morning. And that will be it into elimination. We shall see. First up then, Dave Fulton. Or Dead on Dave, as we're calling him now, because he was pretty good yesterday. Going alongside Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb. At the moment, because of qualifying yesterday, they managed to get 4 runs in. And Jason Pickett is currently number 41. He needs to be in the top 32, to be fair, just in case we don't get that 50th car. Dave Fulton, he is currently number 10. He dials 9:55 for this one. As I say, Jason 10:04. Your first pair, day 2 of the main event. Good, strong wheels up launch there for Jason Pickett. Don't worry about the red light, doesn't mean anything here. 9:64, 10:08. Big move for Jason Pickett, moves up to 27. So he certainly needed to do that just in case it's a 32 car field. Dave Fulton goes 9:64. We're a little bit off where he wanted to be, but he's safely qualified. All right, the lemon drizzle of Sarah Unsworth, the Mustang GT, dialing in 9.90. Jake Fronda, 11.84 with the Golf. I've been reliably informed that his normal race car will be back in action at potentially the Summer Nationals, but definitely by Bug Jam. Now you can see Sarah manually shifting the lemon drizzle Mustang as she hunts down that 9.90. Goes 10.03. She was 47, moves up to 44. Jake, no help for him. 12.28, stays 37. Well, we saw Roy Walker in the pairing lanes. And here he appears. He's 21st on the qualified order at the moment. Gavin Jackson with the Duster. He's currently number 46. Now then, Roy's door is not quite closed, and I think Dave possibly has spotted that as well. Could be wrong. Might be.
It doesn't look it from here.
It's just a little bit ajar. Yep, that's
There
been
we go.
spotted. There we go. Yeah. Right, dial-ins. 10.57 for Gavin Jackson. 10.77 for the Cortina of Roy Walker. Right, going to be a solo for Roy. I think Gavin's got an issue down there. So, Roy, 10.77. Let's see what he's got for us this morning. $10.92 stays number 21. But a good A to B run there for Roy. Right, so Gavin gets the chance to stage. Now Gavin is currently number 46. Dial-in of 10.57. Away he goes. Gone through the top end, 10.79, stays number 46. Matthew Dowdy, Laura Bainton. Laura, when she came down for her last qualifier yesterday, actually drove back to the pits. Hopefully, whatever the issue was, they've got that fully sorted, but they're coming to the start line for this one. Matthew Dowdy looking for 11.16, pretty much where he was yesterday, to be fair. Car can dip into the 10s, but they've got a bit of a headwind out there at the moment, which will slow them down a bit. Positions at the moment, Laura Bainton, well, right up at number 2, Matthew number 29. So Laura is 100% going to be in the show. We've just got to wait to see if we get that 50th car. 10.48. Well, Laura stays put, Matthew stays put as well, 11.31. This is also very important for the Pro ET National Championship because qualifying points count. And with the amount of cars here, it's 10 points per position up from the bottom that you are qualified. So if you qualify like number 1 in a 50 car ladder, you will get 500 points plus a bonus 50 for being number 1 qualified. So it's a huge amount of points. All right, Colin Morris, 8.65 darling with the Morris Boys Camaro. Anthony Mitchell looking for 10.70 with the Buick GS. $8.68 for Colin, stays 20. 10.86 for Anthony, stays 15. Colin Morris is only 300s off his dial-in, but there are 19 cars still in front of him. All right, next up, it's the first of the Huxleys that we're going to see. It's Darren Huxley, and he did want me to say, can we shout out to his sponsorship partners, which are PowerMet, S&D Non-Ferrous Metals, VP Racing, F&B Plumbing and Heating in Worcester, Frankster Graphics, and of course, Huxley Motorsports. So big thanks to those for supporting Darren Huxley. He's currently number 31 with the Nissan 180 down there, going alongside Chris Newsom, but he is in the nervous position of number 45. He would really love to move up here with the hypothesis. Try and say that after a few. With the Rover ZS. Oh, 008. Oh, for line it was a cherry, but it doesn't matter, red lights here. In racing, he'd have been out. 9.19 stays number 45. Darren Huxley goes a little bit too quick by a tenth of a second, so he stays number 31. Right, we saw Don Scott on the camera in the pairing lanes. And here he is with the 982 dial-in with the Superbird, going alongside Marie Mills with the little 23T Roadster. These two done brilliantly yesterday. Don Scott, number 3. Marie Mills, number 5. they are basically going to have to hit their number even better than yesterday to move on up. So 982 plays 1053. $984, Don Scott. You only missed it by 200s. A little bit off there for Marie Mills. 1077. So they stay put. Right, Lee Morris, Bob Molden. Lee Morris with green with envy. Jaguar E-Type. He's 9.99 on the dial-in. Bob Molden with the white noise Peugeot, 9.38. Now, they're both capable of running it. It's running it now. Again, still no sign of John Bean in the lanes. Hopefully he's down there. He will just move forward and everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. $9.48 for Bob, $9.87. Wow, it's a big breakout for Lee Morris by over 1/10 of a second. So they stay put. Lee 41 and Bob 35.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the density altitude, which is basically how much air there is in the air, for those of you who don't know. Obviously, the lower the number, the better the air is, the more dense it is. It's currently at 1,300 feet, which is really high.
That's high for this time of day.
Yeah, that's why I'm sort of surprised we're getting breakouts.
Yeah. Yeah, normally the first runs of the day, mind you, having said that, it is 11:45. But normally when they Pro ET put their first runs in, it's like 200 or 300 feet. So Jack McClure, Thomas Bublitz, they're both qualified 12 and 14. 11:38 plays 10:32 on the dial-ins. Thomas is going to get to the top end first with a 10:43. 11:37 with a 7 breakout from Jack by less than 100th of a second. Cracking run though. Jack actually is going really well this weekend. Bill Wilson with the Graffiti Racing Ford, 1083. That's wound back a fair old notch actually. You can run 10.6s in that. And a Mr. Qualifying, Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra, looking for 976. Positions, Bill Wilson is number 22, and Dave Rudd is number 17. Both away well. Now Dave will get to the stripe first, looking for that 976, gets a 988. Oh, Bill Wilson breaks up by less than 200ths of a second, so they both stay put, 17 and 22. Mason Griffiths with the Appliance Dragster, 9.09. Mason back in the car. This is the car that he started his racing with. Then he moved over to door car, and now he's back in the Dragster. Going alongside Susie McClure. She's had time to put her makeup on this morning, and I was allowed to say that because I spoke to them in the pits last night. Susie doesn't like racing without the full makeup on, so a little bit of fun. And they do play the commentary back afterwards. Listen to what we say. Oh, 006 off the line for Mason. That's a cracking line. 918 on the run. Susie McClure just went 960. Wow, that is a great run. Way too quick. Monstrous breakout, but 960. 136. I think it's fair to say that she had her foot pressed all the way down, because they were saying yesterday that she didn't. I said move the pedal closer, so that once the ankle is moved the foot down, it stays down. So good run for Susie though, 960. Well done. Right, Jess Bishop, John Turner, 33rd and 34th at the moment. If we're on a 32 car ladder, these are first and second alternates. I'd like to be in the top 32. I'm looking in the lanes. I still can't see John Bean down there. $913, $918. Ah, Jess Bishop. She's only missed it by a 100th and a bit, and she goes number 19. Wow. No movement for JT. God, they're coming through thick and fast here. Tom Kay with the black belt junior comp dragster, 10.16. And Vic Parsons with the Plymouth Belvedere, 9.76. Vic doing very, very well in Super Gas, but this is Pro ET. Vic, one of the cars that double classes. Super Gas is a 990 class. But here, he has to dial the car in. Now, both of these have the capability of like moving straight up to the top, but it's going to be tough. Conditions different to what they've experienced so far this weekend. They have to go back through older data to see where they were.
Yeah, unbelievably, we've not actually seen conditions like these, I think, all year.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a tailwind most of the year.
Yeah.
$9.90, $10.20. Guess what? No movement.
Yeah, Vic in his other class would have been #1 qualifier with that.
Yeah, comfortably so. Right, Jeff Cowley with the Firebird. 894 dialing. He's been dialing 890s all weekend long, but conditions have changed. The air's not as good. So he's wound it back a little bit to 894. Doug McClure, the man who keeps sending us these insults to read out about the rest of the team. 1167. Jeff is currently number 36. Doug is number 27. And I do see John Bean in the lanes. He's there.
A bit of a double step for Doug there. No issues at all for Jeff. It's going to be a close one, 894. What's going to be 898 with a 4.
Oh, he moves up to number 30 though. Actually quite a good move. Doug stays number 27, goes 12.24, way off pace from what he ran earlier. Basically the speed that he wanted gave to Susie when Susie went too quick. But Susie still the quickest McClure. How about that? Al Medley with the old-timer, the Oldsmobile Omega, 1081, alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, 9.90. Now, Dave last weekend was in the 9.5s, but the wind that it is, and you've got the aerodynamics of a bungalow there, it's not really going to help him.
Well, 006 light, he was way off the tree.
Oh, 990
wow.
with a 6. Absolutely superb. Now let's see where there's actually put him. 990 with a 6. Let's get the magic button.
Ninth.
No, it's not. It's anyway. We'll suss him. But he's done really well. So the top 9 are all in 00. I think that's put him 7th. But great run. Stevie Gates, Simon Innes. And can I please have FIA top methanol into the pairing lanes, please? FIA top methanol. Right, Simon Innes not happy with his 39th spot at the moment. Stevie Gates real happy with number 7. Stevie Gates wants 884. Simon Innes wants 1074. There's an 887, and the other side is a 1080. Guess what? No change. 0.06 of a second off, and you're outside the top 32. That's how good they all are.
Okay, so Nick Mugridge and Kirsty Tram. Nick's crewman Matt has been in touch to say, can we have a shout out for his mum and dad? So Anne-Marie and Steve, happy anniversary. And you're at home, Steve, you're in the grandstand, so happy anniversary to you.
Right, so Kirsty Tram.
Now sits in the number 4 spot. So Nick with the little junior comp dragster looking for a 10.17 car will be for sale at the end of the year. Goes 10.22 and a 12.08 for Kirsty.
Yeah, no help for Kirsty.
Yeah, if the conditions are like this on race day, Kirsty's going to struggle a little bit because she was in, basically, you can only dial anything quicker than a 11.99.
Yeah.
And Kirsty's car won't run that if the conditions aren't favourable, should we say.
Well, she's still number 4 qualifier, so, you know, she went 11.96 on 11.96, so she's good. Right, Ian King and Tom Watkins, your next pair. Ian King with the Chevelle, dial of 10.35. Tom, 9.08 with the Charger. Underneath the tower is John Bean. and 10.90. Right, this is where everybody qualified 33rd or lower is wishing John Bean all the best to get this run in. Yesterday, he did not get a run in at all. The rear end was broken. All the internals of where the rear diff sits were broken. Didn't have the spares, so they managed to find them, but they weren't exactly the same as what was in it. So a lot of work took place. Big thanks to Addy Robinson, to Nick Garrett, and of course to Freddie Thompson, who's out front there, to the whole team, everybody that had a hand in putting this car back together. Drove it around last night, checked everything out as A-OK. So John is under strict instructions not to use nitrous, doesn't want to overdo it, don't want to break it. Let's just get a run in, let's get a number on the board, and it will become a 64 car ladder when John Bean goes through the finish line. He dials 968 against 896. Goes 963, but that is it. We do have a 64 car ladder in Pro ET. Oh, they are all very, very happy now indeed. Well done to John. Okay, it was a breakout. It didn't matter. He's qualified. Ryan Garrett. And I'll tell you what, the Garrett boys done brilliantly to help John out. And I should think Nick Garrett, who's bringing his brother into stage, has just breathed a sigh of relief on behalf of John. Going alongside your #1 qualifier, Amy Watkins. Now, is she #1? I need to double check that actually. No, actually, it's Laura Bainton. No, it's all jumbled up. No, I think it's actually Kirsty Tram who's #1. .972 plays 888. Ryan stays 40. Right, David Barton running Scott Lubish's car in Pro ET. That's the Copo Camaro, going alongside Neil Watkins.
And how good is it to see some of the Americans coming over and bringing their own cars?
Yeah, we want more. David actually said he would love to ship a car over, and there's also a drag pack that might make its way over as well. So
awesome.
yeah, we'll see.
We'll
see.
We've got enough Copos now. Bring the rest. Drag
yeah,
packs,
bring friends.
Cobra Jets, bring them all.
Yeah. Neil's dialing 11:35. David 8:50. .68 for David. Neil goes 11:48. No change in position. What's interesting though is David Barton has just run the car in Pro ET, and it's Comp Eliminator next.
Well, straight back down.
Straight back down. Let's drop into it.
In fact, I can see the start of Comp Eliminator there.
Yeah.
So, Zach Duncan with a financial mistake. Now, this is the only query I have on the 64 car field, is whether or not Zach's licensed yet. Because for it to be a 64 car field, he's got to be in competition. And I've not seen him race anyone.
Good question. It's only money racing. I do like that.
So, good luck, Zach. Yeah, car doesn't sound the healthiest.
Popping and banging a bit. It's not healthy. Goes 12.62 at 87, but say that was coughing and spluttering. Nice and straight, well driven. Billy Everett. Alongside Charlie Seaward. Charlie had a Ian Blackett photography photo shoot down the finish line last night. And some great shots taken by Ian, as always. Well done, Ian. Don't forget, Blackett Photography, our official photographers here at Santipod Raceway. Their studio will be opened over the course of the weekend. And Ian, when he gets a chance, drops some memory sticks into the studios. And if you fancy getting hold of any of the images, just pop down to the studios there. So Billy dialing in 9.54. Charlie 8.90. Launch from both of them. So Charlie will get there first, looking for the 8.90. Gets a 9.03. Billy goes 9.58. Charlie stays 34. Billy stays number 9. Ronnie Mercer with Annie 10.03. The dial-in for the little 4 pop. And it's Brett Featherstone 9.48 with the Nova Scotia in the Slick Tricks lane. Now Brett is ready for nitrous. He'll be running nitrous at the next event. He's all motor this weekend. Went into the 9.3s yesterday, but staying in the 9.4s for this one. As I say, conditions not as good to go fast. Headwind, density, altitude that Thomas mentioned. All very important ingredients for what we call dialing your car in.
So Ronnie looking for a 10.03. Brett going red, looking for a 9.48.
All the number chasing. 52. 10.08. Guess what? No change. They all stay put.
What I found really funny then is obviously I can see Daryl down there on the start line with his earpieces in, and he started watching it from the big screen, even though it's right in front of him.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
It's a novelty thing, I think. That's what it is. It's very cool to have the big screen up there, though. It's pretty view. I guess it's visible to just about everybody, isn't it? So on the banking, on the grandstand, everyone can see it pretty well. So it's a handy addition.
You're saying everyone, and I've just noticed it's packed.
Of course. You've only just noticed that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where do they all come from?
Yeah, that's a very good question, wherever you all come from. We hope you will enjoy your weekend here at Santipod Raceway. Thank you very much indeed for making it your venue of choice on this bank holiday weekend. We are going to kickstart our professional qualifying session with Fire Force number 5 with Martin Hill on board. I don't know why you're pointing that at me, because they're looking at the jet car, but anyway. So, yeah, Martin and the team get ready to spin it over and fire it up. He was running at Door Slammers last week with this car. I know it's not a Door Slammer, it was exhibition, but really quickly.
Really quickly. Almost that magical 300 mile an hour number, wasn't it?
Yeah, almost. I think he may be restricted to not being over 300 miles an hour, but we shall see anyway. So, now, just when the jet started, there we go. All those people on VIP, I don't think they can hear me. You're going to work out, everyone in the grandstands and up there, you're going to very quickly find out who's never seen this before, because they're about to jump 10 foot off the ground.
Yeah, and trust me, this isn't the loudest thing you're going to see today either.
Yeah, but it's definitely one of the most surprising anyway. So, Martin Hill, fire force number 5 to kick off new number 1 for all of the pros here on Saturday. Keep your eyes on the... If you've seen the jet car before, watch the balcony.
So for your technical people, this is a Pratt & Whitney J60 jet engine in the back of this one. And for those who are interested in G-force, he gets 5G on acceleration, then when he pulls the chutes, it's -7G. So he really is pulled and pushed. As the afterburner show starts here, Fire Force number 5.
Quite warm. Quite warm down here. Nice.
So Martin brings the jet forwards, and trust me, it's only going to get louder from this moment forwards as he starts to line the jet up the track. And then he starts to really wind up the jet. Well, he sent our fan flying.
Oh, is it flying? So Martin Hill having a rock to the tower. Let's see what he can do down on the racetrack down there. Mid to low 5s, 280 odd mile an hour, maybe a bit more. Let's see. Lovely opener there, 5:35, and he did click it slightly early there, 258 miles an hour. Absolutely fantastic pass. And we say we have a fan up here to help us move air around. It actually took a nosedive onto the floor and decided to smash.
So, Martin, you are a fan.
It was going that way anyway.
It was, yeah. It might be better stabilised now because it was wobbly before.
So everybody up in VIP, did you enjoy that? Was that good? As we've just said before, that's also this is the surprising thing. That's not going to be the loudest thing you see today. Sounds like it should be, but it's not. Trust us. We've been here a while. So we're going to kick off with competition eliminator. I think it's Q5 for them, isn't it?
It is
there or
indeed,
thereabouts.
yes. Yeah.
The first pair that are going to be making their way round after the tractor does a quick sweep. Luke Stevenson, a good friend, commentator, head honcho at European Front Wheel Drive and VW DRC, going to be running against Petros Taxopoulos all the way from Greece. So both the two cars you're going to see to start with are both front wheel drive. One is a Golf from the UK, the other one is a Seat Ibiza, completely space frame purpose built car all the way from Thessalonica in Greece. Petros has come here with one aim, really, just to go as quick and fast as he absolutely possibly can. I know everyone says that, but Petros really does have that in mind. He brought 4 purpose-built engines with him for the last 2 weeks, for Dorslammers and this weekend. And Luke messaged us this morning, thank you very much for the message, Luke, and said that Petros broke the gearbox on the start line yesterday. He wasn't unhappy about it at all. He was delighted for the simple reason that he couldn't believe how much grip the start line had, so they're giving it everything. Even more this morning. We'll see how it works
just
out.
to overcome, yeah.
I do like that. My reason for breaking stuff is the track was too good, and my response is I'm going to give it more power.
Well, that's basically what happens if you don't give it enough on a really sticky racetrack. You get stuck. It's that simple. It really is that simple. So Comp Eliminator is a terrific mix of all different cars. We've got stock stroke super stock cars in there. We've got front wheel drive, and we don't have the first pair I mentioned, which is even more impressive. So...
Yeah, Spencer Tram coming round.
Yeah, and Marcus Vell.
That's it.
Okay, 2 incredible cars in their own right. So, anyone got any idea what's up with Spence this weekend, chap?
Yeah, basically, a new gearbox is in the car. It's just getting it right. Spencer doesn't want to overdo it straight away, wants to bed it in. But there's still a bit of a head scratch going on as well. cracking burnout there for Marcus. So Spencer is going to hang back on the burnout. He doesn't need to go as far. In actual fact, Spencer won't even go across the start line with his burnout.
That was almost a masterclass in how to do a rolling burnout from Marcus Velt, wasn't it? So Marcus Velt in the TTK Golf in the Kestrel lane, 6-cylinder. With a big turbocharger in there, runs in the low 7s. He got very, very, very close to 200 miles an hour yesterday. I think he went 197, something like that. It might be a little trickier to do that today, as we keep mentioning. We are going to keep mentioning it as well. The headwind is it does slow people down. Doesn't slow them down by much, but it does take a little bit off. However, you can overcome anything with horsepower, can't you, chaps?
Exactly.
That always works.
It's a general rule.
It is a general rule. So for Germany in the Kestrel lane, the numbers you see on the board at the finish line are not their dial-ins, they are their indexes, i.e. they are trying to run as quick as they can underneath those indexes. There is no breakouts. If Marcus Velt goes under his index, he will be absolutely delighted because it will be his first ever 6-second run.
So Billet VR6 in the Kestrel beer lane, looking to run anything that starts with a 6. Taking on the heavily restricted super stocker of Spencer Tram. Marcus Velt all over the place. Keeps his foot absolutely planted to a 7:08 new personal best. That makes him the fastest of the two goals here this weekend. And an 11:75 for Spencer.
Look at the speed, 195.
And that's not quite as far. I think he went 197 yesterday. Spence with an 11:75, just creeping up on it. So the pair I mentioned are now here. That's Luke in the Slick Tricks lane with the Golf, and Petros Taxopoulos all the way from Greece in the Kestrel lane.
Can I have FIA Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Modified into the lanes.
So Petros' car is it's a proper spaceship, this thing, and I say that in the nicest possible way. It's, when I say it's purpose built, I'm kind of understating the case. It has, watch this, when they set the wheelie bar, they pick the car up. They're not going to do it now, I've just said that, I bet you. But yeah, there we go, they pick the back of the car up with a bit of air under it, set the wheelie bar. It's not actually, I've said that 3 times, it's not a wheelie bar, it's a traction bar. What it does is it stops the car rocking back onto the rear tyres when it leaves the starting line. So that all the force, the energy and the traction hopefully stays on the front. So well, Luke just sitting there, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, Luke Stevenson very cleverly has put a GoPro camera on the passenger side front window of the car facing forward, and he's watching all the other cars disappear, and then he posts the video up on his Facebook page, and you get a view of what Luke sees when the other car just disappears into the distance. He's picking his opponents that that will disappear.
Well, Petros, the car in the Kestrel lane, has everything in there to be one of the quickest and fastest in the world.
Well, a slight bog, but it's picked up rapidly. No problems at all. Going to take it all the way through at the stripe to 794, 183 mile an hour. Their first 7 of this trip to the UK anyway. And a step in the right direction.
Well, one of the great things about the class is the diversity of it, and we've got no better example than like the last couple of pairs that you've seen. Front-wheel drive cars running in the 7s. This time round, we've got a 4-cylinder turbo Escort in the Kestrel lane. The fraudster of Kev Jenkins runs well into the 7s, ran a 7.5 yesterday against Belinda Ball. Now this car has got a big block Chevy in there. It runs a super modified designation, and she went, I think it was about 7.5 as well yesterday.
Yeah, it's bizarre. 7.55 for Kev, 7.54 for Belinda. It's just that Kev was further under his index that puts him higher up in the qualifying, 9th against 13th. But yeah, it'd be brilliant heads-up race actually.
Well, there's a 1/10 of a second in it on their indexes, you can see from the finish line, so I'm going to try and crack the 7.4s on this one.
Well, it was a lively launch for the fraudster as he gets a bit of a wiggle on going past the 8th mile. No issues at all for Belinda. She goes 7.61, no improvement, and an 8.2 coasting across the line after a, yeah.
Well, they're pretty much tied together at the 8th. Just 300ths of a second difference and 1 mile an hour difference between them at the 8th. But you say Kev was getting a little bit out of the groove there. And a little bit of wobble, so discretion said, yeah, maybe I should back out of this one. And yeah, coasted to an 8.26 or 8.27.
So Matt Davidson in the Slick Tricks lane celebrated his wedding anniversary here last year. That's because he got married to Rach here last year on the start line. So basically they revisit where they got married.
Yeah.
Almost every weekend during the summer, I think, something like that. Front-wheel drive car, the Civic in the Slick Tricks lane. Best down in the 9.1s. He wasn't far off that yesterday. Taking on Ruben Dawson with the amazing Copo. Again, Copo against front-wheel drive Civic. Where on the planet did you see that in competition as well?
Ruben is your #1 qualifier. He's 9/10ths under his index.
And he's set to do it again. Anything starts with a 7.8 or 8 flat, 170 mile an hour, and a coasting Matthew Davison. He ran into the 9.3s yesterday.
Yeah, so Ruben stays 1, Matt Davison stays 14.
So your next pair, 2 big block race cars. The AMX of Dave Swift only put in 1 run yesterday, which I think was a 7.1. His index for A altered is 7 flat, or A nitrous altered is 7 flat. Take it on, Rob Smallworth with the Dirty Dog 55. I had a quick chat with Rob. I bumped into him behind the tower of all places before this round of racing. And what they're doing is they're experimenting with rear tyres. You know, chaps, we keep saying that this car goes for a bit of a wander at half track. Well, Rob reckons it's something to do with the preload and the tyres. So what they're trying to do is run a narrower tyre to get a bit more wheel speed, and they change the preload settings on the car. So Rob is effectively a test pilot on this run, but he knows what he's doing. He's been at this a long time.
Yeah, Dave Swift with the AMX. He was the only nitrous car in Pro Door Slammer last weekend. As I say, best yesterday of 7.19. Once again, Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please. FIA Pro Modified, another call for you into the lanes, please.
Yeah, if you see any numbers starting with a 6 in the Slick Tricks lane, you'll see the happiest crew alive.
Oh boy, will you?
Ran into 7.0s last weekend at the Door Slammers. Car taking a wander over to the centre line, but gathered up nicely from Dave Swift. He's going to get to the finish line first. Goes 7.25.
Well, that worked out for Rob Smallworth. It was arrow straight. Not quite as quick as he wanted, I'm sure, but absolutely arrow straight. A couple of front-wheel drive races up next. Emma Goddard with the glitch, the Honda Integra in the Kestrel lane. 950 is her index. She's been over a half a second under that already.
Yeah.
Taking on Darren Dewhurst with the Shed.
To be fair, Darren had a great day yesterday. Went 960 at just a smidge under 160 miles an hour with a front-wheel drive. That is absolutely phenomenal.
I think this is the first time we've seen Emma as well. I don't think Emma's got a number on the board.
Well, she has. It was a 1092. But, yeah, it's not really representative of what the car can run.
No, the car ran into the 8 a few weekends ago here. She's going to need every bit of that with the same index as Terry Newton.
Much better run here for Emma. Pulling hard towards the 9. Is it going to be a 9? Yep, 9.10, 156. Darren goes 991. Bizarrely, both stay put though. Emma stays 21. Darren stays 18.
Only 21 with the 910.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Four tests under. Stays 21.
Well, 2 completely different ways of going racing with a 4-cylinder car.
And the horn's back.
The horn's back. Who's got the horn? Actually, don't answer that question. I said who's got the horn, but I don't want to know that. Who has hold of the thing that makes the noise? That might have been easier. So Ben Mason in the Kestrel Lane with the altered, with the compound turbo 4-cylinder engine in there. This car absolutely flies, as does the car in the other lane. This could be a great race, actually. Julian Bayer with the other Golf we keep mentioning. 4-cylinder turbo went 7.15 yesterday, which with 4 cylinders and 2 litres, which, what's that in cubic inches, Cole?
171, I think.
171
Maybe
cubic.
even less than that. 100.
That's amazing. 171 cubic inches running 7 ones.
No, I think it's 121. I'll work it out.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Not
very
a lot
small.
anyway. It's not a lot anyway. Yeah, 100 and something cubic inches running 7 ones at knocking on for 190 miles an hour. We've already seen Julian Bayer with the Luminous Golf. That had a 6-cylinder in there though, so he had a bit more to play with. Good luck to both of them. Ben Mace from the UK, just up the road in Corby.
Well, the boot came open for Julian. Apart from that, a lovely look around. Going to be half faster. 727, 183 mile an hour, and a 762, 176 miles an hour for Ben.
Excellent stuff. And we have more.
This is Gary Carr and Nick Williams. Safe to say, Nick's not really been on form this weekend. Yet. He has been down into the 7.8s. Sorry, Colin.
No, I was just going to say, bizarrely, I guessed it right. 1984 cc is 121 cubic inches. Wow.
It's because you knew, wasn't it? Just being modest.
I think we looked at it before. Well, bonnet's up for Gary. Not quite sure what's going on down there. So Nick Williams went 781 yesterday.
Well, it's arrow straight, under power the whole way, 795, 171 mile an hour, not 191.
Just very quickly, while I got the chance, I've got Copo Chris down on the start.
Hey.
Hey, Chris, welcome to the UK. Enjoying yourself so far?
Oh, it's been amazing up here.
Enjoyed it, yeah? And you've been helping Nick for some time. It must be nice to be here and actually see the car run.
Yeah, I can actually see the car go down the track live.
It does help, sir. So welcome, and I hope you have a great time.
Thank you so much.
No problem at all. That's from Wichita Dano. Copo Chris. Okay, so whatever the problem was for Gary Carr, it was only brief.
Yeah, index of 1168. So far, Gary has got all the ones. He went 11.111. But as I say, that headwind will peg him back a little bit. Nice, really up. Oh, a bit of a stab at the throttle as well. So I can't see Gary going quicker than these 11.11 yesterday.
Yeah, sounded like the tyres offloaded. You hear the spike in RPM.
Yeah.
Check out what they're doing. Yes, that. I think when the car launched and tilted backwards, there was some water that was lodged somewhere it shouldn't be, and it ended up on the start line, sadly. So, back in the water box about 10 minutes after the car was run, by David Barton, who's standing there on the start line checking it out. Scott Libisher, all the way from the USA with the incredibly turned out Copo Camaro. I've said this before and say it again, it is amazing that we actually have racers from the US. We've had plenty of them come over here before, but they're normally paid to do so as part of, you know, just like a show type thing. These guys are here because they want to race. Which is,
Yeah, I think what they're going to do is swap lanes actually for Scott. And that's right, yeah, the car is just being pushed back. He will do his run in the Slick Tricks lane.
And then right after his run, I think we have Top Methanol, qualifying session number 1 of the season for them. Is that right?
Well, they've got them and you've got Pro Modified down there, so it could be either. I'm not too sure.
I'll have a stab with the two-seater actually, but there we go. But yeah, on the schedule, it'll be Top Methanol ahead of Pro Modified.
I think they're probably there. I'm going to go and check out anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, Scott Libisher will be running in the Slick Tricks lane. Car's fired. He won't be racing the tractor, don't worry.
So the story on this car, it was sold by Ray Barton to a customer, and the customer eventually, David Barton's company, Ray Barton Racing Supplies, they bought it back. It was almost like a part exchange. And then Scott Liebescher got a hold of it, so that was a story on the car. It's a spare car, I think is the best way to describe this one for Scott, because he runs another one in the States. So he thought, well, I'm going to ship it to the UK, and we really appreciate this car coming over. David Barton, who was behind the wheel of this car, 10-15 minutes ago, he's on the start line as he brings Scott up to the line for his run.
I think the most impressive part about that is not only is he out of the car, he's out of all of his racing gear as well.
Yeah. So Scott yesterday went 8.40 in the car. Let's see what he's got for us today. Beautiful launch. That hung the front wheels for ages. 8.40, almost matched what you ran yesterday. I did sense a slight throttle lift
there. Was, yeah.
So
just to bring it down, I think that was. So you were correct with the two-seater, and you're also correct with the methanol cars going around now. So, yeah, big stuff coming your way, chaps.
Right, second passenger of the day in the two-seater dragster. We'll just find out who it is. Thanks ever so much indeed, once again, to Paul Brown for sending us the list of names. It's Ian Woods in the back of the car from St Leonards-on-Sea. This is a carryover passenger ride, actually. It's a 50th birthday present, but let's say Ian is a couple of years older. So yeah, he's probably about 52 now. But yeah, so this is a carryover two-seater passenger ride from a couple of years ago. I like that. He's a bit older now. Also, I'm going to say a big hello to a friend of mine, Karen Buddy Laddams, here with Michael, sat on the grandstand somewhere. A very good, yeah, I can see the wave. Yeah, there they are. Good to see that you're back up here, Karen. And Mike, obviously, we look forward to seeing you at Silverstone Festival. That's coming up in August. So, yeah, thank you for being part of that.
Well, happy 50th birthday present. Sorry it took a couple of years to get to you.
Yeah.
So another 09 light for Paul.
Yeah, it's the anticipation building up to the present. It's great, isn't it? 2 years. 803, 164 miles an hour.
Right, so as the engine ghost machine of Sylvia Strauch lines up behind the tower, I can't help but feel like I've seen this car before. Obviously, new chassis to Silvio. I'm sure everyone who's here at the minute has seen what happened to the last one. Vicious tyre shake, bent the chassis, snapped the wing in half.
It launches extremely hard, this car. And it goes to show that even the long, how can I put it in layman's terms, the long pointy cars still need a wheelie bar on the back just to prevent anything untowards. You use them as a tuning aid, but also as a safety aid as well to stop the cars going too vertical, and did a good job of I think bent that as well. So amazing machine. Here we go then. Well, first top methanol car.
Well, this is his first ever run in this car.
Yeah, I can't help but I feel like I've seen this before, maybe with a Harborman driving. Combination screw-blown Hemi. Screw as in not roots, so you've got a male and a female rotor in there. You can actually compress the air as it moves through. And then Hemi, because it's got a hemispherical head, runs on methanol.
Well, that was very close to zinging the engine on the burnout there. Those revs really did climb.
He's been talking to Andy Robinson. So, so Silvio Strauch, yeah, like you said correctly, gentlemen, if you watch on, if anyone's seen it on Facebook or YouTube, the incredible slow motion video of this car, well, it's not this car, sorry, this team's last car, just literally tearing itself apart with tyre shake. It bent the wheelie bar like it was a twig, and the wing went in half as well. And it did all sorts of damage to the chassis. They said instead of fixing it because it was quite an old car, they decided to go for something newer. So an awful lot of work and money, as always, over the winter. Setting the wheelie bar. This is his first ever run in this car, so I don't know whether he's going to take it all the way through or whether they're going to take it to half-track, make sure it behaves, and then come back later and stand on it a little bit harder. But whatever they do, it's great to see them back. Drag races are built of stern stuff, aren't they?
That's it. Right, and get ready for the staging procedure. One of the best things to watch in drag racing. This is a clutch car, still runs with a clutch and a pedal, so you're going to hear him bring the RPMs up to a certain point and then roll the car into full stage. It just sounds awesome. Instantly blazes the tyres. It got a little bit of shake for a couple of feet, and then, yeah, tyres just let go after that.
Well, go on, back up and do it again. See if it works next time. That's what they do in testing. Yeah. That's a real shame for Silvio. The car just didn't move at all. We can see from the tyre marks, it shook and then spun. You can actually see where it goes from like big fat shake marks to spin marks. So really didn't move at all, unfortunately. But it's a brand new car to them, so they do have to learn how to run this one. They knew pretty much how to. The last one behaved. It didn't behave a lot of the time, but they do know how it behaved, so they've got to learn how to do it with this one. So the next pair underneath the tower is going to be an A Fuel Dragster against a top methanol funny car, if you look behind you, chaps. Really, really good to see as well the debut on UK soil of Tina Hus Nedregard, excuse me, all the way from Sweden/Norway. I know she's Norwegian, but she lives in Sweden, and they come a hell of a long way. If anyone's sitting there at home on Google Maps and they check out where she left you is in Sweden, it's a blasted long way in English. Very, very long way indeed. She's in the Kestrel lane with the A Fuel Dragster, and why am I in trouble? I'd like to know. Over to you, chaps, for a couple of moments.
Yeah, can we please have FIA Pro Stock into the pairing lanes, please? FIA Pro Stock, let's have you into the pairing lanes, please. We're going to get all of our race machines down there. We have already run Comp Eliminator. This is Top Methanol. We've got Pro Mods going to be following these, and then it will be the Pro Stock cars, which will leave Nitro Funny Car and Top Fuel Dragsters after that. So it really is going to get very, very fast and extremely loud.
So just for a quick explanation of what you're going to see coming up, behind the tower, we've got Sandro Bellio with the Top Methanol Funny Car. Very similar combination to what you've seen in Silvio's Dragster, so screw-blown, heavy, clutch car. But in the other lane, it's something you've not seen yet. This is of Tina Hus Nedregard. We call it an A-Fuel Dragster because it runs on nitromethane, but with no supercharger. For all intents and purposes, it is a top fuel car, just without that bit plugged in. They're sort of balanced out, so what you're going to see the tree run a tenth of a second quicker in Silvio's lane, based on the fact that he's got a shorter car, less aerodynamic, not really designed as well as the Dragsters. But does it go?
Well, in qualifying, I think the stagger is 0.22 from one car to another.
Okay.
This will become a lot more. It'll become an awful lot more obvious when we get to racing, because the funny car will have. It's kind of like the world's best comp, if you like, heads-up race. But the tree is staggered. First to the finish line wins. That's the way they even it out. Tina with the A Fuel Dragster in the Kestrel lanes, her first ever trip here to Santa Pod Raceway, putting the test run back on Thursday. When she debuted this car, she got her license and then she went to Terp. I think her first ever full run was a 5:26 or thereabouts, which is super, super impressive, to say the least. Bear in mind, she'd never been anything this quick and fast before. This car is owned by her partner, Daniel Jedborn, and it was Daniel that was at the wheel when this car was last year, 3 years ago, I think it was, back in 2022 for the European finals.
Yeah, so the A-Fuel Dragsters, I've not been told I'm wrong yet, so I'm going to keep saying it, are the quickest and fastest naturally aspirated vehicles on Earth. Everything else you see has turbos attached, superchargers attached. They've got none of it.
There goes Sandro. And here comes Tina. You can clearly hear the difference in engine pitch and burnout pitch as well. The A fuel cars are comparatively lazy. They don't rev like the supercharged cars, but that's not a bad thing. With nitromethane on board, it makes them very, very potent indeed. And what you said about, Tom, about them being the quickest naturally aspirated is absolutely true. And then the unbelievable part is they're still restricted. They still have restrictions on what they can run, nitro percentage, and all sorts of other stuff as well. So unlimited, they'd probably be in the fours over the quarter mile. So good luck to both of them. Good luck to Tina. Hopefully this will be her first ever full run at this racetrack. It's a racetrack she's come to numerous times before with her dad. Daniel wins the shot. That's her dad as well, guiding her into stage. I think every drag racing team is a family affair virtually, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
So staging once again, you're going to hear Silvio go up with the RPMs like you heard. Oh, you're going to hear Sandro go up with the RPMs like you heard Silvio do. But watch the A fuel cars start to rock as the fuel pump goes onto the high side. Well, a pedal from Tina, no issues at all for Sandro until he pulls the chutes early. It's a 6:03 for Tina and a 5:96 at only 156 miles an hour for Sandro.
Tina's car was a little bit laboured off the start line, to say the least. I didn't see any drop cylinders at all. It's almost like the systems that were made to bring the clutch and the fuel in didn't quite work properly. Give Silvio's team a round of applause, please, as they go back to the pits. A tremendous job just to get here this weekend. Let's hope the rest of it is a bit more smooth than that. So it's great to have them back. Your current #1 qualifier is Sandro,
yep,
with that 5:96. Shoots were out way before the finish line, though.
Yeah, not only that, Sandro was to the 8th mile, 0.4 of a second quicker than the dragster. And yet at the stripe, obviously with the chute slowing him down dramatically, there was, you know, less than a tenth between them. So just doing some quick maths, that would have been round about a 5.6. Possibly even a 5.5 from Sandro on his first run.
That's about normal. Give Tina's team a big round of applause, please. It's a hell of a long way to come and entertain all of you. That's Daniel hanging out the back, waving to everybody, as he should. And also to the Danny Drag Racing team. That's the Bellio family off up to get Sandro. They'll be back again for Q2 a little bit later on today. So one more pair to go. And it's a pair of pensioners going at it. They're going to not thank me for saying that, I know. There is a sign in the pits, though, that does say, beware pensioners. And I think, I can't remember whether it was Tim, worked out the average age on Johnny's crew. And I don't think anyone's in their 60s anymore, let's put it that way. But it's, hey, look, experience trumps youth and exuberance a lot of the time. And in the Kestrel lane, we have Tony Brinterson with the Bill Sport A Fuel Dragster. Both of these cars have been in the 520s on numerous occasions as well. Who's stranded? Is that Sandro?
Yes.
Yeah, he had the chutes out before the finish line. What happens is as well, a lot of the time, folks, is when there is a headwind, it's not too much of a problem, but when there's a headwind, if you pull the chutes too early, the breeze stops the cars before they actually get to make the turn-off right down the end. So I think our top-end crews are in for a hell of a day, pushing cars off.
Yeah, from what I can see from here, Sandro's car is connected to the quad and is going around the corner at the minute. Chute's still in tow, so we'll be getting going any second now.
So two A Fuel Dragsters to wrap up this session, and then it will be on to FIA Pro Modified, and indeed the signal has been given to both of these cars to fire up.
So we will have side-by-side A Fuel Dragsters this time. These two are from the same team, Team A Fuel Sweden. Tina was also part of that. It's a long trek over from Sweden, and no matter how many times we say how much we appreciate that they do it, we really, really do.
Yeah, now the fact it's two A Fuel cars running against each other, you'll really be able to hear them change pitch as they go into stage. It really does drop the RPMs down when you flick it to the high side on the fuel pump.
And even now they are running on methanol at this moment. and then they switch it over to the nitro pump.
What I was saying about these two guys being of the older generation, well, they've also got two younger people coming up as well. So for Johnny Lag, it's his son who's been racing in Super Pro, Isaac, who also drove this car, I think, at the Drag Festival, the Drag Revival at Mansfield last summer. He is not far away at all. For Tony Brinterson, Tindra Christensen again, who I think has been racing in the Super Pro, Super Comp, is not far away. I don't know whether she's going to be driving this car or another car completely different, but the new generation is on the way.
So for Bill Sport and NGK in the Kestrel B lane, that is Tony Brinterson. And for NGK in the Slick Tricks lane, that is Johnny Lag. Both from Sweden, both part of the Swedish A-Fuel team. Both been racing for a long, long time. As both cars get brought up to the blue line and into pre-stage, just listen to the RPM drop as they go onto the high side. Watch the wings as they start shaking even more aggressively. And look at that, Tony goes over towards the centre line, keeps his foot absolutely planted. 2 of 5.31 at 270 miles an hour. Issues for Johnny in the other lane, only goes 5.99 at 198. That'll put him in the number 3 spot, but your number 1 qualifier, Tony Brinterson.
Nice look, clean opening run as well for Tony. That's very competitive indeed. He's going to be tough to beat this weekend. 270 miles an hour is around about where you want to be for an A-Fuel Dragster as well. Johnny's car was going really well. If you look at the numbers, they were probably quite even, but then started dropping cylinders at the top end, and that's why the engine note went off. Go on, if you can share the numbers, that'd be good.
Yeah, 92 to 96 for 60 foot. Let's have a look at that. The 8th mile, 353 to 377. But the mile an hour difference at the 8th is a big difference. 222 to 188. So you can see Tony was really on one there.
Okay, FIA Pro Modified coming up next. So I've got all the teams down here on the start line, which means just one thing. One of the best classes in all of drag racing.
By far.
By a completely impartial view from our colour commentator there. Thank you very much, Dick.
Good morning, everybody.
It's afternoon now, I think, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I think we're already there. We're already at afternoon stage, aren't
40
we,
minutes already.
Yeah.
Exactly, there we go.
Let me just call FIA Top Fuel into the pairing lanes, please. Top Fuel Dragster. Let's have you into the pairing lanes.
So this is going to be fun. The first round of the European Championship for Pro Mod is always good. Coming up first is one of your fellow countrymen, Dick, Mark Hartvelt, by the looks of it.
And the birthday boy, Kev Slyfield. Yep. Many happy returns indeed to Kev, the driver of the Blown Bird.
Yeah, crewing with Kev last weekend had some issues in terms of flywheel. There was actually David Vector who came to the rescue with the spare.
The flex blade, yeah.
Yeah.
He broke it. But he ran really good numbers. I think the first run he went out at the door slam was a 598 or something.
Yeah, it went 603, broke, and then with a new flywheel and a new combination in it, went 598. I've been banned from the team now, so you'll probably find that we're going to run a 570. But here we go, FIA Pro Modified.
So, Dick, you've been doing this for quite a long time, as we know.
Yeah, I've been here for a few weeks, yeah.
A few weeks. And years. What do you reckon everyone's going to shoot for on the first run? Because obviously the track, as we know, is always really, really good.
Yeah, there's never a doubt on this track.
So what do you do on the first run? Do you just try and go A to B, get it down the track, or do you have to go for it from the off?
You have to go for it, and most of the guys have been running here last weekend, so they have the data. And, well, as you all know, the track crew from Santa Pod is always on top of it. So you can just rely that the track is good. When you see teams now hit tire shake, they underestimated it. And, well, there's no need to do that.
His best is 5.92. He set that way back in 2019 at the Summer Nationals. He has been 239 mile an hour at the Festival of Power this year, but he did go 240, but that was at Door Slammers last weekend. Mark Hartfeld, though, he's in the 5.8. A best of 5.86 at 243. He set that a couple of years ago.
Mark heading to the centre line, keeps it off beautifully, drives around Kev at the stripe.
Wow.
5.99 beats 6.39.
That was hairy.
That's what Pro Mod is, isn't it, really? But Kev's car sounded like it was actually missing a cylinder, maybe even two, on the way down there. That's why the numbers are a little bit off. I mean, he'll take a 6.39 at 2.19, but they obviously wanted a lot more than that. So Mark opens his account with a 5-second run for his first run of the weekend. He was in the 5.8s last week, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Which is really good. Anything new on the car, Dick, as well? Because he's had a whole year. What did he do in his year off? Probably save money, I should think.
Yeah, just make a lot of vacation. And well, just having fun and work his butt off to get extra money for this season. He was really busy. He has a new intake manifold, actually the old one from Michel Torren, and he has a new one. So they have the same cylinder heads now, the Post and Rose cylinder heads, and the same manifolds, and almost the same superchargers. So they are well, close to each other. But Michel has a complete different fuel setup. He has all a full EFI, so all electronic injectors, and Mark still uses the mechanical.
The other big difference as well is the aerodynamics of the cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
So John Webster's car, which is out there, the fastback Mustang, fast company in the slick tricks lane. He's been in the 5s on a few occasions now. Let's hope he can do it on this one as well. But one of the things that I find quite interesting is the Superbird looks like a very slippery aerodynamic car, but it isn't really, is it?
No, it's too wide, too flat, and that compared to the Camaro from Michel, yeah, that's real state of the art.
John Webster should have been lined up against Norbert Kuno for this pairing, but no sign of Norbert. We have our sort of predetermined pairings, if you like. So it's going to be John Webster on a solo.
Well, John was at the Door Slammers last weekend, had a number of issues. He was doing really well back at Easter with got the 60 foots right down, and they were really happy about that, because with the turbo car, that's the thing, is getting it off the start line. Once you get it off the start line, generally it's not the job done, but it's a lot more towards it. But that seemed to desert him again at the Door Slammers last week, so he's going to bump it all the way in, I think.
Big tyre shake. We felt that here.
Felt it up here, indeed.
I think John did as well. The 60 foot was probably pretty good. I think, Josie, you're going to follow me. So if you want to come out here on the track, and if you can see that on the big screen as well. So not only we have to be careful because the tractor will probably be coming too, but that there, if you can see that, yeah, you can clearly see that on the big screen. Look, that's tyre shake in a Pro Modified car. That's the rear tyres bouncing in turn, and you can see the debris that's on the racetrack too. That's all rubber. That's what this is. That's all the rubber that builds up underneath the body that's just literally been shaken out underneath it by the violence of that tyre shake. So yeah, the tractor's coming, so I'm not going to go any further. We need to stay out the way. But that's what we talk about when we talk about tyre shake. So from your experience, Dick, do you think that was possibly not enough?
Possibly.
It's hard to tell though, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I know. It was way too less the power or whatever.
Yeah.
Of course, it immediately hit shake.
So why does not enough power make it shake?
Well,
what does it do?
Too much grip, so the rubber of the tire will fold, and then you have a strip of air in between it, and that will go on if you keep the throttle where it is. Sometimes you can short shift it to slow it down a little bit, but normally you're just out.
Yeah. Well, John stuck with it as long as he could, but with virtually no wheel speed whatsoever.
No.
You do need a little bit of wheel speed. That's why these things are so tricky to tune. You give it too much, they spin. Don't give it enough, and a lot of the time, that's what happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was that actually quite a good 60-foot car?
Oh, it's 104, so
maybe
not really where that car is capable of going.
It left hard and very lively, indeed.
Yeah, sounded really good.
I think the power's back anyway, let's put it that way. So, Josie?
The other thing I was saying, we heard and we felt that tyre shake.
Probably
the reason for that is because he was on his own in a turbo car. If he had a supercharged car, they probably wouldn't have heard that. But it was, you could hear those tyres flapping against the racetrack.
I remember a few years ago here, I think, there was an electric car who also had a huge tire shake, and then you can really hear what's happening.
Absolutely. I've got Carl Cox down here on the start line, everybody. Anyone heard of him? Of course you have. Carl, are you standing down here with withdrawal symptoms, not being part of the show this weekend?
Yeah, unfortunately, my car is in Australia at the moment, and it's getting a bit of a freshen up for next year for me to come back. But, you know, I could have been anywhere this weekend, but I've ended up being in Santa Pod. You can't stop me from being here. I love the pro mods, love the racing, love seeing everyone here today. It's incredible, really. You're
racing pro mod out. Could you just tell us a bit about pro mod in Australia? Because you've been in, you raced at the Bend a few weeks ago, which was looks like an awesome place to go.
Yeah, so I was at a new racetrack there in Adelaide called the Bend, or Talon Bends, and it was the first time that I got my car over from the States to be able to race there in Australia. And yeah, I was hitting my numbers, which I really enjoyed. I did come runner-up as well for the first time in a long time. So it gave me a lot of confidence with my team, with my car, to be able to be in a Pro Mod lead for sure.
What is it about big tour cars that you like? Obviously, you've got one, you drive one, you're used to going fast, but what is it about them?
Well, the main thing is it's kind of, you know, I drive my regular cars, and you know, I always want to end up being in a pro mod, you know, and that's the thing about it. It's so exciting being in a car like that, and you know, it's anyone's game in the end of the day. It all depends on the conditions and how you are with your car and everything, but it's really exciting. I do really enjoy being in that hot seat.
We love you being here. Shame you're not here with the car, but hope to see you back soon, Carl. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 100%. Really looking forward to today's racing.
Thank you very much, Carl Cox, everybody. Thank you very much, Carl.
Yeah, big welcome back to Carl Cox. Absolute legend, that man. And he can drive.
Yeah,
he can drive.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Pro Chargers are not yet allowed in Pro Modified in Europe. They are, well, in America and Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Pro Mod in Australia is limited to 585. It's not, it has a cut-off, doesn't it? That's the difference. Do you know what I always thought?
What's that?
I always thought that Dave Smith's car had a throttle stop on it and it just revs a bit high. Now I stood here, it was wide open.
Yeah, he just uses the rev limiter.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, really struggled to get the wheel speed to come back down again as it started to turn. That's the reason why it went so sideways.
So this is Marcus Hilton, Dave Smith. Marcus on, sadly, an all too infrequent trip to join us here in the UK. Tuned and helped out by the one and only Camp Stanley, who's down there on the start line behind him. It's always good to see Camp. And for Dave Smith, looking to improve on a PB that he set at Easter of 5.3.
So, Dave Smith from the UK. Marcus Hill from Switzerland. Dave sprouted some stickers on the roof from the last time I've seen it. Snyder Motorsports.
Yeah, he actually, we had those in a tube on the plane back from Bradenton. And he was going, what am I going to do with this? They didn't put it in the hold, so they actually allowed it in the cabin. So, yeah, well done. So, as we say, Daryl said 6.31 PB set at the Festival of Power, his speed of 224. Similar speed, actually, for Marcus. But it's all about the ETs. This is what they want to do to go quick.
Tyre shake.
This one's all Dave Smith. 658, 211. Marcus goes through 880 at 125.
Yeah, Marcus's car left pretty well, but shook. It looked like it had weak shake, what you were talking about, Dick, off the start line.
Yep.
Just didn't really seem to get going, unfortunately. So still number one for the moment, I think, is Mark Hartbert with that 5.99. We've got loads more cars to come, though, so don't go anywhere at all. We are missing a couple in this session. Like you said, we're missing Norbert Kuno. I think we're missing Michael Winter as well.
Yeah, he should be up next against Mats Eriksson, but I don't see him in the Paralympics yet.
Yeah, they had a little issue in the pits when we were up there, and I spoke with Andrew, and she said we might not be able to make this session, it's just such a massive shame. They had a horrible time when they came here last year, and I just think it's just a little bit. Some teams are just a little bit snake bit when they come here, and sadly, by the sounds of it, they're one of them. So I hope it goes better, and hope to see them a bit later on today. So it's Mats Eriksson next round, is it?
Yep.
Noise in the background is monster trucks, just in case you're wondering what's going on there. That's live action arena.
So Mats Eriksson, I've noticed on the entry list, it's no longer called the Green Goblin.
Oh.
It's called the Black Goblin. You'll see for obvious reasons why when he comes round. Always ran Ford Crown Victorias, always been bright green, except for this one.
Which is a copy of a car he's actually got at home. So when we go to TIEP, he actually uses that Crown Victoria as the tow car, doesn't he?
The original one, yeah.
Another interesting thing I found, and again, anybody watching at home on the internet can check this out too, is that if you've ever wondered who does the paintwork for Mats's cars, it's a guy called Ray Hill. And some of the airbrush work and other stuff that he does is absolutely world class. He did Freddie's truck. He made it look. He gave it the rust look when it was that sort of thing. If you're looking on Facebook, if you want to check out what he does, it's good. If you look up Spray Hill, as in S-P-R-A-Y Hill, you'll probably have about 1 million new friend requests now. I've just said that. I didn't mean to. Sorry, Ray. But the work he does is just unbelievable. Do you remember the Pro Stock car that your own Pasorka had that had James Hetfield on the bonnet? It was just amazing. It was just some of the most incredible airbrushing I've ever seen anyway. So that's the guy that paints Mats Eriksson's car. The guy who builds it is the one that drives it and crew chiefs it as well. That's his son.
LG, yep.
And I think, is Mats the only Swede in Pro Mod this weekend? I think he is.
Yeah, we've one from Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Holland, England, Switzerland. Yeah.
Germany.
Yeah,
there you go. Proper international field still.
Yeah, and before it always was the Swedish invasion, but now we only have one.
So,
well, can I get a little moment? Because I know all the tractor pullers in Holland are in their trailers now on their way to their event for tonight. And I know they are all watching and listening. So, goedemorgen allemaal. Oh, goedemiddag. Yeah, the weather is not looking very good there for tractor pulling. So they can keep watching the drag racing from here. Good morning, everyone.
Reason for the delay is that Dave Smith is actually stuck in the shutdown area.
It was a bit smoky at the end.
So they're just trying to get that, shall we say, released so that they can actually move it. The quad is down there to tow the car around. But as I say, no movement from the car just yet, so they are probably it is probably locked up at the moment.
Well, they also have a little bit of clean-up to do down there as well, but it's right down the end of the shutdown area. So I'm going to see who I can get to talk to while we've got a couple of moments. If I have a camera as well, that might be handy. I don't know whether I do, but just in case. See who I can find to annoy other than the people that are expecting me. That'll be quite good. One I can. I know I'm going to talk to him. He doesn't know I'm coming yet. And he's looking the other way now, so it's absolutely perfect. Even better. Okay, right. Everybody's second favourite nostalgia funny card. I'm only kidding. Tony Betts down here behind the start line. Well, at least you're here. Just tell us about all the grief you had, well, at Easter, since Easter. What's gone on, mate?
Basically, we done the block at the last meeting. We've had a problem with the rods. Not sure why, but we've decided to move to another maker for the rods. So obviously it was a complete rebuild. I brought the car back home, obviously, so I can do a bit more there. But the lads they've took days off work, and they've been outstanding. And we finally got it done on Wednesday night to bring down here for Thursday morning night.
So this will be your first run in the car since then. So when you said that you had a problem with the rods, what actually happened? I mean, how do you know in the car? Was it on fire or anything? Was it just a bit smoky? Was it oily?
No, it was only when we got to the top end and they said that there was oil on the track, which I was gutted about, obviously. When we had a look into it, it had actually split the rod right down the middle, so it like delaminated, and obviously put one out the side. And then we had the guy called Tommy Craddock. He welded it all up for us, and then Mickey Moore lent us a crank. So we've all sort of pulled together to get back out there, like, you know.
So they can be repaired. So when you actually blow an engine out like that, I guess it depends how bad it is, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think in the early days, the old Keith Blacks, they had the oil line goes down the side, whereas these ones, they've raised them up. So normally you put a rod out the bottom underneath that, and then they can piece a bit in there, like, you know.
Okay, so that's what makes it repairable. But just the amount of work that goes into that, like you said, people taking days off, all that sort of stuff, is just it's unreal.
It's unbelievable. If you was to look at it and go, the hours that you put into it for what you get out of it, you would never do it. But we love it, you know.
It all goes, once it goes right, once you go from there to there, and it goes quick and fast, which it does, then it all makes it worthwhile, doesn't it?
I think hearing your voices when we run the first 5 was brilliant, and then seeing the guys come down there, you know you've done a good one at first, but the second time they come down when we run the European record, they come down and they was all quiet, and I just hid. I knew something was up.
But you've been doing this a long time. You and Tim here doing this weekend as well. So thank you very much indeed for showing up, because it's not easy getting all the stuff to do it, getting the crew to do it, getting the energy and the money to do it as well. It's a big task.
Yeah, but you've only got to see one young kid's face come out of the car when we sit them in there. That's going to stay with them forever.
It is. Stays with us, all of us, forever, mate. We're so glad to have you back, Tony. Thank you very much indeed, my friend.
Thank you.
Tony Betts, everybody. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. So, how are we doing up the other end, chaps?
Yeah, we do have track vehicles up there, because as you say, there is a little bit of a clean-up up there as well.
I've got
we're
people,
not that far away.
I've got people actively trying to hide from me now as well, so I'm going to specifically go and find them. It's all right, I won't. That's Michael. So, Pro Mod Row, as you're probably looking at on the live stream right now. At the front, we've got Mats Eriksson. That's Kim Christiansen with the Firebird that used to belong to the man I just walked past, actually, Mark Mayhausen.
Yeah, you know Mark Mayhausen. He is, at the moment, Kimmy's clutch guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. He's his clutch guy. Okay, fair enough. Behind him, we've got Andy Robinson, obviously with the NGK anger management car. He was here at the Door Slammers last weekend, as was John Tebenham over there. We've got your good buddies, the Pro Dutch team with Michel Turenne. Just tell us a little bit of the story about, because this is the only car Michel's ever driven in competition, isn't it, Dick? Is that right?
Yeah, well, his first class he ran was Pro Modified. So, yeah.
I think his first 60 foot was a 0.9 as well, wasn't it? Something like that. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah.
It was pretty incredible. And he does a really, really good job. This car that Josie's walking us around at the moment, where's that come from? We really are blessed in Europe with a complete multitude of different body styles and cars.
Yeah.
In America, there's an awful lot of these Camaros about, but there's only a couple here in Pro Modified.
2, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually 3, because Tero Laukana still has the Mike Janis Camaro.
That's right.
But this one you're looking at right now, that's the old Bahrain 1 car from Khalid Al-Balushi. And Michel kind of bought it turnkey. So with the engine, with the complete EFI system, all arranged by Fuel Tech or set by Fuel Tech. And it's really a piece of art. There's so much wiring in it, and all electronics.
Well, on that subject, so if you can just get some shots of the supercharger, Josie.
Yeah, there you will see the
you'll see
injectors.
if you can just explain what that is, Dick, because that's a real new age way of running one of these cars, isn't it?
Yeah, well, at the back of the supercharger there, you see all the electronic injectors. They pulsate the fuel inside above the blower and also into the injector head. You see the hose there. That's a spray bar like all the regular blower cars use, but also this is electronically powered. So you can program the injectors of how far they open, how long they open. And well, that's really, it's above my knowledge how this works.
It's definitely above ours then. So they had trouble with that last season, didn't they? It wasn't all straightforward, was it?
Yeah, well, it's a learning curve, and if you always use the mechanical injection and then you go over to this, now everything is set by a laptop. Normally you change some jets and a main jet. They don't even use a main jet anymore. It's all programmed.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's crazy.
It makes it sound, well, I say makes it sound easy, but it really is. This makes it even more difficult, doesn't it? It does make it even more difficult. Amazing work of art, amazing car. Right next to that is Bruno Barda with one of Europe's most long-standing pro modifieds, actually. He brought this car over here originally, started running it in Comp Eliminator, then put a supercharged engine in it. It's been down into the low 580s. I don't think it was ever built or designed to go anything like that quick when it was raced in the US by Mike Ashley, which it was way back when, hence the Gotham City on the side of the car. Bruno, what's interesting as well is that Bruno has had a few moments with this car, one serious one in the wall at Alastaro, one here as well, yet he repairs it and it looks exactly the same every time. It looks no different, does it?
Yeah. It's kind of what Jean Duramont always had,
so
with backfires and stuff.
Glad to say we're back to racing. Mats Eriksson coming your way.
And how good is it to see Mats Eriksson back over here? He's been missing in action for a couple of years now here at Santapod Raceway. And the car looking as good as ever.
They're really busy in the workshop building cars and other stuff.
Well, it's great that he's got the time to come racing as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So now you can see why it's called the Black Goblin. Sorry, Colin?
Yeah, no, I was just say, the last time Mats was here, well, if you take the main event 2023, that's when he set his best ever times here as well, 5:83 at 246 miles an hour. Those are his ET and speed records set here, the pod.
Yeah, and if you remember rightly as well, he was just developing the body style a little bit more, and he had all those little pieces of string hanging off the front. And
That's
then
right,
and then a GoPro watching him.
Yeah, this is his own prototype car. Even if you see the wheelie bar, it has one wheel. That's not so weird, but he has it on the right side of the car. And he did a lot of work on the aerodynamics, as you said, with the little wires all over the car, cameras on it.
Yeah, so the wheelie bar thing, you see it more commonly in the import stuff in the States. All the guys running the smaller engines to save weight.
Yeah.
I assume Matt's doing it so he can put that weight elsewhere.
Well, it looks like he's very much pointed to the left.
Maybe that's part of the plan as well.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, well, it did because it left straight.
I was going to say, you would say that left like a bandit, but it left like a goblin. That was that was hauling when he let the clutch out. Well, let the button go actually. Rolls through with a 12-second run. If they can get that into second gear, that will be in the fives again.
Yeah, 0.97, 60 foot.
That's pretty much where you want to be in a pro mod car, isn't it? Does it make that much difference if you go 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, or is it just you got the car in the sweet spot?
Well, it's easier to make your time shorter in the first bit than at the end. So if you have your 60 foot, let's say from a 9.9 to a 9.4, you win a lot of time in the end.
So 5 seconds, 5 hundredths off the start line makes a big difference at the top.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, your next pair, John Tebenham with the fabulous Lightning McQueen up against Kim Christensen from Denmark. Nice smooth burnout from JT. I think the phrase is up and down like a fiddler's elbow, but there we are. The only thing is, though, it does tend to kick the car from one side to the other. It's anyway, he likes doing it. And the car runs very well indeed. He was in the 6-1s at the Door Slammers last week. This is Kim Christensen's first run of the year. A lot of our teams from up in Scandinavia and the Nordic part of the world, and everywhere else actually, don't get any chance to test before they come here for the first race of the season. They just throw themselves into it and have to work it out on the job, so to speak, don't they?
Well, both these two have been into the 5.9s. Kim's best is a 5.91. He set that way back in 2018 at TIA. And JT, 5.97. He set that in 2019 as well. But he has been over 240 miles an hour in this car. He did that at the European finals last year.
Well, for Kim Christensen, I can see the saddest face on the start line. Mark Mayhausen over there looking at his car, his old car, with someone else in it. What can you do? So, Denmark against the UK. Pretty easy to see which runs from the UK as well. Good luck to both of them. Car number 1, 5.99.
Oh, John is on a good one.
Really sweet opening run. 6.09 at 2.34. I'm sure they'll take that, actually. That's quicker than they ran at the Door Slammers last week.
It sounded like Kim was leaving in second gear or so. Or not totally full throttle. But
it just didn't go, basically. No. When you say leaving in second gear, explain.
Well, that's how you leave the traffic light in first gear or second gear.
And it has the same effect, so the car doesn't hook up and go like
exactly.
it should.
Yeah.
Well,
and that will burn your clutch. But that doesn't matter because Mark now knows how to work on the clutch when he destroyed it.
That's good to know. That's good to know. So the way that they shift gears in, again, please, Dick, if you explain, because you're way more up to date than anyone else. So how do they shift gears in a Pro Mod car, like a supercharged car like that?
Well, it's actually a couple of gearboxes behind each other. The blower cars can have 3 gears, so it's a forward and then second and third. And they just keep the throttle down, of course, and then just push a button, and that's air controlled to the Lenco or B&J transmission. And well, they push the planetary, and then they put the next one behind each other until they go to third gear, and that's direct gear. So that's direct to the crank.
One of the ways in years gone by as well, if the track wasn't quite up to it, they would leave in second gear because it's less power to the racetrack. And another thing you can do in these cars as well is if they're shaking or moving around, to calm them down, that's another thing. 1 second gear.
The short shift it.
Yeah, you don't shift it at the optimal RPM, but it stops the car getting wayward and it settles things down a little bit. Sometimes it can have a worse effect, it makes it worse, but most of the time it does make them settle down and keep going. So we have a few more pairs to go. The next one is a great one. These two have been going at it for 20 plus years in Pro Modified, I think. Andy Robinson from the UK with NGK spark plugs and Robinson race cars and the car he beat himself. With Luke, of course, in the Kestrel lane against Bruno Barda. So we came up, I don't know why it took us so long to come up with this, Dick. I don't know if you heard it, but last week at the Door Slammers, we came up with the golden rule of Pro Modified, which is never count out Bruno.
No.
Because no matter how many times you think he's down, he's got no chance, whatever. He won the first ever Pro Mod race at TIA back in 2011, and he wasn't the quickest, he wasn't the fastest.
No, but he was so consistent.
He's always there, and even last week at the Door Slammers, he wasn't the quickest and fastest, but when he needed to be, he stepped up the performance. He lost, but it was such a close race.
Yeah, it was really close at the finish line against David.
Run 2 events so far this year, back at the Festival of Power and last week at Door Slammers, finished the 590. I think he dipped into the 5.8s actually. He went 89 last week at Door Slammers. Bruno in the low 5.9s. Current number one still is the first run down the racetrack. Mark Hartveld at a 5.99. That will bunch up a lot as we move out throughout the next couple of days.
Yeah, they get 2 qualifiers today, 2 tomorrow, and then go to eliminations on Monday. So, 2 blown cars.
Well, both cars trying to meet in the middle. Andy goes 6.01. Bruno goes 6.38 and takes out the... Is that a blower belt I can see on the track?
I think it is. Something definitely went pop. I don't think Andy's going to be that happy when Steph gets hold of him after that one. That was very sideways, but you can tell experience definitely on show there.
Yeah.
The tyre tracks are probably everywhere.
The throttle position sensor will always be on 100%, I think now.
I think Bruno had a pop just before the finish line. That's what's laying on the racetrack. It took out the blower belt, the device that spins the supercharger, which is crank driven.
Indeed it is, yeah, the blower belt, absolutely spot on. Nice memento.
I have to make one change what I said about Michel's car, that he bought it a turnkey. It was not, because he's still using his same engine from the CUDA with the portion of cylinder heads, but all the electronics, like the EFI, is, well, he got it with the car and he just mounted on this engine.
Round of applause for the Robinson gang, please. Steph, don't be too hard on your dad. He did a good job of driving. That was really good. Just a bit lively to watch. Especially standing down here on the start line. So we've still got more cars to go. Andre Arnover and David Vector, I think, are going to be your... No, they're not.
No, that's Andre and Michel.
Yeah. So the first round of qualifying is by the European standings from last year.
Yeah.
So Jere, of course, was the champion. David was second. Anders was third, and Michel was fourth.
So 2 Dutch guys in the top 4.
Yep, of course.
Punctuated by a couple of guys from the Nordics. Will it be this year, Dick? Will it be this year?
Well, he has all the parts now to do it,
Yeah, but the thing is, he did last year, I was talking about him earlier, when a rod let go in that semi-final round. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, Andre Arnover with the turbo car and Michel Turenne with the blown car.
Now we know Andre Arnover, the Festival of Power this year, went 5.69, sent shockwaves through the world of Pro Modified. But that is just like a Motorsports UK record. It's not an FIA one, because it's not at an FIA event.
No, but everybody has seen it.
Yeah, everybody saw it. Boy, everybody saw it, that's for sure.
And it was legal. Because it was obviously out at a sanctioned event. It was legal. He was the first in the 5.6s. Ran the car at Door Slammers last week and won. They have a boost. Explain what the boost controller does as well for the turbo cars.
Well, these turbo cars have a wastegate on the turbo, and that will open at a set pressure. And in Pro Modified, turbo has the wastegate has to open at 36 psi, and they can even leave the start line at the maximum amount of boost. So if they run the Door Slammers and they set the wastegate to, let's say, 45 or whatever, it will always go faster, of course, at the end of the track. And he even used traction control, is what he said to me last weekend.
Which is none of that he's allowed to use this weekend. However, ironically, the quickest run he's made of the season was when the car was in legal trim.
Yeah. Right, last weekend he ran a 5
solo for Andre.
Why?
No bump box, unfortunately, for Andres. He's going to load it in anyway.
One flat, 63rd, but
that's a weird old place to be turning the tyres, past 330. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I'm not sure what the problem was for Michel as well. I was looking at everybody, and They look like they were moving forward, so no time on the board. What was Andre's short numbers, Carl?
It's 1 second to 60 foot and 4:21 to the 8th, so yeah, not representative of what the car's capable of by a fair old margin.
It was a bit crabbing over the track.
Yeah, and also transmission issues as well. The bump box was not working, and what I mean by that is the turbo cars, they'll go into pre-stage, load all of the boost up on the trans brake, which locks first and reverse together, basically means you're not going anywhere. And then you'll hit another button, and that will interrupt that trans brake, so you can bump into stage. Obviously, you saw none of that happening there.
Well, we've got one more pair left, and it is your number 1 and number 2 in the FIA Championship for last year. And of course, Dave Vector and Jiri Rantanemi.
Yeah, that's just in Pro Modified. We've still got Nitro Funny Car, we've still got Top Fuel, we've still got Pro Stock, we've still got all of the FIM bikes as well. We've got a mental amount of Super Street bikes to come at you as well. 12 entered in Top Fuel bike. We've got the incredible fire-breathing Super Twins as well. And then we do it all over again this afternoon. And then we do it twice again tomorrow. Yeah. And the sun's coming out as well, just in time. Perfect. So, David Vector, Finland against the Netherlands. Jiri Rantanemi, the guy that won the championship last year. And David, who so nearly did. Now, when I interviewed Dave earlier, I said to him, so what's it going to take to get it done this season? More 5.7s, and he said, yeah, the car will do it. If we don't do it, it's on us, which is very honest.
That's true. That's true.
The car's got everything in it.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
To run that quick and fast. Jiri Rantanemi from Finland had a hell of a week after the door slammers. They kept finding things. They were going through the car and servicing it. So what did they find first? I think transmission first.
Yeah. The second one of the weekend. And then they were servicing the engine, and they just found a broken lifter. The camshaft was broken. The rear axle was broken. The ring and pinion. So they had a lot of work. They had plans to make kind of a holiday here in the week, but they've been working their behinds off.
Yeah, speaking to Hecka, Jeri's son, who's out in front of the car at the minute, he said he worked 17 hours on the car on, I think, either Monday or Tuesday. Well, that's more than a full-time job.
You come all that way, you don't. Yeah, you come to actually play and win. You don't come just to sit in the pits and not go out there and run.
Yeah, especially when you wear the number 1 on your car from last year.
Oh, this is taking a long time.
Well, David's been brought forward. He gets his thumbs up. So this is still a little bit of a test run for both of them. First time it's gone back together after last weekend. Turbo car, blown car, last pair, Pro Mod.
Side by side the whole way until Jiri has to lift David all the way through to a 5.92, your new number 1 qualifier.
It looked quicker than the numbers say.
It's because it was smooth.
Yeah, but the top it looks boring.
Not all over the place. What's going on? So, David, there are actually little points up for grabs in qualifying as well, aren't there?
Yep.
So it's 3, 2, and 1. The quickest in that session gets 3. That will be going to David, and they're all important. They're all smiles again.
Yeah, 3 to David, 2 to Mats, and 1 to John Tebenham, I think it was actually.
I think it was Mark.
Mark Hartfeld.
Oh yeah, yes, he was in the 5s.
3 cars in the 5s. I'm sure there'll be a lot more of them later on. A lot of them have got the potential to do that. They just need to stitch it together.
Yeah.
So FIA Pro Stock is coming around the corner next.
All right. Well, see you in a bit then.
Thank you very much. Are you going back to work?
Yeah.
Thanks for your time, Dick. Very much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
So 7 cars in Pro Stock this weekend. It's so good to have a good influx of the cars back here.
And what an unusual mix of cars it is. You've got the old Pontiacs, you've got some newer Camaros, some couple of Dodge Darts, and a Mercedes.
Yeah, it's something totally different. We really do like it.
Yeah, made a couple of hits on the test day on Thursday. Unfortunately, I wasn't here to see any of them, so I don't know what it's ran. I don't know what it's capable of. But what I can see, looking at it from here, I can see Simon Eckengren's car lined up right at the front, and next to it you can see that Mercedes. It's not very slippery looking.
But we look forward to seeing what it will run. Daryl's down there continuing to call the action. And yeah, we love pro stock cars as well. Mid 6-second passes, order of the day. And I think we're pretty safe to say that all 7 cars should be well and truly in the 6s.
Yeah, we got a pro stock Mercedes showing up for this round.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, I mean to go and have a look at that in the pits because I don't know if you know much about this, Daryl, much about the history of the car. Obviously, it comes all the way from Germany. The mould of the body doesn't look as slippery as all of the other pro stock cars. Do you reckon that's going to affect them much?
Lots.
Yeah. For those of you wondering what we're on about pro stock car. So naturally aspirated, 5-speed transmissions, manually shifted the whole way up. North of 9,000 RPM per car. They really do scream.
Right, just a little bit of track work going on out there as well. That was quite a leery pro modified session, to say the least. But the first runs of the year for a lot of them, just blowing the cobwebs out. But as Daryl said, they will step on it going through qualifying, and by the end of qualifying tomorrow afternoon, after they've had 4 goes on the track, I would expect to see at least half of the field in the 5-second zone. As I say, we've had 3 so far, but I would imagine 9, possibly 10 of them will be in the 5-second zone. Bump spot, well, that's the bottom qualifier. We won't actually have a bump because we've got enough cars here to fill the 16 spaces. But we've only got 16 cars, so they will all qualify. But there's always the thing saying, what's going to be the quickest 16-car field? There's always that question out there. Well, conditions looking pretty good out there. It's warming up a little bit. Breeze is still quite a headwind out there. The flags, as you can see, are fluttering quite well. Which isn't best of news for the pro stockers, but the top fuel dragsters will actually like these conditions.
Well, the thing is especially with pro stock, with any class actually, as long as it's dry, go out in the conditions and race. Give it everything you've got, and whatever comes up on the scoreboard comes up on the scoreboard, and it's about win lights and points at the end of the day, obviously, for the European Championship. So this prep is going on ahead of pro stock. Right after pro stock, we have top fuel dragster. Check out all the Danish flags. You're a little bit premature, a little bit. They're coming up in a minute. They're coming up in a minute. They won't be far away, don't worry at all. It's actually turning out to be quite warm. Looking at the forecast, it's supposed to be 22 or 23 degrees today, which is pleasant. And it is, it feels nice.
And
really nice.
We always like to say to people, you should never take any notice of advanced weather forecasts for a race weekend at the track. Because
unless it's sunny.
Well, yeah. But it's going to rain all weekend, Look at it, it's glorious out there. And yesterday was a brilliant day weather-wise. Yeah, we had rain overnight, but that's gone. And the rest of the weekend we should be A-OK. So anybody that says, oh no, I'm not going to go, it's your loss, because we are having a fantastic time. So many people here. Very good afternoon to everybody on the spectator banking. Of course, thank you for coming. I think a lot of you are here for the whole weekend as well, because the campsites are very busy indeed. Nice to see so many of you on the grandstands as well. And trust me, wherever you go on site, there will be people all over the place. Very busy over the live action arena. We got live music each evening as well to keep you entertained. That's a nice addition to the weekend here as well. For more information, get hold of the race weekend program. Available at the pod shops on site. We've got 3 of them here. One, of course, in the pits, as you know, secondary unit in the catering area, and the 3rd one past live action arena. So here we go then, FIA Pro Stock.
Yeah, and it is Henry Reel coming round with the Mercedes. I don't know a lot about this car. I'm sure it's worked its way up from being something a lot slower than a pro stock car.
As I say, it is a totally different, it's an alien body shape, shall we say, to pro stock. As I say, it is a combination that we wouldn't expect to see, but we really are pleased that it is coming. He's actually, well, he did come up to the tower going into the Kestrel lane, but now has moved over to the slick tricks lane. I think he went into the wrong lane.
Well, it certainly sounds the part.
No, it's not shy on the burnout whatsoever.
It may not be running anymore, though. Oh, there we go. Got it refired. Nice. So, from Germany, Henry bringing the Mercedes back.
So it's a 500 cubic inch Chrysler motor in this one. Now, basically, because that is part of the Mercedes-Benz family. So hence Chrysler power plant in there.
Yeah, something very strange coming back. I could almost guarantee that was Henry on the pedal, though.
It's a new team. Well, the team's first appearance in Pro Stock. And got his foot stuck to the racetrack. It's that sticky down there. Just for reference, European record numbers held by Jimmy Illand at 6:45 at 215.
Well, it really does sound the part going all the way down the track. It's going to be a 6. Not quite.
Nearly.
7:03, 181 mile an hour. It could have been if he didn't lift just that little bit early.
Very impressive first run, though. His first hit of the track here in qualifying. But a very nice open indeed. 7:03, 181, 105 to 60 foot. And at the 8th mile was 4:48, 156.
And wasting no time at all, Lasse Brittmar with the GTO coming back underneath the tower, joined by Simon Ekegren. Dodge Dart Chrysler powered, and the Pontiac with Chevrolet power.
There's something about side-by-side burnouts in any class, but you hear those pro stockers really up on the rev range.
Yeah, neither of these teams wishing for anything less than a mid-6. When it comes to pro stock, they're that highly strung. They tend to either go or they don't, and if they don't, it tends to be quite aggressively with their tyre shake on the start line. This is not a power management class, which means you can give it everything it's absolutely got off the line. But to do that, you've got to have the clutch right. You've got to have the suspension right.
You mentioned tyre shake, actually, and it does affect the pro stock cars quite hard. And if they get it, they will shut it off very, very quickly. Some of them try and drive through the tyre shake, but it's not that easy to do in a pro stock car because there's so many things going on. As you say, they're shifting, you know, four times on the run.
The only time they tend to do it is on race day.
Yeah.
And the only time Jimmy Orland was actually beaten last year was by Lasse Brittmar when he raced him in round 1. Jim spun and shook off the start lane, got back on it, but the guy in the other lane was long gone by the time Jim was up and running again. So Simon Ekegren, Michael Scherquist, Restro Dodge in the Kestrel lane with a Hemi under the hood. And Lasse, the only guy last year who beat Jimmy.
Well, that wasn't a pro stock reaction time from Lasse. Simon's going to get there first, but smoke pouring out one side. He lifts off the throttle early to a 696, and Lasse goes through 681. New number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, drove through a little bit of shake, actually, did the Pontiac in the slick tricks lane. Just a little bit of paddling, but not too bad. But still, 681.203 is your number one for the time being.
Real shame for Simon as well. That looked like it was on a really, really good run. He had a lot of trouble getting it off the start line last year. That wasn't one of them. Short numbers, Colin? If that's okay.
0.99 to a 103. Okay. So look at the 8th, 435 to 438. We're very, very similar actually, just a 300 advantage in the Kestrel lane. But then obviously the smoke started to appear, slowing the car down to a 696 to a 681. So it should have been in, well, it would have been a 6.7 definitely, but nothing quicker than that.
Well, at least they've got numbers on the board. They've got something to tune from for a little bit later today. Your next pair underneath the tower in the Slick Tricks lane. He was part of Pro Door Slammer at the Door Slammers last week. That is Michael Malgren with the Pontiac ever present in Pro Stock, taking on in the Kestrel lane. For Enrid Cars, it's the man himself who owns the company, Stefan Enrid, with the Dodge. Another one of those Dodge darts with a Hemi engine under the hood. Tuned within a millimetre of their lives. Mike was putting down some good runs last week. Also got to say, look up. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
So 2 Spitfires flying over towards the left with Pro Stock on the start line.
Caught us out actually 13 minutes early. But yeah, Battle of Britain Memorial flight, 2 Spitfires.
When does that ever happen? 13 minutes early. Yeah, big respect to all the Pro Stock teams for making such a good showing earlier on in the season. There have been times at this event that we haven't had any at all, but they're all here in force this weekend. Spitfires will be banking round and coming round too. So you've got stuff to watch on the track and in the sky this time.
Yeah, the Spitfire is almost going to come directly straight down the track.
Coming overhead right now, if you can't see behind the tower. Here they come.
So for VP Racing and Enrid Cars, that is the man himself, Stefan Enrid. And for J&E Pistons and Strange Engineering, it is Michael Malmgren. Pick your cars. You got one white one, one black one. Both with red down the middle.
Yeah, but I think Mike Malmgren, obviously being here last weekend, taking part in Door Slammers, may just have a little bit more to go with. No, Stefan Enrid that's got the better run going on here. 670 to 206, your new number one qualifier.
Well, that was because you said he was here last week and it'll probably go better. That was exactly what happened there, Colin. Well,
yeah, the curse.
Proper commentator's curse, yeah. Tyre shake almost instantly for Michael. He was in the 660s last weekend. And how cool was that? A couple of Pro Stockers staging up with a Spitfire coming down the racetrack at the same time too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, behind the tower, anyone out there play video games? Anyone out there played Forza Horizon? That car's in it.
I really do like the look of that. It's the first time I've seen it actually, so yeah. Very, very good indeed.
New design for the Summit Racing machine. Of course, Jimmy Orland behind the seat. Has he still won every championship he's entered, Daryl?
Not all, actually, but yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much
I can't even remember. I've lost count of. I'm just trying to think, actually, the years that he hasn't won it, but he's been super competitive and pretty much on top on form all of his racing career. In his early days, when he had the Trans Am way back when, it really didn't take him long to get a grip of it, and he's always been pretty much that good. Taking on Robin Loren in the Kestrel lane with the Pontiac. They're getting the thumbs up to fire him up. Here we go.
So for Summit Racing, Jimmy Orland coming round into the Slick Tricks lane. And for STS and DXT, Robin Naren. And the new livery for Jimmy Orland really does look smart.
Well, Jimmy, if there's a race on, he will try and get to there. The last time I saw Jimmy, bizarrely, was we went over to Bradenton for the World Series of Pro Mods, and Jimmy was out there running in Mountain Motor Pro Stock with one of his cars over there, and good to catch up with him and see him take part over there. But here he is, back in Europe, going for yet another title.
That is one seriously cool looking wrap on that race car. Very, very good. First time I've ever seen it, and it's not bright blue.
Yeah, no.
It's like, oh, whose car's that sort of thing, you know? But then you see the summit, you think, oh yeah, it's definitely got to be Jimmy's.
Thing I always think about Jimmy, especially Jim, he has won so many times. He's done this for a long time, yet he still has the competitive urge to come out here and play with the Pro Stock car. He was very successful when he drove the Pro Mod car as well. Drove the 051 for a number of years. He was actually the first blown car in that car into the 570s a number of years ago now. So Robin Naren and Jimmy Orland, #1 spot at the moment. Stefan Enrud, 670.
Well, they're side by side, door handle to door handle across the stripe. 676 beats a 664, but that 664 is your new #1 qualifier.
And it's Jimmy, of course.
Of course. The benchmark for the class, as he has been for so many years. FIA Top Fuel Dragster behind the start line for their first qualifying session of 2025 in a competition. So we are going to be lining them up. Dennis Nilsson from Sweden in the Slick Tricks lane, up against Liam Jones. Welcome back, Jonesy, in at the Kestrel lane with the Fueled by Brojo Coffee Top Fuel Dragster. Let's get a big cheer for both of them, please. Dennis Nilsson, everybody from Sweden. Taking on, for the home team, some bloke I've never heard of, Liam Jones. I'm surprised Maya clapped, actually. I really am surprised Maya clapped. So we're lining them up. We're putting the orange block markers out there. Now, Dennis Nilsson, this is his first run here for a couple of seasons. The last time we saw this car, he was #1 qualifier on day one. This is Europe's first car with a canopy that we have ever seen over in Europe. And what a thing of beauty it is as well. But before we do actually get to the first pair of Top Fuel Dragsters, down on the start line with CEO for Trackback Racing and boss here at Sands Pod, Keith Bartlett. Keith, it's another season, it's another pair of Top Fuel cars behind the start line, and a really great Saturday crowd as well.
Yeah, really good. I mean, it's what's more amazing, I can't believe I'm going to say this, we've not seen any rain here for 10 weeks. And then last night it poured down, so we've had a real successful early spring season. You know, there was events here at the beginning of April, people were in T-shirts and shorts, so that's pretty amazing. And we're kind of lucky, we got away with it today, so the temperature's good, so there's warmth in the track, so yeah, we'll see the racing. Last week's door slammers was just amazing.
It was a lovely weekend, wasn't it? Obviously, yes, it's a little bit breezy, but we can live with that, can't we? As long as it's dry.
Yeah. No, so yeah, it's a great crowd, and it's really great to see everyone turn out. It's a shame we just had the air display then, and unfortunately cars were running, but they came in 8 minutes early. You try to time it, and the best plans by mice and men, and whatever the expression is.
Well, Top Fuel this weekend is going to be fun. 4 cars racing this weekend. Yes, I know it's not maybe the numbers of years gone past, but it's still a great effort to get any cars, let alone 4.
Yeah, I mean, they're all struggling, parts, money. It's a tough year, so I think, you know, there are a couple of other cars, but I think we've got 4 contenders that will run the whole season. Pro Mod, we've got a lot of cars still to come. I think the finals will see a really good turnout. But, hey, these 4 cars, they're going to be laying down the markers for this year. So what you see today, there's going to be championship contenders out of it.
Just before we move on the first pair, one chap we want to mention, sadly not with us anymore, unfortunately due to an accident, not racing related, a few weeks ago out in Denmark. Stig Neergaard, everybody, come on, let's see the flags, please. Everybody up there on the banking with the flags to Stig. Give him a round of applause. We're all racing in Stig's memory this weekend here at Santapod. Entertained us for so many years, and yeah, he was a good guy.
He was a special character. He's the old school drag racers, you know. He came here, he was a bit outlawish in his attitude. He would fight you on regulations, would say he's not coming, then turn up and run extremely good numbers. The crew were amazing. His cars always ran fast. He was a special character. Somehow chose designs for his clothes and his car that always looked kind of dull and dirty, and that mounded him with how he always looked with dirt on his face. And you think he's the old school, you think he's been working on the car all day, which he probably had, but you know, you tell him anything you want, but he came out and you could say, Stig, you know, you've got to do this, do that, and he'd just walk out and go, do you know what, I'm going to go and win this race, and he often did.
And he will always forever be known as the real Stig.
The real Stig. We have had the real Stig here a little while ago, actually. But for me, Stig Neergaard is the real Stig and always will be.
Thank you very much indeed, Keith. We move on with first qualifying session for FIA Top Fuel Dragster. And again, thank you very much indeed, everybody on the banking up there. Those Danish flags. Stig Neergaard was from Denmark. He entertained us for so many years. And we're going to pay tribute to him with this first pair. So, Dennis Nielsen, who's a very good friend of Stig Neergaard in the Slick Tricks lane, in the Kestrel lane. Liam Jones once again. Here we go, folks. If you haven't heard what 11,000 horsepower is, you're about to. That was a rather large throttle stop on Dennis's car. Oh, dearie me. Definitely blows the cobwebs out.
I think that woke everybody up there from our people in the central reservation there, if you like, to our first timers here at Santapod Raceway. And that was just the burnout. Wait until you get the run itself.
So this is Dennis's first run of the season. Not sure how far they're going to take the car down the racetrack. Same for Liam as well. They tested back at Easter. Now, knowing the way Runa runs, probably no further than half track. It's going to be fun.
And once again, the smell of nitro fills the towers and fills everyone's sinuses. Both crews doing the final checks on both cars. For Bro Joe's Coffee and the UK, Liam Jones in the Kestrel Beer lane, and for Auto Art and Sweden, Dennis Nielsen in the Slick Tricks lane.
So these cars will hit 100 miles an hour in under a second. They could hit 300 miles an hour before they get to the orange markers at 1,000 foot, the race distance for Top Fuel Dragster. Liam Jones, Dennis Nielsen, your first pair. Here we go. Oh, very close to the centre line there for Dennis, but 0.85 to 60 foot for Liam Jones. 263 to the 330, but they were both off the gas. In actual fact, both of them 263 to 330, but the shake had set in, and that's all they had for this round.
I don't think Dennis is shook, did it? I think it's just a case, he might have just planned it to go that far.
Yeah, the so they say the numbers are very, very similar for them. I mean, yeah, the numbers at the 1,000 foot don't really mean a lot. 8.1 compared to a 7.13. They are qualifying runs. The numbers do count, but as you say, it's their first runs of the weekend. And in fact, Liam's car has already gone through the first exit, so they've cleared that very quickly indeed. Dennis's car actually been pushed through the second exit, so the cars have cleared the track already. That is very, very quick indeed.
So, yeah, put your hands together for them. As I say many times, it takes just as much work and effort to do that as it does to go 300 miles an hour. We like it when they go 300 miles an hour, but there we go. So, your next pair, two ladies that actually raced for the title last year. Both of them were incredibly close coming into the event, and it was just one of those weekends where everything fell into place for India Urbacher. If one of the number of things didn't happen that did, she wouldn't have been European champion. Right. But to introduce them properly, for Slick Tricks Racing, Sandport Raceway in the Kestrel Lane, Suzanne Callan, everybody. And for Monster Energy, for Switzerland, and for Urs Urbacher, her dad as well, the new European Top Fuel champion, the first time she ever gets to wear the number 1, India Urbacher, everyone, in the Slick Tricks Lane.
Right, well, the two teams give each other the nod. They're both ready. The fuel bottles are being squirted into the injector. They're getting ready to spin them over. And they fire them up. The two top fuel dragsters from our two ladies.
Now, Suzanne, I hope I can say this without being killed, but she did let me into a little secret. When they ran at Easter, it ran really well. Really well. Whoa, dearie me.
That was a bit strong, was it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Okay, here comes Suzanne. Yeah, Suzanne said that on one of the runs particularly, the car just ran really, really well. She did click it off on that run, unfortunately, but that's what testing is all about. So the good thing is, Runa's got that data, he's got that information, and I'm sure we've heard his good news this weekend.
Yeah, and as you say, Daryl, these two raced for the championship last year, pulled up to the line, did their burnout, and as if suspense wasn't high enough, it then started raining. Both cars clicked off, pushed back, and had to do it all again. Awesome pedal job from Suzanne, but that's all India needed to take the stripe first.
Yeah, then all she had to do was show up for the final. Break the beams. It's going to be a solo for India. Suzanne's car has been shut off. I think they may have spotted a very small fuel leak from behind the supercharger, so it is going to be a solo. And boom, the chute comes out.
That was a repeat of her first 3 qualifying runs from the European finals last year. The last one, she went to the number 1 spot. So the car didn't even move at all, actually. I could, down here checking out the tyre tracks on the start lane, and the car hardly moved at all. One of the changes that they made before the last qualifying session last year, when they went to number 1, they changed something. I think it was in the weight in the chassis or whatever it was, and it made all the difference. The car flew all the way to the number 1 spot. So India, unfortunately, stranded out there around about half track. They will work on it. They will get it figured out. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got Nitro Funny Cars coming up right now, and right behind them, Colin, on the run order, please.
Yeah, it's the Fuel Funny Cars up next. They are lining up in the lanes. Can I please have FIM Top Fuel Bike? Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? FIM Top Fuel Bike. Next round the corner will be Andy Raw with the One Bad Texan. You can see Dale Leaks' car is in the lanes as well, and no doubt the other two are tucked in behind as well. We also got the 2-seater dragster down there. But as I say, the the Fuel Funny Cars to be followed by the Nostalgia Funny Cars. That can say, we can just see Tim Garlick's Apache car down there, and we can see the Venom team as well. To follow that will be our bike classes, starting with Pro Stock Bike, then it'll be the Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and then the junior bikes. Then it'll be side-by-side jets, Fire Force 3 alongside Firestorm. And then we have two very extreme bikes, one electrically powered and one steam powered, and more on them when we get them round to do their runs. So a very, very entertaining time coming up indeed. Indy Roebacher's car just been towed to the top end by the quad. The parachute actually still blossomed. So if you want to get a very good parachute shot, then just edit the quad out. Now's your opportunity from the banking.
Colin giving lessons in Photoshop.
Photography,
Well, yeah. Hey, why not? Yeah, so India is on the move. We've got the Fuel Funny Cars ready to come around right now. Not sure what the problem was with Suzanne. The only thing I did notice was that the headers were completely clean on the burnout, and then something appeared to change, and the pipes went very, very wet indeed. So we've got Andy Raw in One Bad Texan. We've also got Dale Leaks with the Beast from the East, the Undertaker. I don't think we have Terry Haddock for this qualifying session with Showtime. They've only just fired the car up in the pits, so I don't think they're going to make it down for this one. Right behind them, we've got two Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars, and then we have all of the bikes lined up down here too. Pro Stock Bike coming up first, followed by, I think, Super Twin, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and then we do it all again in a little while as well.
Right, so Suzanne's car is going up the return road. Indy Roebacher's car is just going through the first exit at the top there, so the track is basically clear. Now, obviously, India did get a light, but she didn't get an ET, so obviously we've only got two cars qualified so far in Top Fuel. But here it comes, the One Bad Texan, Andy Raw, driving the car this weekend. Now, Andy is used to Nitro, but his normal ride is the Nostalgia Nitro Bug. But an opportunity arose, whether it was Rob asking or Andy asking, we don't know, but the end result was that Andy is driving the One Bad Texan Fuel Funny car this weekend.
Yeah, did a real good job of it yesterday. Really strong burnout, back up. Unfortunately, got shut off for a leak. Second time round, a lot more like it. So to complete his licensing procedure for this car, has to go to 1,000 foot where you see the orange markers, 490, 4.90 or quicker, over 230 miles an hour at least once as well for his rate. His license upgrade to be signed off to run with a Fuel Funny car. Absolutely, that's exactly the same for Dale Leaks as well, who'll be coming round in a couple of moments. Dale has had a couple of stabs in Nitro Funny car, drove Kevin Kent's car for his launch and a bit further back in September last year, I think that was. He's been out to the US, licensed in an alcohol funny car, at Frank Hawley's school. Yes, you can go to school in the States and learn to drive one of these cars.
Yes, it's not a public school, it's private, so you have to pay.
Great,
Let me just add that to it.
Absolutely that. So, just going to get the starter hooked up, and the next noise you hear will be the Toyota of Rob Elsom coming to life. I think we are ready to go when they are.
Yeah, Rob's got the what he calls the angry bottle. That is for the fuel that they squirt into the injector before it wings over onto the nitro. It doesn't take very long at all. That little bottle that's in Rob's hand, it doesn't take long to empty that and switch over to nitro. So One Bad Texan team, best appearing team as voted by all of the readers on Eurodragster.com at the SPRC Awards. Fantastic colour scheme, great crew team, and altered tees, and brilliant job from Craig Dixon over there with this design.
So Andy, when he hit the track yesterday, second attempt round, went one flat to 60 foot. It was a bit leery. Launched towards the tree, then the wall, then back straight again when Andy finally got off the throttle. He only needs to do a 4.9, I'd say only. That's still a really tough ask. So Lewis to the front there, getting the body latched. Here we go then, Wombat Texan, Nigel Funny car. Lovely strong burnout.
Yeah, wrapping the throttle, trying to bring the RPM down, because if you don't have the RPM in the right place, you won't be able to get it in reverse to be able to come back again, being the obvious problem. That's what Mark's out there for, making sure the butterflies are closed. There we go, got it back in reverse. So yesterday you went to a couple of 100 foot out. The reason with these cars, especially why they only take them a bit further down the racetrack every single time they run, is one, to make sure the driver's okay, and two, to make sure the car's okay as well. They're very, very difficult to set up. And even more difficult to drive, I think.
There we go, gets into first. All drive. So body comes up, all the final checks get made underneath the car. It's the same routine as what you see on the Fuel Dragsters, but obviously there's a body in the way now. So they have to lift it up, have a look underneath.
Yeah, it's great. Louis started his crewing for the Williams brothers. He's ended up on a Fuel Funny car. That's really cool. Works in motorsport for
Mercedes powertrains.
Yeah, that's it. Couldn't remember where he was. I knew he was local. Okay, so it's all down to Andy Roll now then with the Wombat Texan Toyota Camry. Wow, that was a super launch.
That's probably the straightest and strongest that car has ever been. Very, very quickly. We seem to be getting used to having these nice chats on an afternoon at the racetrack, don't we, Rob? That was beautiful.
That's about as nice as that's run since I've had it. Yeah, that was a fist pump.
And bear in mind, Andy's, that's the first time weekend Andy's in the car. You're getting there, definitely.
Yeah, I did say to him, it's a different beast to what he's used to, but just try and shoot for half track. If you're comfortable, you can just go a little bit further, but it doesn't need to be a hero, just keep it going.
Well, the good thing is you've got another run later on today, and if it does that again but goes a bit further, you could be there.
I don't think that's too far away. I'd like to know what that 60 foot was. That was pretty decent.
It was really good.
I'll tell you what, you'll frame this one because I don't think it's 100% accurate. 0.81.
Yeah, it wasn't 0.81.
It wasn't 0.81. I'm sorry, Rob.
Take it anyway. Quickest funny car in the world, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Thanks very much, Rob. Cheers. And congratulations again. Very, very happy boy.
They'll get some data from it anyway. But yeah, that was a rather bizarre 60 foot. But to the 8th, 379 at 145. But as everybody said, that car looks so clean. It was straight. It launched well. I think Andy was thinking, oh, that's not so bad.
Andy's probably bored compared to usual. But yeah, that was a lot more like
that. Was an excellent job. Excellent job. Right, well, from one, we got another one coming up here.
Yeah, Dale Leaks will be
coming around the corner in a moment. Yeah, he's ready. Also got to start looking at the pairing lanes as well. You've got Nostalgia Funny Car. You've also got the two-seater dragster. And then, my goodness me, have we got a lot of bikes down there. They're all there ready to go. So the bike classes, just to remind everybody, it will be Pro Stock Bike, the Super Twins, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike, and then a Junior Bike. To wrap up that session then will be Fire Force against Firestorm, and then Electric Bike and Steam Bike. There goes the Wombat Texan team. Give them a round of applause as they go to retrieve Andy from the top end. That was a great, great pass. And Rob and the gang are very, very pleased indeed.
Yeah, look at that. That was only, what are we saying, about 2 seconds of power, and he nearly ran a 4 there. 5.5 at really only 127 miles an hour.
But as Rob said when Dan was interviewing there, he said, yeah, take it to half track. You can go a little bit further if you feel comfortable. But I think Andy was like saying, yeah, I'll just take it at half track. But that was a fantastic run. Yeah, he can definitely drive without a shadow of a doubt. So the beast from the east, that is Dale Leakes, sat inside the car. And Dale, fair to say, he likes excitement. He loves the adrenaline rush. That's what he lives for. That's why he does paragliding. That's why he rides bikes as crazy as he does. This is the guy that fear does not exist. He just has to be excited. And it's just brilliant. We need more characters around like Dale. And yeah, you have to be a little bit crazy. You have to have a few quid to do this as well. So I think Dale empties his bank account on a regular basis to afford to even do this. But nevertheless, this has been Dale's dream for a long, long time. He wants the hit. He wants the car to go a little bit out of shape so that he can drive the car. He doesn't want a car that goes arrow straight. He wants to take control. That's Dale through and through. And I think this car, once they've got it all firing, say, on 8 cylinders all the way down, and Dale is absolutely on one, that is really going to ignite the fire that Dale is looking for. He got it on the bike, to be fair, and he did incredibly well. But this is a whole different ball game.
Yeah, one of the only Brits to go to the States and win a championship. Won the XDA championship on 2 wheels, now making the switch to 4, and 4 more cylinders to what he's used to. And to spice it up, a fuel he's not used to either, running on nitromethane. The car's not been behaving as of yet, but all it takes is that one. Great shots on the live stream and on the big screen. You can see there of the inside of the car. You can see twin mags there, 2 spark plugs per cylinder. See the supercharger sat on top, making north of 10,000 horsepower when the thing's running correctly. Everything on that car is designed to handle all that horsepower.
Well, don't forget it's the same engine as the top fuel dragster. Conservative estimates on power is 10 to 11,000. It's probably nearer 13 plus, if we're totally honest. But they did many years ago try and put a sensor, I think it was on Tony Schumacher's fuel car, and it registered somewhere over 13,000. But it is, they are the most incredible machines on the planet. 500 cubic inches is the engine size on these. The supercharger takes somewhere in the region of 2,000 horsepower plus just to get the supercharger to rotate. But the payback is those astronomical figures of around about 10, 11,000 horsepower for this particular car here.
What I want to know is, has anyone ever tried running a fuel motor with a screw blower on it? Because you know the whole horsepower deficit thing?
Yeah.
Yeah? Because they've still got reach blowers on these cars. I've always wondered if anyone's thought, do you know what, that'd be a really good idea, or probably really disastrous, frankly.
Yeah,
somebody's probably tried it.
Yeah, and they thought, no,
it's not a good idea.
They're probably not built for it because they're probably alcohol ones.
Yeah.
So you heard there the engine get turned over, priming all the fuel systems, and all things delightful. Looking down the top end, I can still see the One Bad Texan on track. The issue with these cars is, as I said, everything in the car is designed to take north of 10,000 horsepower, and some of them are designed to brake as they do it, and one of those things is the clutch. When you get to the top end, they actually weld themselves together, and the only way you can move the car then is disconnect the drive shaft.
Is he moving?
It's hooked up, but it's not moving.
It's hooked up, but it's
moment.
not moving yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see who I can find to have a very, 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 very quick chat with before Dale carries on and does his.
And it's just started to move, but
there
it's
you
still
go.
going to
I knew
take
that
30
would actually
seconds.
look. It's almost perfect timing.
Yeah,
it
is
really?
moving, and it's only.
Okay.
It's only about 100, 200 feet away from that
from the gate. So
yeah.
we'll be ready to fire up in just a second. Okay, folks, there we go. Perfect timing by me as usual.
Actually, I've just noticed the fuel people, like Barry and that, are actually on pit side VIP.
Yeah, they've been demoted.
Yeah, great afternoon to you, Barry. And the legend himself, Mr. Laurie Bamford, is over there. Winner at Door Slammers last weekend. He's there as well. Laurie, good afternoon to you, sir. He's deep in conversation. Yeah, give us a wave, Laurie. You champion at Door Slammers last weekend. Get in there.
Yeah, the Laurie fan club on the Bankside there. The whistle.
Oh, dear.
Go on then. I can see you all giving a wave to the live stream camera down there.
Okay, thumbs up for Dale Leaks to spin it over and let it go. Hopefully, the similar sort of thing to what you just saw from Andy Raw, actually, would be really, really nice. Maybe even a little bit further. So Dale's got to do pretty much the same thing. Get the car to around about 1,000 foot in a representative ET and speed to continue with his licensing process. So good luck to Dale. Also, if you're watching in, Mark and Jackie, Mark, really sorry you're not here again this weekend, unfortunately. But I hope your guys will be doing you proud right now.
So it's an all-British affair in the 1920 cars this weekend. And it's the turn of Dale Leaks for Leaks Landscapes. And of course, Mark and Jackie Hawkins.
Nice burnout there, not too high on the revs. Basically, if the car goes too high on the revs, yes, it will stress the engine, but also the tyre tracks that you'll lay down become too thin because the tyres will rotate at a faster RPM, they'll grow more, which means that the footprint it leaves behind becomes thinner. So you don't want to make it too wide.
Sorry, that was superbly funny. I was standing behind the tower, and as Dale rolled forward, I was looking in the other direction. And just as he kicked the throttle for the burnout, two people's hats went flying past us at a rate of knots.
Yeah, Dale, another one who's trying to make a run yesterday. He had a really good launch, a cylinder out on the hit, but no burnout. The RPMs were too low to actually get any wheel speed. No issues like that yet today. Another familiarization run, needs to go 4.9 at 1,000 foot. That's those orange cones you see up there. He gets pushed forward into stage, and as it says on the back of the car, he'll be right back.
There we go then, Dale Leaks, Dale Lightning Leaks. That would have woken him up.
Well, quick pedalling there as well. He was quite proficient at doing that. Goes through with a 6.2, but yeah, not bad going at all.
Yeah, 0.99 to 60 foot.
You've been promoted, Shane. Sorry, mate. Go on, carry on.
No, 0.99 to 60 foot. That was the number there.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, that'll work, won't it? And a good pedal job as well. Yeah, I just said you've been promoted to interviews as well as crew chief, I guess.
Excellent, yeah, indeed. So he's doing a good job out there. I don't think pedalling was necessary on the agenda, but we need to get his licence. It's set up soft to try and get them numbers, and then hopefully we can join the competition late this weekend.
That'll be really good as well. Well, both Andy Raw, the good news is both Andy made a good run and Dale did as well. You'll be back later on today to hopefully go a bit further.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully by the end of the weekend we've got 4 cars in the field, and we can come out and have some proper fun.
Good stuff. Have fun.
Nice one, thank you.
No trouble at all. That's standard crew chief for the weekend on Dale Leaks' car. Sorry, chaps, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all, not at all. It's always better to get the words from down on the start line. Next up then, it is Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker car.
Yeah, no showtime, unfortunately, on this session.
Well, they were late warming up, apparently, so they'll make it down for the second session, I'm pretty sure. But if you remember, at Easter, the car didn't miss a single session.
No.
You know, a lot of the sessions it ran on its own. But, you know, they're They're going to put on a show, that's for sure. European record holders.
Yeah, Dale's excited at most of the time, but I'm sure after that it'll be like a dog with two tails or something.
Yeah. Well, there goes the beast for the East team. Go and collect Dale from the top end. Well done, gang. And I'm pretty sure that Dale will have a little bit of a smile on his face after that one. But yeah, he can pedal a fuel car. Yeah, as I say, wasn't part of the plan, but he did it. Good afternoon, Jim. And of course, the rest of the Undertaker team down there. New body on the car this year. If you remember, the other one went into the field and got a little bit mangled up, so they decided to cut it up, put it on their Facebook page, and then all the money that it came from that went to the British Drag Racing Hall of Fame Benevolent Fund. A massive thanks to the team for that.
What a lovely gesture. This car is actually the car that Patrick Pers ran previously.
It is, yeah.
Chassis and body. And Dave and Steve went out there, bought it, brought it back, just managed to get it together in time for the European finals and won the event. Unreal. So, Steve's first run of the weekend. Everyone's having fun lashing bodies today. So, Steve was runner-up at the last event. Opens your openers account for this weekend.
That is most definitely not what he was planning on doing.
He's not stopping either.
He's just going to go all the way through, yeah.
That looked to me a bit like a throttle cable came off.
Yeah, something's hung up. I'm sure he's trying to shut it off, which he has done. Well, that was bizarre. Okay, they've got another go later on today, but yeah, just as he cracked the throttle, like you said, Tom, I think it just disconnected the throttle, which was weird because the engine was still running and everything else as well. We have two more Nitro Funny Cars for your viewing pleasure. However, they offer the nostalgia variety, running over the full quarter-mile distance in just a couple of moments. So Steve made the turn off. I think he probably has.
He is going through it right about now, actually. And yet, go straight through. So well done to the Undertaker team for getting the car down here. Well done, Steve, piloting through the exit, because that's a difficult thing to turn, to be honest. But yeah, so they'll go back, and as I think we're all pretty much in agreement there, that was definitely a throttle cable or throttle related reason for the car not to get the run in. There, they're all smiling on the back of the pickup truck. The last time we had that camera view, they were celebrating the win at the European finals, but it's a great bunch of guys, got plenty of time for them. That, of course, the Undertaker team, very resplendent in their team livery, and I'll tell you what, you want to get hold of those shirts. The team merchandise, and actually all the teams do have brilliant merchandise. Pop around and see them, because every t-shirt, every hoodie you buy helps support that race team and helps them go racing. Simple as that.
So up next then, the nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars. Very similar to what you've just seen, just as it was, as opposed to as it is now. So smaller superchargers, only one mag and one spark plug per cylinder, not two. Smaller fuel pumps, but similar sized engines.
The two teams, it's Apache with Tim Garlick and, of course, Venom, Tony Betts. Well, we've heard about Tony with his frantic engine build over the last, well, week, I think is the safest way to put it. Only got the engine completed on Wednesday night. So obviously a very, very late entry. They weren't 100% certain they're going to make it, but a huge amount of respect for the team for being able to get it done. Apache, nevertheless, will always try and make an event as well. And fair to say that these two are right at the top of their game in Nostalgia Funny Car. We do have more Nostalgia Funny Cars in the UK. Obviously Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug, but he's driving the One Bad Texan this weekend. You do have Simon Hayward with the Hound Dog car. You have Paul Harris with his car as well. And let's hope Dragstalgia, we managed to coach them all out to play. So the customary high revving burnout there for Tim Garlick. Lower rev range for Tony. I don't think they wanted to overstress that engine straight away. So 500 cubic inch motor in Venom, only 426 in Apache. So yeah, it is a smaller engine. Both of these cars have been in the 5-second range. The record is Tony's 589 at 250 miles an hour in the Venom Camaro bodied car. Let's say Tim has been in the 5.9s on many occasions.
So a lot of work has been done under the body of Apache. You can see the different style injector hat that he's got now.
Oh yeah.
You can see how high the supercharger sits out the body. It's slowly been creeping up and up and up. A lot of work by Ice Automotive, Rob and Nick. Rob said it's at the legal limit of how high it can be now. But if Rob and Nick tell you that you need to do something, chances are you need to do it. And again, lots of engine work for the Venom team in the Chevrolet. There we go then. Nostalgia Nitro funny car. One Pontiac, one Chevy, both from England. What can we see here? Tyre shake for Tim Garlick. Pedals in the other lane for Tony Betts, but Tim goes all the way through with a 643 at 230 mile an hour. Awesome pedal job, and it just started to go into shake. Got it back under control.
Yeah, Tony goes through 851 at 100 miles an hour, but to be fair, the first run on the newly assembled engine, and I think they'll be relatively pleased with that. The numbers, 60 foot, 103 for Tim, 110 for Tony. The 8th mile, it was 429 for Apache at 178 and 457 at 133 for Tony. But well done to both teams. Good showing for their first passes at the main event.
And don't go anywhere at the minute, ladies and gentlemen. We have the two-seater dragster, but then we have the bike classes.
Oh my goodness me, the bikes are going to be phenomenal this weekend. Fantastic entries as well. That has been the real eye-opener this weekend, is the sheer amount of bikes. Top Fuel bike, I believe we've got 12 bikes.
12 and 6 and Nitro.
Yeah, yeah. So it's going to be 6 and 6. Oh, fantastic. We've got Ian King has come to join us as well. I'm so pleased about that because Ian's knowledge in Top Fuel bike is second to none. It really is. And not only that, Ian has a way of putting it across as well that everybody understands. They do, they do. Ian's actually racing this weekend, but he's racing in Pro ET, and he's qualified. That's the main thing. It's been certainly entertaining to watch. But as I say, it'll be time for our bikes up next. There'll be a two-seater dragster ride. And I'll tell you what, just for a second, we're just going to put a pause on the commentary, give it to Nitro FM, let the tractor do its thing, and then the two-seater dragster will run, and then it will be the bikes. We'll be back with you soon.
And just like that, we are back. We thought we were going to have a little bit longer, but just enough time for a couple of sponsors. As Paul does the burnout with Mark White in the back. This is a 40th birthday present. So happy birthday, Mark. Looking for another 7-second run in the back of the thrill ride. Don't worry, the tractor will get out of the way. And as I said, don't go anywhere, folks. The bikes are up next, and that includes you, Matt Dowdy. Go back on the bank. That's the issue when you're 7 foot taller than everyone else. So Mark in the back for his first run. Crew just doing their final checks on the car, telling him to put his head all the way back. And trust me, you really do want to. 160 foots, pulling a couple of G's on launch. As the signal gets given to Paul to pull the bike forward. Car. So Paul Brown taking Mark White for his 40th birthday present. Oh, too light, and it actually pulled the front wheels up then. 115 to 60 foot, 514 to the 8th, and across the line at 812, 163 miles an hour. As we kick things off on two wheels with Pro Stock Bike.
Well, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, good field from Pro Stock Bike as well this weekend.
Good field of bikes in general. As we know, we're out first. Basically, two-wheel version of what you saw with Pro Stock car, i.e. very heavily regulated, pump gas, all kinds of restrictions on cubic inch bike based on a stock manufactured motorcycle, underneath their space frame chassis, of course, with wheelie bars, capable of going well into the low 7s, occasionally nipping into the 6s. I don't think we'll see any 6s today, simply because of the breeze.
So Ashwin, not been in the 7s yet, I don't believe. This is on a new bike to him. 1500cc, so 1.5 litres. As the thing really tries to kick him off the back. And he's drifting over towards the wall. Really close to the wall. Still under power, unbelievably. Only about 25% throttle, goes 10.3, 105.
Mm-hmm. I think that probably left a little bit quicker than he was used to as well. I think it may have had something to do with it. Oh, I can see someone's pet dinosaur being led around over there as well. You see that?
That's a big lead, isn't it?
That is a big lead.
That's a big dinosaur as well.
Something like that, yeah. Why not?
Alex Hope and Karl-Heinz Wickham. How good is it to see Alex back on a Pro Stock bike?
And Karl-Heinz as well. Karl-Heinz was at the cutting edge of Pro Stock bike about 15 years ago. Still got the machinery and everything. It's so good to see him back. Same as Alex as well.
Yeah, the other half of Liam Jones's Brojo team.
Not Liam Jones's other half, we have to say out loud.
The team.
Actually, we probably shouldn't have to say that out loud. Although Maya might appreciate the clarification.
Anyway, so great looking colour scheme on there. Very, very good indeed.
So brother Mark gives Alex the signal to take it to pre-stage. Carl all alone, bar one on his side of the track. Very lazy launch from Alex and no movement at all from Carl.
Yeah, lots of unhappy machinery in both lanes. Alex does get a number on the board. Karl-Heinz won't, unfortunately. Cruises to a stop just before the 3:30. The bike just didn't leave the start line. But again, this is his first runs. I know it's his first run of the season. I'm not entirely sure if it's his first run for a few years as well with that bike. So everything has to be recommissioned and brought back up to speed, so to speak. No pun intended. That's a long push back again. Long push.
Right, a little bit of a housekeep here. Sometime they found a key on the banking just past half track. It'll be dropped off to the VIP area there. So if you've lost a single key on its own, silver in colour, usually you normally have it on a keyring or something, but this is just a sort of a brand new sparkly key on its own.
I'm impressed.
That will be handed in to Bankside VIP very shortly. So thank you for Vaughan for that.
I'm impressed you got a photo of a key.
Yeah.
Because you need to describe it, Colin. Go on.
Well, it's silvery. That's how I described it.
Silvery and key shaped.
With a few knobbles on it. You've got to describe the knobbles.
Yeah, and it's got grooves in it.
And a hole.
Now the hole, it should be on a key ring, which it isn't, but there we go.
The only problem is we need proof that it's for your house. So if you could just send us a photograph of your house as well, that'd be great.
Or bring your house to Backside VIP.
There you go. Just bring your front door.
Sorry, don't be silly.
Nothing that extreme, mate. Dear me.
Right, next up, it's the Bish, Martin Bishop, and Jerome Rougemont from France.
Yeah, the Bish with a new colour scheme. He's red and black this time as opposed to orange.
He's still the world's fastest gecko, definitely. Look at his leathers, you'll see what I mean. Well, so far after a few bikes down the track, the #1 qualifying in Pro Stock Bike is possibly the softest ever Pro Stock Bike #1, but that will change probably about now. Martin Bishop in at the Kestrel Lane from down in Kent. Doesn't ever race on a national level, only races internationally with this machine. Against Jerome. Really is good to see numbers coming back up again in Pro Stock Bike for this weekend. So mid to low 7 seconds numbers are normally the order of the day for the stockers. That was a very bouncy launch for Jerome, but he's kept it pinned. So's Martin in the other lane. 789 and an 808 for Mart. I think he backed out of that before the finish line, 171. They still look happy with that.
Yeah, the bike doing its absolute best to throw Jerome off.
So the last pair of Pro Stockers, they set one sounds distinctly different to the other one. That's because one's a Suzuki and the other one is a V-twin. Welcome up to the tower, Mr. Ian King, multi-time European champion. Is it 10 time?
10 time, yeah, as a rider, yeah.
10 time as a rider. How are you getting on in Pro ET? You going to be a champion that soon?
No.
Honestly.
It's far too difficult.
Glad I asked. It's a whole new way of racing, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Very much
Definitely.
so. Bertrand, I think his name's Maurice Bertrand, actually. But anyway, Kestrel side the racetrack from France, Fuel Dragsters from Germany.
Yeah, these two definitely built like jockeys. All the way through. Strong run to pair here. 728 and 738.
Off the trailer as well. 183 miles an hour. That's a great speed as well. 006 at the stripe. Thank you, Colin.
Triple O.
Triple O?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's if it was a race, that is, by the way.
Yeah, much better 60 foot for the Suzuki 1.10. You could actually hear the big V-twin bog off the start line. So, Pro Stock Bike is done, and it is your Frenchman who is your #1 qualifier. As we move on with Super Twins, so great to see a good field of Super Twins and top fuel bikes back. Ian, on to Nitro, onto the Super Twins. It really is good to see the numbers again coming back to the European Championship.
Yeah, we're really happy to see the Nordic riders, turning out in force.
And Roman Sixter as well, yeah.
Course,
yeah. All the way from the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
With that amazing V-twin up against Chris van Nimmen from Belgium. There's quite a few Belgian Nitro V-twin riders now as well.
I mean, Dutch. The Dutch and the Belgians have been quite a source of riding talent for Nitro twins for quite a while, but it went off a little bit. But it seems to be coming back in force now.
So that is Roman Sixter from the Czech Republic in the Kestrel lane. We haven't seen Roman here for, I think, since pre-COVID. Unfortunately for Chris van Nimmen, the bike just stopped after the burnout. So it will be a solo. So these are very, very similar two versions, if you will, of an A fuel car that you saw earlier on, injected on nitromethane. They make a lot of noise and they're a lot of fun to ride as well.
Yeah, they really are the true hot rods of the bike world. Driving him towards centre line, but he leans off one side. He had it back straight again before he lifted off the throttle.
He did actually get it back pretty well. Cruises through with an 8.6. Thing is with these machines is that I'm going to say this, but there's a man standing next to me who'll tell me. If the bike wants to go a certain way, will it, or is there any way you can control it? Because he did look like he did a good job of bringing that back round.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the size of the road. You see, I'm quite short, so I had to rely on pushing on the foot pegs. So push on the left foot peg to go left or to the right, because of course your front wheel's in the air, you can't steer it. But some of the bigger guys are able to sort of lean out into the wind like a sail, and actually,
it does help.
And it moves them. Yeah.
Okay.
If it's dramatic, you can really pull hard on the bars, but it's that's much more difficult.
Well, coming up right now, we have multi-time European champion, another guy from Denmark, Marcus Christensen. I'm just thinking, we are missing a number of bikes in this session.
Yeah, no Vesselipinen.
Yeah. No Vesselipinen. There's a couple we're missing. I can see they've been at it in their basement again with the ideas.
Yep.
Any idea? Any idea?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
From the looks of things, that looks like it's trying to get a convection going and actually pull the exhaust gases out. A bit like you see the back of a Volkswagen car, a bit like that.
Anyway, this is Marcus Christensen from Denmark.
Yeah, or most notably a pulse check.
It looks like he's pinched the thrusters off the back of Graham's steam bike or something, doesn't it, really? Never quite seen exhaust like that on any sort of fuel bike. The other thing is as well, we can see from this angle, they don't appear to be completely, they're kind of one's a bit further over than the other. However, they know what they're doing. They are multi-time European champions.
Yeah, he's also facing the wall a little bit, but no doubt as soon as the crack of the throttle, he'll be straight again.
So, Marcus Christensen from Denmark, first run of 2025. Look at that, all the way through, just clicked it before 1,000 foot, still goes 665. Ian, have we ever had a normally aspirated V-twin in Europe under 4 seconds to the 8th mile? Because that could be
I don't think so.
Not a normally aspirated one.
No.
So anyway,
exceptionally quick.
For you number fans out there, 103 to 60 foot, 2.66 to 330, 8th mile, 399 at 183. That's
amazing.
Impressive.
Oh yeah.
Again, for an injected bike,
yes,
that's
rather than a blown, absolutely.
Superb.
Right, and a bike I've been waiting for so long. Samu Kampainen on the Honda top fuel bike. Ian, what do you know about this one?
Well, I mean, it's a purpose-built engine, actually built for car racing, and Samu's sort of adapted it for a top fuel operation. It looks a little bit odd because it has to be offset somewhat, but it's great to see something a bit different from the other.
So that is Samu with the fuel bike in the Slictrix lane, going up against Glenn Borg from Malta.
Samu was racing last weekend in the States, and he's recovering from an off the end of the track moment on the V-twin. Yeah.
Oh, joy.
So yeah, he's done very well to get back.
Straight back at it in a headwind. Yay. Up against Glenn Borg with the very, very rapid funny bike in the Kestrel lane. Good luck to both of them. Glenn's first run in the UK for quite some time. Samu was here a couple of years ago on the blown V-twin. Well, Glenn's got a good run going in the Kestrel lane. He will be all the way through to a 685 only. 169 miles an hour, that was good. Samu, short numbers, 108 to 60 foot, that moved quite well. How difficult is it, Ian, to develop a new combination? Because some it takes years to do.
There's so many variables. It really is difficult, and you know, with the nature of nitromethane and the way in which you have to make sure the clutch and the ignition corresponds with the track, when you're building up a brand new bike, it takes a while to get there.
And especially when you're doing, well, we're going to see a number of bikes in this field where people are doing something that no one else does.
Correct.
So we've got Samu with the Honda.
Yep.
We've got the triple as well. So there's lots of stuff like that going on. What's the thought process behind the Honda? Is it just something you think he fancied doing?
No, I think he fancied just doing something different to the norm. I mean, Samu's always, I mean, he was running the V60 V-twin rather than the more traditional overkill Harley type deal. And yeah, he's always been sort of a bit out there. I mean, what do you expect from a ex-stunt rider?
Is he really?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Well, Samu, I mean, I thought you could say, what do you expect from a Finn? Because you raced against a number of them, I'm sure.
Have,
but yeah, we've been to Finland enough to know they are not...
not wired the same.
No, they don't.
I won't say anything. It's all those saunas in the petrol stations.
They don't think the same way as the rest of them. But that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It means that they're unique.
Absolutely,
yeah. You got it. Underneath the tower, we have our next pair. The Imperial Wizard with Phil Crossley on board. I know we mentioned this before, Ian, but this is a bike that you have ridden previously.
Yep. Great bike.
Way back
Great
when.
history.
It's still a very competitive machine, though.
Absolutely.
Really
I mean, the problem is the incremental changes in top fuel bike have been very difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
So,
going alongside Martin Zalstra from the Netherlands, another funny bike. That sounds lovely. So, supercharger, 4 cylinders, and a lot of horsepower for Phil Crossley in the Slick Tricks lane. Quickest he's run is a 6.3 against Martin Zalstra. I think this is Martin's first trip into top fuel bike competition.
Yeah, believe it or not, he's actually got a bigger engine of the two on the start line. 1570 cc's for Martin and the turbo compared to the 1300 cc's of supercharged nitro power in the Slick Tricks lane.
Keeping them straight is the fun thing. And hooked up. Well, Martin is long gone with the funny bike. 738, 158, pretty decent considering. Phil was still trying to crack the throttle, goes 910 at 150. But he spun the tyre before he got to 60 foot. It's going to be a bit of a bum fight to get in this weekend because there's 12 bikes for an 8-bike field. One thing I want to ask your thoughts on why it's gone quiet for a second. Obviously, we combine funny bikes and fuel bikes.
Yep.
We still have more fuel bikes than they did with the NHRA over in America last weekend.
Yep.
But funny bikes and fuel bikes racing together. I think my thought is if there's a strong enough field of 8 fuel bikes all the time, then fuel bikes.
Yep.
And then same for funny bikes.
Yep.
But you've done it. You tell me.
Well, I mean, naturally, they have been traditionally very similar in performance, but over the last sort of couple of decades, they started to open up a gap between the performance of the top fuel bikes and the funny bikes. But even in the States, they ran funny bikes and top fuel bikes together from time to time, depending on fields and things. The cool thing is there's always the chance of winning on a funny bike, despite the handicap of the lower power and everything else. And there's some pretty cool stuff around at the moment that with very sophisticated management systems and ECU systems that are used on the funny bikes that sort of derive from Super Street Bike, bizarrely. So you get a lot of opportunity now to do a little bit better. It's generally catch up, as you probably know anyway, because the fuel bikes can leave a little bit later than the funny bikes do, and then it's a catch-up situation. But it's
very entertaining to watch.
Absolutely.
It's just whether, I don't know, purists say, we want a funny bike class, we want a top fuel.
Yeah.
But from a racing perspective, it's probably much better racing to have them combined for now.
If there were enough top fuel bikes out at the same time, they should film them.
Well, your former machine down there in the Kestrel lane with Neil Midgley on board. bike has been rebuilt since. I think
yes.
You raced it as well.
Yeah.
Should be alongside Jerry Luke soon. There we go. So Jerry's on board the rocket, which is the triple.
I do love listening to the sound of the triple. As the cylinders go in and out of phase, you can hear the tone of the engine change.
Well, so one bike in the slick tricks lane has 3 cylinders, the other has 4. The bike in the Kestrel lane holds 3 of the top 4, or the record for 3 of the top 4 quickest ETs on the planet.
Yes.
Yeah, there's only one person that's quicker than that bike.
Yeah.
Larry. Racing, Larry McBride. So good luck to both of them. First run to the weekend. See if they set a baseline or go for it from the off. Well, pretty good for both of them till just before the 8th mile, where they clicked it off a 0.9960 foot for the for Neil Midgley there. That thing was really, really off. Good looking run as well from the Rocket. They will make adjustments and try and come back and run quicker a little bit later on today. They're both in one piece, which is most important as well. So we were just saying about, again, racing in the States. You've been to race in the States numerous times. One thing that it does always shock people to find out is that the scene over here generally for fuel bikes is stronger than in America, which is kind of counterintuitive because the sport is American, it started there. But a lot of the bits and pieces, a lot of the bikes, a lot of the best riders come from this side of the pond, don't they?
Yeah, no, we're lucky. I mean, the big thing with Top Fuel Bike always was it was a bit of an innovators class. So people were trying different things. They were able to build things in their own workshops, sheds, wherever. Whereas Americans tend to be a little bit more formula-based, where they'll buy something that's available. So I think the innovation helped develop the class over here, both of quality and quantity.
Well, it certainly worked out well. I think there is a problem down there for Stu Crane because everybody is sprinting over just as he was about to start his burnout. We've got Mark Smith with the turbo machine in the slick tricks lane. He's been well down into the 6s. I don't think Stu Crane's going to be making this one. I can only think something's burst as he went to do the burnout. Yeah, it will be a buy run, for Mark Smith. Yeah, nice puddle, unfortunately, underneath Stu Crane's bike. That's not the way he wanted to start the weekend. You were saying about Stu's bike as well. That's one of the, more cutting-edge funny bikes. He's been very, very quick indeed with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's got some great stuff. I mean, a lot of that, as I say, the control systems and know-how have sort of driven out of Pro Street in the States, and which is effectively our super street bike class. And they've been used to good effect on the 4-cylinder bikes, the slick tyre bikes.
Well, you've got one coming up here with Mark Smith. Took his first trip into the 6s a couple of years ago, and he's been pretty much there ever since. One thing I want to ask as well, like headwind stroke sidewind. Yeah. How do you combat it? What do you do?
You can't. You just have to activate it. I think that's probably the best thing to say, because as you clear the bank at the end, you have to make sure your wheel's on the floor, because if you're still on power,
perfectly
you can
straight.
lose perfect.
706 at 190. Mark Smith in at number 2. Sorry, Ian. Yeah.
No,
you were saying
can.
you
It's
just
difficult.
anticipate it.
Yes, yeah, because particularly you're looking at the wind, you're looking at the flags down the track to see which way the wind's blowing. So you know that you may have to hang on a little bit tighter and sort of steer a little bit to the right, for example. Depending on the angle of the wind at the top.
So you've done this a number of times down here.
Yeah.
Where does it get you? Is it when you go over the finish line, come out from
It's
the
normally
protection of the bank?
Yeah, it's from the bank. Yeah. The good thing is it's so smooth in the shutdown area now. It used to be a little bit more precarious when there were a few undulations and things, and that was the worst thing. You'd come out of it, you'd go down a hole almost, and then suddenly the wind would hit you as well. But it's much better now than it used to be, and also I think the bank was extended a bit further a few years ago.
Well, if
just helped.
On the left-hand side, as you look down the track now, we can see the clean-up going on for Stu Crane. That's a big mess, unfortunately. What a horrible start to the weekend for Stu Crane. I don't even know whether they're going to have the bits to fix that as well. So, Yeah, that's nasty. That's going to take a bit of cleaning up, unfortunately. So, with regards to, again, left or right lane, so if you run in the left lane and the wind is coming from that side, if you will, you're pretty much covered all the way, even past the finish line.
Yes.
The only time it really does get you is just past the scrutineering building, because there's a gap before the bank actually starts as well, doesn't there?
I mean, generally you scrub. I mean, particularly now we're running shoots on the faster bikes and the top fuel bikes. They're a little bit more stable at the top end anyway, even in the wind. Before they were being used, there was a bit of a discussion about whether they could be more dangerous on the bikes in the wind because the chute's pulling the bike to one side or the other, but it doesn't actually happen that way.
Well, a lot of people resisted it for a long time for that reason, didn't they? Really?
Yeah. But I mean, it's been shown now. It's one of the best things you can do. I mean, it also helps pull the bike straight if you're a bit out of shape at the top ends. If you pull the chute early, it'll straighten it up.
Reminds me of a time as well. You remember this well, when you had Guy Martin here as well, watching you run, wasn't it? And that was specifically to check out the chute, wasn't it? Of all things.
Yeah. What happened was the producers asked me, would I supply two things. Could I supply a chute system for his bobsleigh world record attempt, downhill bobsleigh, and then on top of that, could I also help him to develop skills, because with a bobsleigh you use body English as they call it, but you're moving your body around to try and steer the sled.
Right.
You haven't really got steering on it, and the idea, or they were claiming that basically riding a drag bike is very much like that. So if he could ride a drag bike better, then he may learn skills that he could be using in his downhill endeavours. So we came here and I asked the guys from Warp Speed to come along and bring some other bikes, because originally the plan was Guy Martin was going to ride my bike. And
without riding anything before?
Correct, yeah.
I mean, yes, okay, he's a skilled rider, but...
Well, but the problem, I actually said that, it was a funny story, I said this to the producers, they said, but Guy Martin, you know who Guy Martin is? He's a TD rider, he's like fearless. I said, he might be fearless. but anyway, I did agree to it, but they had to write, I had a contract written up that said if he fell off and was seriously hurt or worse, or if he damaged the bike, that it had to be covered by the production company.
Right.
And there was a lot of things that had gone on television. You don't remember with Colin Fallows and Top Gear with his jet getting down, all that sort of stuff that happened. And they said, well, a lot of fuss, but they did it in the end. But of course, as I had anticipated, I brought the bike along, and he was fascinated, started the bike up, and he said, I'm not riding that. Which was great, and that was the reason why I asked actually Mark Smith.
Okay.
He was riding Mark Smith's bike, funny enough, when it was a Pro Stock bike. And I said, look, I've brought other bikes for you. And so he rode that. But it
was handy you were prepared, I think.
Yeah, but it was also funny because it's counterintuitive to throw the clutch away on full throttle on a bike. Of course it is, because you'll flip it. But of course you have to do that in drag race. That's what you do, full throttle.
Let go.
Clutch go. So he never mastered that at all. He just could not throw the clutch away. It was always trying to feather the clutch away. So it was a little bit jiggery pokery with the filming and the reactions afterwards, and so he got away with it. But yeah, it's strange, but it was a good day.
Well, it's another great story again about the crossover between circuit racing and drag racing. And they don't. One of the great stories I remember from filming drag races, that sort of thing, when they were filming a drag racing movie, and they said to Frank Hawley, right, so what we do is you can go out there, mate, and then we'll get a couple of stunt drivers to throw the cars around, and then we'll sort of like make it look like a crash and that sort of thing. And he said, start throwing the cars around, you won't have to make it look like a crash, because there will be a huge crash. It's not going to be pretend or anything like that, because if you start chucking them around, it goes badly.
Yeah,
simple as
absolutely.
that. Yeah, it always goes badly simple as that. We are still cleaning up underneath the tower. You can see the oil in the water down there. They're also scraping, and we have a couple of spots in the air too. So we're going to be down, hopefully not for much longer at all. The track crew are doing their thing. We really won't be long. But if you don't mind, we will hand back to Nitro FM. Really not for long. Really, really not for long. No one's going anywhere. No one's getting off any bikes, or no one's, going away. So please don't move. Back as soon as we can. Nitro FM. Thank you.
Looks like keeps it off beautifully. Drives around Kevin's stripe.
Wow.
5.99 beats 6.39.
That was hairy.
That's what Pro Mod is, isn't it? Really? But Kev's car sounded like it was actually missing a cylinder, maybe even two on the way.
Well, this one's all Dave Smith. 6.58, 2.11. Marcus goes through 8.80 at 1.20.
Oh. Well, it did, because it left
straight. I was going to say, you would say that left like a bandit, but it left like a goblin. That was that was hauling when he let the clutch out, well, let the button go, actually. Rolls through with a 12-second run. If they can get that into second gear, that will be in the fight.
Oh, John is on a good one.
Really sweet opening run, 6.09 at 2.34.
Well, both cars trying to meet in the middle. Andy goes 6.01, Bruno goes 6.38, and no bump box, unfortunately, for Andres. He's going to load it in anyway.
One flat to 63rd, but
yeah.
We're back underneath the tower on his turbocharged Hayabusa, and we've got Eric Richard on the other side of the track as well with his. Both these bikes capable of going way into the sixes. And in fact, both have done it before. In fact, Eric's been into the low sixes. I think, is his personal best 6.3? Am I right in saying that?
Around about that.
Yeah.
Around about that kind of area.
Which in the conversation of funny bikes versus fuel bikes, that's not far off. If you think the Imperial Wizard, 6.3s will be good for that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely that. So, two of the quickest bikes in Europe as well. Thomas Pedersen from Sweden. It's always great to see Thomas back over here in the UK. He is in the Kestrel lane against the man from France. Part of the Team Brothers team, I think. One told me it's completely obvious. See where they're like, you know, who's lining you up, can see where you're going. Now Thomas has got problems. It's going to be Eric on his own. We don't have a bum spot yet. We will soon.
106 to 60 foot.
Stuff like that, primary drive, what happens is you can react better than the other bike. The other bike will actually physically leave before, purely because it takes up the slack in the belt, and then it pushes forward, whereas they don't have that problem with the funny bike. So they tend to get away quicker, and then, as you said, it's catch up. The only problem with them is they also, sitting on the top fuel bike, got all the fumes coming up, and gets quite difficult. And of course, some of the more, should I say, militant funny bike riders knew that, so they keep you waiting forever, Ken Cooper, in stage, because they knew you'd have a problem with the fumes.
If you're waiting long enough, you can't see anymore.
After this pair, burn out side by side. That sounds like a whole load of racers' excuses. And
So incremental improvement with that as well.
you think?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
One thing, now Ricard's on the start line, I've got to ask you, does he run the bike differently geared to yours? Because his speeds are huge, aren't they?
He runs a slightly different gearing because he likes high speed.
Okay.
He also always goes for the biggest tyre in the back and all this sort of thing just to help a little bit.
Well, he's been over 260 here a couple of times as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Issues for René, unfortunately, in the Kestrel B lane on the Euro machine. He comes off so solo for Ricard. Fishtailing the whole way down, but it gathers itself up nicely all the way through to a 5.79, 234 miles an hour. That new intake's working well.
That's the way to open your account. 5.79, only a few hundredths of his personal best. Do you know what? Ironically, I mentioned the speed. The speed was way down on what he normally runs as well.
Yeah.
Is that something to do with it? Possibly?
No, I don't know. That's interesting. I'm not quite sure why that was. He didn't seem to click early, so...
Do you know, and the other thing as well, 105 to 60 foot. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's still not slow, but that's nothing like.
No.
Nothing like you can do. 261, 381 at 205 to the 8th mile. Storming, I think is the phrase. Well done, Ricard.
Absolutely. Great run.
So, Super Street Bike, thank you very much indeed,
No
Ian.
problem.
Much appreciated. Please pop back up later if you've got the chance as well, depending on qualifying sessions and everything else as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Jack Shook on one of 2 GSXRs here this weekend. Issues clicking into, I think that was 4th at the 8th mile.
Got it
Gets
now.
it in now.
Found it in the end though. Right, a huge entry. We got a lot of bikes that are stepping up this weekend. Danny Cockrell, Dan Dieth, Jack Shook, all of these guys that you will normally find running in comp bike, really stepping up to have a go in Super Street Bike this weekend. So they are really going to be tuning them to the max.
So, underneath the tower then, one of the bikes I've been waiting to see for a long time. It was entered actually into the Festival of Power but never made it. It's the Triumph Tiger in the Kestrel B lane. This is actually a triple, only 3 cylinders.
Colin's just sus why I've started to have my lunch
Yeah,
now.
I haven't got his first name. It's Chrysanthopoulos from Greece with the Triumph Tiger.
Yeah, and Ionis on the Busa from Greece. In fact, both of these are from Greece.
Well, welcome to the UK, guys. I mean, it's so good to have these machines here. But as I say, I've never seen a Triumph Tiger in Super Street before, but certainly welcome, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's run into the 7s before, looking for low 7s here this weekend. All of the Greeks put a huge showing in at Hockenheim last year.
Well, both 125 to 60 foot, 730 and 779. All right, as we get ready for our next pair coming underneath the tower. Okay, so Dan Dieth, Martin Hallett. Martin, part of the Morrison Racing stable. Dan Dieth, as I say, he's one of our comp bike riders. He's used to going quick on this machine. He's really going to have to go that little bit quicker, though.
Yeah, Dan can go down into the mid-7s on the machine in the Kestrel B lane. Martin has been into the low 7s. I'm not sure if he's clicked it into the 6s just of yet. But brand new bike for this season. Here we go then, 2 Hayabusas, both from the UK. Dan making a move towards the centre line. No issues at all for Pack and Pop when it takes a move to the centre line at the top end. 7:47 takes 7:59.
Wow. sorry, we interrupt this commentary to bring you a very unusual delivery to the tower. Thank you ever so much indeed. Ahmed Jamshed just dropped some goodies up to us. Thank you ever so much indeed. So 7:59, 7:47, Dan Dieth and Martin Hallett. Next up, Danny Cockrell and Luke Faruga.
How good is it to see Luke back in the UK, all the way from Malta? Been missing in action for a few years, but back now. Bike is one of the quickest anywhere. Was one of the front runners a few years ago in Super Street Bike. Of course, that's back when no one was in the 6s yet. And now if you're not in the 6s, you're slow. And even then, if you run a high 6, you're still 3/10 off the pace.
Well, we think it's going to be a 16 bike field with alternates this weekend. We haven't got enough here to make it a 32, so you really do have to push to get into the show. The Malta Busa, the time being, a cracking opener there from Luke.
How good is it to look behind the tower and still see or what looks like a full field of Super Street Bikes?
Well, we've only had 7 go through. We've still got another.
Came protesting a couple of weeks ago at the Jap show. That, of course, Rudy Zorzi and Ionis. No one in the 6s just as of yet.
It'll happen. It's coming. Boys crosses the lot with a 941. Well, someone's breaking in a new tyre or trying to completely destroy it. One of the two. That's Clemens Wallier. Great to see Clemens back. And also Ricardo Grau, both from Germany, both on green machines.
Yeah, a pair of Kawasaki's.
Did you have any of our Samosas? No. Very nice. Yeah, okay.
Down there. We have them. Yep, so Ricardo and Clemens coming at you. Carrying on, which is most unusual.
So we're working on the bike all yesterday and into this morning.
Just to let everybody know, in the sportsman pits, Pro ET are done for today. Q6 will not happen today, but they will still get the rest of Q5 done. I believe Junior Dragster are about to be called, if not already, to come into the lanes, because our second pro session due to start at 3:45.
Yeah, there's a team up at the top end of the track just having a quick check.
And there's more people wandering out, so there was definitely a puff of smoke through the finish line. Now the team, you can see, look, it's an army of people just turned up on the racetrack. How cool is that? Well, it's not cool. We don't want to see them there, but you know what I mean.
Or they're leaving the track, which is a good sign. No, it's not. As the riders get told to click off.
It may be further down the shutdown area. So there is a whole army of people behind the scenes. Most of them, vast majority of them, you can see there, are past the finish line. They help all of the racers once they finish their runs pack up, get everything together to come back again. And obviously...
Well, first exit is being cleared. They're okay.
Might not be long.
Really having a close look at the track itself, but the initial soft shoe shuffle, as they call it, so I can always never get that right in one go. But yeah, I think it might have got away with that one. But advised to shut off for the moment. So yeah, just to repeat what I was just saying there, our second pro session due to start at 3:45. But Q6 for our sportsman teams has now been scratched. So Pro ET, you are actually done for today. And I do believe that Junior Dragster will be coming down into the pairing lanes as a fill-in between our first and second pro sessions. So that does still mean that Super Pro, Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp will get their Q5 runs in today. It more than likely will be after the second pro session, but if there is a window of opportunity before, then as I say, but even with this slight bit of a clean-up out there, that could delay that. So yeah, that's basically where we are, and obviously it'll be the same again tomorrow. 2 rounds of pro qualifying to set our fields, and there will be sportsman qualifying. The last qualifiers certainly in the morning, as some of the bigger fields will go into eliminations later on in the day tomorrow. Right, one thing that I haven't really had a chance to mention is a live action arena. They'll be entertaining people, and great show. And that's where they've got a second show just about to finish there. Sunday, it's 11:30 and 2:30, and then on Monday it's 10:30 in the morning. It's a bit earlier, and then 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Obviously, you've got plenty of evening entertainment as well. We've got live music tonight over on the big stage, and that is, if you go to the fairground and then look beyond that, you will see the stage in the distance. And live music tonight from Overdrive at 7 o'clock, and then 9 o'clock tonight, the 80s band. So you've got plenty of entertainment to keep you going once the racing is finished on the track. Obviously, Fuelers Bar will be open until late as well. The food court will stay open to feed everybody later on as well. All the information is on our race weekend programme. It's available from our Santa Pod merchandise shops. The main one is in the pits just past half track, second unit in the catering area, and of course the third one past Live Action Arena towards the top end of the racetrack next to the Med Centre. So that's basically where we are. Right, I'll tell you what, just for a moment, Nitro FM, if you could take the airways, we'll be back with a continuation of Super Street Bike coming up next here at the main event.
looking to ride anything that starts with a 6. Taking on the heavily restricted super stocker of Spencer Tran. Marcus Welch all over the place. Keeps his foot absolutely planted. 2, a 7:08 new personal best. That makes him the fastest of the 2 goals here this weekend. And an 11:75 for Spencer.
Look at this. Quickest and fastest in the world.
Well, a slight bog, but it's picked up rapidly. No problems at all. Going to take it all the way through at the stripe. 2, 7:94, 100. Well, it was a lively launch for the fraudster as he gets a bit of a wiggle on going past the 8th mile. No issues at all for Belinda. She goes 7:61, no improvement, and an 8:2 coasting across the line after it. And he's set to do it again. Anything starts with a 7:8 or 8 flat, 170 mile an hour, and a car taking a wander over to the centre line, but gathered up nicely from Dave Swift. He's going to get to the finish line first. Goes 7:25. She's going to need every bit of that with the same index.
Okay, so we're pretty much ready to go. Just a reminder to our sportsman racers in the pits, Q6 will now not be happening today. So Pro ET, yes, you are done for today, so you can just chill out for the rest of the day and get yourselves ready for tomorrow, or get your beers out, or whatever you do, but obviously you make sure that the alcohol levels are below the required limits for tomorrow morning. But the rest of our sportsman classes, we do aim to get Q5 done after the pro session. I think we've managed to get Junior Dragster into the lanes. Yes, they are there, but we do aim to run our second pro session starting at around about 3:45. We still got a few Super Street bikes down there. We still got jet cars to come your way. And I do believe Graham Sykes is in the lanes, or will be coming down for a run today as well. That will be confirmed. Unfortunately, we have had news that the Silver Lightning team will not be able to run the electric bike this afternoon or for the rest of the event. As you know, these things are so experimental, and putting the sheer amount of power through with these 500-volt system in there just fried some stuff inside. I'll get a better technical explanation for you, but Heinz, Henrik and the team unable to take part for the rest of the weekend. Commiserations, guys, but I know you really wanted to go for it. Super Street Bike continues.
Thank you as always to our expert crew on the clean-up. We're nudging towards having a 16-bike field. Next up, Mogens Lund from Denmark. Perennial 6-second runner in the Kestrel Lane against Ross Morrison, loser of possibly the greatest Super Street bike race in history.
Oh, yeah.
So far, at least. He went 6.69, Jake went 6.69, and Ross lost it on a slight hole shot. It's just unreal.
Well, until last night, neither of them know who won it. Yeah, Morgan's got bulbed there, basically.
Wouldn't come up on boost, that was a problem. Let's see what Ross can do. Will it be our first 6? It is, with a 6.93. 209 miles an hour. Your new #1 qualifier.
Yeah, I just went down talking to some of the Super Street bike riders then, and they're saying that although the track is perfect for big tyre machines, these radial street tyres don't like it. They like a lot of tack. It's just not there at the minute. It's the reason why we're not seeing loads of 6s.
We'll see a few.
We'll still see a few.
Absolutely. Side by side for the Team Brothers team. Margot Schmidt, Daniel Lentz. Daniel put some staggering numbers up in pre-season testing. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Margot's over there. She was unfortunately a DNQ back at Easter for our national round.
Yeah, Danny's bike's running a BMW head on a Suzuki engine. Very trick stuff indeed. Has all the stuff to go really fast.
And consistently does as well. He's tucked in and off in the distance too. A 6.92 at 2.20. Check the speed out. 7.21 at 1.99 for Margot. That's substantially better than what the weekend they had a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Danny goes #1 by 3/10,000ths of a second.
Well, Alan Morrison Jr. on the bike that Alan Morrison Sr. has been riding in ACU, but Ross has already gone through Alan's turn on his own machine. Going alongside Jake Michelle, two of the quickest riders in the UK, which in effect puts him in the quick class for Europe as well.
So #1 currently 6.92. Both of these well capable of knocking that out of the park. Not going to happen this time. Mr. Morrison, Jake goes 6.81, 219 miles an hour. What was that about track being something or the other that Jake didn't pay attention to?
Do you want to know a secret about that one?
Go on.
That's his soft tune.
Probably.
Yeah, he told you that just so that you could fool everybody else's Super Street bike. There was nothing wrong with Alan Morrison Jr.'s 6. 118. That was moving.
Right, while I've still got the attention of all the bike guys out there and all everyone looking in online, I would really like to know if an injected nitro twin has ever been under 4 seconds in the 8th mile. Guess it might have been. Whether we had one in Europe before, I don't know, because that's what Marcus Christensen said earlier on today.
On the boards, 9.41. That is bump spot for a 16 bike field. That will tumble over the course of the weekend. Oh, Eric Gruber going up instead of forwards. 7.94 for Brad and 8.21 for Eric. And that drops the bump down to 8.21 when they come round for Q2 later on today. So Super Street Bike is done. Junior Drag Bike, they switch into the the FIM Europe category now. They were all on time trial runs yesterday. None of that actually counted as qualifying passes, but they were still scheduled runs for them all. So Junior Drag Bike, qualifying session number 1 for them. Leif Erik Braun and Maggie Smallman, your first pair.
Yeah, listen to these burnouts. Highly strung, I think is the word.
Well, what's interesting, they both dial 820 as well. Lots of factors involved, but one's only 400cc, the other one is 600cc, and yet they have the same dial-in of 8.20. So the Kawasaki and the Honda. And we do believe that after this, it will be Firestorm and Fire Force, the two Jet Funny cars.
A cracking 05 light for Maggie.
Well, one of them gets one the right side, which is Maggie Smallman, 8.30 on that 8.20, but 8.04 for Leif Erik. That was way too quick. Sophie Pollen and Declan Butt. And just in case Phil didn't hear it yesterday, Declan has called Phil Pratt out for a race next season, which I can only assume is when Declan moves up to ET Bike. $8.91 the dial in for Sophie. Declan looking for 8.50. Don't forget this is to the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. And it's an 8.79 for Declan. Sophie goes 9.36. So Declan number 2. Sophie number 3. Alia Lester and Harry Isaacs, your next pair. The dial-in then, 9.42 for Alia and 9.80 for Harry.
Yeah, Alia getting very close to her dial-in yesterday in testing.
No, she did go in deep then, actually, so put the top bulbs out. That makes a difference, but goes 9.57 against a 9.87. Harry Isaacs, just 0.07 of a second off, and he goes up to number 1.
I've just noticed as well, Anouk Bergering pulling into the Kestrel beer lane. She's the only one with a slick tyre on the back, and it's a pretty big slick.
Yeah. 11.45 is the dial-in for Anouk. Brad looking for 9.50.
Oh, a bit of wheel spin for Brad there.
So the target is 9.50. Goes 9.88. Anouk wants 11.45. Goes 14:40. So Brad number 5 and Luke number 7. Here he is, Jackson. Give Jackson a wave, folks. He waves to the crowd every time he comes to the start line, and he's getting the wave back. How about that? Going alongside Leah Morrison with the Ninja Machine, 7.95 dialing for Leah. Jackson wants 13:31. Both away well. It is Leah out in front as she gets to cross the line now. Goes 8:20 on that 7.95 dial-in. Right, Jackson 13:31. Goes 13:76. So Leah number 4. And young Jackson number 7. As we welcome to the line Holly King, who was doing her English exam yesterday morning, so did actually miss some of the early runs of the day, but managed to get back in time to get some sort of numbers in her pocket. Richard Wilcox, he's been double classing in Junior Dragster and of course Junior Drag Bike.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough one because Junior Dragster's already in the pairing lanes.
Yeah, well, I would imagine the cars there, they'd have planned it. Or maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see. But then he can come on the back of Junior Dragster's not a problem there. $8.96 on 8.50 for Holly King goes number 9 and Richard goes 12.04, but the bike did actually stutter off the line there and Richard had to sort of put his foot down literally just to get some momentum and the bike picked up and off he went, but 12.04 was his number. Right, it is jet car time. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
This is going to be the end of this session, then we've got another jet for the start of the next session, I think, which is in probably 10 minutes. That's the plan. But
yeah, I don't think it's going to work that way. So we do have Junior Dragster in the pairing lanes, but as I say, we're calling... Oh, no, Super Pro are down there as well, so we'll get 2 sportsman classes in at least before we go into our second pro session. Because trust me, that's too many cars and that to move out the way before we get the pro session done. Also got the 2-seater dragster down there, and also I can see Eric Sykes is down there. Oh, sorry, Graham Sykes. Eric Sykes, goodness me. Graham Sykes.
That was a good one. He'll be impressed with that, I think.
Yeah. Graham Sykes is down there with the Force of Nature steam rocket bike. So the 2 jet cars getting into position. Firestorm, driven by Roger, and Fire Force, driven by our very own Martin Hill. Side-by-side jet car entertainment from these 2 fire-breathing monsters. Great entertainment, and if it's a little bit chilly down there, this will certainly warm everybody up at the moment. The flame show that these 2 produce is very, very spectacular indeed. And if it's your first time visit at Santa Pod this weekend, then the jets are great entertainment. And when you get back to school or work or whatever you do in your lives, and you say, what do you do at the weekend? Oh, I saw jet cars racing. And they go, what? But yeah, that's what we do. And
so
here we go. They're winding those turbines up.
Yeah,
the igniters are on. The electrical systems are all armed.
You can hear the clicks of the igniters there as well. Right, I'm going to move any fans and samosas off the windows.
Good idea. Let me be properly cooked.
So, side-by-side jets to end the first pro session here at the main event 2025. Roger Goring with Firestorm and Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3.
So the equivalent horsepower from the jet engines in these cars is a General Electric J84 in Firestorm. And of course it is a Pratt & Whitney J60. I was saying in the back, next to Martin in Fire Force number 3. The equivalent of around about 10,000 horsepower produced by these jet engines. Propels these cars to low 6s or even high 5-second passes at over 250, 260 miles an hour. And the trouble with the two of them, it makes the afterburner show and the flame stream more entertaining and the violence in the tower.
Really doing their best to rock the tower this time.
No, they succeeded, put it that way. Right, the violence is over apart from the final push when these two cars really do build it up. Great side-by-side run there. Martin with a 497 at 243 to a 512 at 198, sorry, at 235 miles an hour to 1,000 feet for those two cars. Great entertainment as well. So I suppose bragging rights goes to Martin on that one. He got there first. 497 at 243, 512 at 235. Whoa. Well, all of our bloggers and people down there in the middle, I hope you enjoyed that. Got blown away, literally.
I bet they're well happy they stood in the middle of two jet cars.
Now then, this is what I have personally, and a lot of people have been really looking forward to seeing. This is Graham Sykes.
Ah,
the
awesome.
Force of Nature. Now then, thank goodness that Graham has given us a fantastic crib sheet. Tells us all about the machine here.
Very quickly, if you're not in a viewing area, because the grandstands are about half full at the moment, get yourself back there. If you're in the pits milling around, get back to your viewing area right now, please. Run for the fence. You don't want to miss this. If you're not anywhere close, get back somewhere.
He can only do one run a day purely because of the process that's involved here. Now, Graham has been on this project now for, what, 13 years to try and achieve 200 miles an hour using only steam as the form of propulsion to generate thrust. The concept is quite simple. You heat water in a specially designed and certified pressure vessel to set a temperature of 250 degrees. Those of you that know water boils at 100, he's taken up to 250. The pressure involved in there is 580 psi, or if you prefer it in bar, that's 40 times atmospheric pressure. Then release it through a pair of rocket nozzles to generate the thrust. The water itself exits the nozzle at Mach 1.1, so it's faster than the speed of sound.
Sorry.
And you may hear a bang, and this is the air going through faster than the speed of sound. The bike pushes against a saturated steam, which is 60 times denser than air. To control the flow, they have valves that are spatially capable of withstanding the pressure, and the bike itself is a complete engineering masterpiece. It's got a hub center steering system. It doesn't have handlebars where the wheels turn. It's got a central hub on there. It's a monocoque chassis, and Graham has literally designed and manufactured everything himself apart from the actual vessel itself. The times, and the all-important times this machine is capable of. It is the world's quickest accelerating machine with a human being involved. 60-foot times of 0.723. That's quicker than a top fuel dragster, and I say a tenth of a second quicker than a top fuel dragster. To the 330-foot mark, 1.96 seconds, and he's basically just running out of power then, because he's coasting the rest of the way. The 8th mile at 3.28 seconds, and his quarter-mile record at the moment is 6.05. His dream this weekend is to see 5.999 or quicker. Graham Sykes is a one-off. He's from Yorkshire.
Obviously.
He really is. They're all from Yorkshire,
Yeah, they are.
these crazy engineers.
Well, I brought that up with him earlier. I don't know if you heard, I brought that up with him earlier, and he said, it's just the engineering part of the word. The other thing he said, there's lots of stats that are mind-blowing about this. The one that really caught my attention was, running over the quarter mile, he's run right down into the low 6s, but he was coasting for over 1,000 foot of that.
Yeah, he's only got around about 1.9 seconds of thrust. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a huge round of applause, Mr. Graham Sykes. Well, Graham, I really do wish you all the best this weekend. He's elevated himself to hero status in my books, and what he does on this machine is just jaw-dropping.
It's not a two-seater, before anyone says anything. It's not a two-seater. I don't think we could pay anyone to stay on there.
It takes about 3 to 4 hours to heat the water in this machine. He's basically sitting aside a pressure vessel. The bike is brought to the start line by the mothership. That's now just disappeared. And as I say, by the first block is when Graham runs out of steam. And what he'll do, he'll get into position, and when we get the thumbs up, we'll give him a traditional countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you just shout go as loud as you can, and Graham will disappear. And it's going to be quite a quick process from Graham when we get that thumbs up. He's just bringing the bike up to the beams now. I think he gives a nod, and then the tree will run. All the best to Graham. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
He's not going to get a time as he rolled out of stage, but that was an unbelievable run from Graham there.
And straight and strong and everything else as well, yeah. Unfortunately, he did roll out of stage, sadly, so we won't get the numbers. That was a really strong-looking run. So just a shame that we don't have the numbers to show for it that time, well, unfortunately. Put your hands together, though, for the whole team, please. Graham Sykes, the amazing force of nature steam rocket bike. Go and check it out up in the pits. Graham and the team are very amenable, very approachable. I had the pleasure of having a chat with Graham earlier today, and what a guy. What a guy. So, track crew.
But the thing with that was straight.
It was beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic.
I found out why. I don't know if you heard the interview, but I said to him how come it was deviating, and he said when he holds. I didn't want to say this before he ran because he could hear me, but when he runs with the bike, he has to push himself back into the seat to basically wedge himself in, and he was pushing harder on one side than the other. That was why it went off to the side. Give the team a massive round of applause, please.
Oh, they're fantastic. That was jaw-dropping run. I say such a shame that we didn't get any numbers on that. But nevertheless, I'll tell you what, I think Graham will probably have the data on the bike, so he will know what that one was. It's just that the timing system here couldn't register it because the bike rolled out of stage. Oh, what a shame. But he'll be back tomorrow to put in another run with the force of nature steam rocket bike. A phenomenal machine and a wonder of engineering. It really is. You just got to go and check that machine out.
Graham's one of those guys, when he starts talking and he starts talking about numbers, the amount of thought, effort, energy, everything that goes into that is just incredible. The guy should be, he is really a rocket engineer.
Yes.
You know, it is rocket science. He is a rocket engineer. The way that he works everything out is just amazing. So the track won't take long to come round. We've got more qualifying coming your way. We've got more sportsman qualifying. Junior Dragster and Super Pro, I think. Are they the two classes before we go back in again? Okay. And then we've got more pro qualifying coming your way. So it's going to be fun.
Going to be very, very entertaining indeed. I'm just getting the run order in front of me here. So once again, to Pro ET, your day is done. I think you've all pretty much got that message now. Junior Dragster and Super Pro ET are in the lanes. Then it will be going into our Pro session, number 2, and then we'll wrap the day up with Super Gas, Street Eliminator, and Super Comp, time allowing. But that's basically our format for the rest of the day. Maybe towards the end of our second session, we will get jet cars again as well. So, yeah, that's where we are. But great day here. The clean-up literally is water because obviously it's a steam bike and it is just clearing up the water, so it will not take long whatsoever. Junior Dragster are in the pairing lanes. Had a photo shoot with juniors last night down on the start line. All of the cars were like pointing into like a central target, if you like, and they got some great photographs, and that will appear on the Junior Dragster pages as the class of 25. So well done to all the youngsters this weekend. Also, a big thank you to the Green family. They the first one to do it will take 50. Obviously, that's a connection in the Simpson family or friend there that's doing the videoing. There is. Enjoyed that one. We'll get one more go at it tomorrow morning as well. We'll have a runner-up, and of course, we'll have a winner. So just a pause. And they're qualifying. weaker than 7.90. The junior modifieds can't go. Thank you.
Yeah, reason being is because to 13 is 8.90, 13 to 18. centre line, keeps off beautifully, drives around Kev at the stripe.
Wow.
5.99 beats 6.39.
That was hairy.
That's what Pro Mod is, isn't it? Really? But Kev's car sounded like it was actually missing a cylinder, maybe even two, on the way.
Tyre shake.
This one's all Dave Smith. 6.58, 2.11. Marcus goes through 8.80 at 1.20.
Oh. Well, he did, because it left straight.
I was going to say, you would say that left like a bandit, but it left like a goblin. That was hauling when he let the clutch out, well, let the button go, actually. Rolls through with a 12-second run. If they can get that into second gear, that will be in the fight.
Oh, John is on a good one.
Really sweet opening run. 6.09 at 2.34.
Well, both cars trying to meet in the middle. Andy goes 6.01. Bruno goes 6.38. And no bump box, unfortunately, for Andres. He's going to load it in anyway.
One flat to 63rd, but
that's a weird old place to be turning the tyres, past 3.30. That's a shame. That's a real shame. I'm not sure what the problem was for Michelle as well. I was looking.
Side by side the whole way until Jerry has to lift David all the way through to a 5.92, your new #1 qualifier.
It looked quicker than it.
Well, it really does sound the part going all the way down the track. It's going to be a 6. Not quite.
Nearly.
7.03, 181 mile an hour.
Beat Jimmy.
Well, that wasn't a pro-stop reaction time from Lasser. Simon's going to get there first, but smoke pouring out one side. He lifts off the throttle early to a 6.96, and Lasser goes through 6.81. New #1 qualifier.
Yeah, true. No, Stefan Edred that's got the better run going on here. 6.70 to 2.06. Your new #1 qualifier.
Well, they're side by side, door handle to door handle across the stripe. 6.70.
Fair. Oh, very close to the centre line there for Dennis, but 0.85 to 60 foot for Liam Jones. 263 to the 330, but they were both off the gas. In actual fact, both of them 263 to 330, but the shake. And boom, the chute comes out.
That was a repeat of her first 3 qualifying runs from the European finals last year. The last one, she went to the...
Wow, that was a super launch.
That's probably the straightest and strongest that car has ever been. Very, very quickly. We seem to be getting used to having these nice chats.
Leaks. That would have woken him up.
Well, quick pedalling there as well. He was quite proficient at doing that. Goes through with a 6.2, but yeah, not bad going at all.
Here. Tyre shake for Tim Garlick. Pedals in the other lane for Tony Betts, but Tim goes all the way through with a 6.43 at 230 mile an hour. Awesome pedal job as it just started. So Paul Brown taking Mark White for his 40th birthday present. 0.2 light, and it actually pulled the front wheels up then. 115 to 60 foot, 5.14 to the 8th, and across the line at an 81200cc, so 1.5 litres. As the thing really tries to kick him off the back. And he's drifting over towards the wall. Really close to the wall. Still under power, unbelievably, only about 25%. Very lazy launch from Alex and no movement at all from Carl.
Yeah, lots of unhappy machinery in both lanes. Alex does get... That was a very bouncy launch for Jerome, but he's kept it pinned. So's Martin in the other lane. 7.89. Jorglemont from Germany.
Yeah, these two definitely built like jockeys all the way through. Strong run to pair here, 7:28 and 7:38.
Off the trailer as well, 183 miles an hour. That's a...
Driving him towards centre line, but he leans off one side. He had it back straight again before he lifted off the throttle.
He did actually get it back pretty well. Cruises through with an 8.6. I think he's with Marcus Christensen from Denmark. First run of 2025. Look at that, all the way through, just clicked it before 1,000 foot. Still goes 665. Well, Glenn's got a good run going in the Kestrel lane. He will be all the way through to a 685, only 169 miles an hour. Keeping them straight is the fun thing. And hooked up. Well, Martin is long gone with the funny bike. 738, 158, pretty decent considering. Phil was doing... Well, pretty good for both of them till just before the 8th mile where they clicked it off a 0.9960 foot for the for Neil Midgley there. That thing was really, really off. Good looking.
Your wheels on the floor because if you're still on power,
perfectly
you can
straight.
lose perfect.
706 at 190. Mark Smith as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So, Jack Shook on one of 2 GSXRs here this weekend. Issues clicking into, I think that was 4th at the 8th mile.
Got it
Gets
now.
it in and now.
Found it in the end though. Right, a huge end.
All of the Greeks put a huge showing in at Hockenheim last year.
Well, both 125 to 60 foot. 730 and 779. Doesn't know who won it. Yeah, Morgan's got bulbed there, basically.
Wouldn't come up on boost, that was a problem. Let's see what Ross can do. Will it be our first 6? It is, with a 693. 200.
Very trick stuff indeed. Has all the stuff to go really fast.
And consistently does as well. He's tucked in and off in the distance too. A 692 at 220. Check the speed out. 720, 692. Both of these well capable of knocking that out of the park. Not going to happen this time. Mr. Morrison, Jake goes 681, 219 miles an hour. What was that about track being something or the other that Jake did
over the course of the weekend? Oh, Eric Gruber going up instead of forwards. 794 for Brad and 821 for Eric. 60. I was saying in the back, next to Martin in Fire Force number 3. The equivalent of around about 10,000 horsepower produced by these jet engines. Propels these cars to low 60s or even high 5-second passes at over 250, 260 miles an hour. And the trouble with the 2 of them, it makes the afterburner show and the flames even more entertaining and the violence in the tower.
Really doing their best to rock the tower this time.
They've succeeded, put it that way. Right, the violence is over apart from the final push, but these 2 cars really do build it up. Great side-by-side run there. Martin with a 4.97 at 243 to a 5.12 at 198. Sorry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
He's not going to get his time as he rolled out of stage. But that was an unbelievable run from Graham there.
And straight and strong and everything else as well, yeah.
Three perfect lights in a row. So the first car down the track is Paul Brown with the passenger Nicky Paffin. Happy 50th birthday, and goes through 8 flat at 165 miles an hour. Good strong wheels up launch there for Jason Pickett. Don't worry about the red light, doesn't mean anything here. 964, 10.08. They can see Sarah manually shifting the lemon drizzle Mustang as she hunts down that 9.90. Goes 10.03. She was 47, screws up to 44, 77. Let's see what he's got for us this morning. .10.92, stays number 21, but a good A to B run there for Roy. Away he goes. Has gone through the top end, 10.79, stays number 46. Matthew number 29. So Laura is 100% going to be in the show. We've just got to wait to see if we get that 50th car. Well, Laura stays put, Matthew stays put as well with him. For Colin, stays. Hopefully he's down there, he will just move forward and everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. .948 for Bob, 987. Wow, so Jack McClure, Thomas Bublitz, they're both qualified 12 and 14. 11.38 plays 10.32 on the dial-ins. Thomas is going to get to the top end first. With a 10.43, 11.37 with a 7 breakout from Jack. Both away well. Now Dave will get to the stripe first, looking for that 9.76, gets a 9.88. Oh, Bill Wilson breaks out by less than 2 bit of fun. And they do play the commentary back afterwards. Listen to what we say. Whoa, 006 off the line for Mason. That's a cracking line. 9.18 on the run. Susie McClure still can't see John Bean down there. .913, 9.18. Ah, Jess Bishop. She's own experience so far this weekend. I have to go back through older data to see where they were.
Yeah, unbelievably, we've not actually seen conditions like these, I think, all year.
Yeah, you're right. It's been the tailwind most of the year.
Yeah. Well, 006 light, he was way off the tree.
Oh, 990 with a 6. Absolutely superb. Now, let's not happy with his 39th spot at the moment. Stevie Gates real happy with number 7. Stevie Gates wants 8.84. Simon Innes wants 10.74. There's an 8.87, and the other side is a 10.80.
So Nick with the little junior comp dragster looking for a 10.17 car will be for sale at the end of the year. Goes 10.22 and a 12.08.
Underneath the tower is John Bean. And 10.90 on a 64 car ladder when John Bean goes through the finish line. He dials 9.68 against 8.96. Goes 9.63, but that is it. We do have a 64 car ladder. No, actually, it's more amazing. No, it's all jumbled up. No, I think it's actually Kirsty Tram who's number 1. $9.70. $8.68 for David. Neil goes 11.48.
The car doesn't sound the healthiest.
Popping and banging a bit. It's not healthy. Goes 12.62 at 87, but say that was coughing and spluttering. Nice and straight, well driven. Good launch from both of them. So Charlie will get there first, looking for the 8.90. Gets a 9.03. Billy goes 9.58.
So Ronnie looking for a 10.03. Brett going red, looking for a 9.48.
All the number chasing. 52. 10.08. Guess what?
No.
As the Afterburner show starts here. Fire Force Super 5.
Quite warm. Quite warm down here. Nice.
So Martin brings the jet forwards. And trust me, it's only going to get louder from this moment forwards as he starts to line the jet up the track. And then he starts to really wind up the jet. Well, he sent our fan flying.
Oh, is it flying? So Martin Hill having a rock to the tower. Let's see what he can do down on the racetrack down there. Mid to low fives, 280 odd mile an hour, maybe a bit more. Let's see. Lovely opener there, 5.35, and he did click it slightly early there, 258 miles an hour.
He's right, anything that starts with a 6. Taking on the heavily restricted super stocker of Spencer Tram. Marcus Welch all over the place, keeps his foot absolutely planted. 2, a 7.08 new personal best. That makes him the fastest of the 2 goals here this weekend. And an 11.75 for Spencer.
Look at this.
Quickest and fastest in the world.
Well, a slight bog, but it's picked up rapidly. No problems at all. Going to take it all the way through at the stripe. 2. 7.94, 100. Well, it was a lively launch for the fraudster as he gets a bit of a wiggle on going past the 8th mile. No issues at all for Belinda. She goes 7.61, no improvement, and an 8.2 coasting across the line after. And he's set to do it again. Anything starts with a 7.8 or 8 flat, 170 mile an hour, and a car taking a wander over to the centre line, but gathered up nicely from Dave Swift. He's going to get to the finish line first. Goes 7.25. She's going to need every bit of that with the same index as Terry Newton.
Much better run here for Emma. Pulling hard towards the line. Is it going to be a 9? Yep, 9.10, 156. Darren goes 9.91.
Riding Corby.
Well, the boot came open for Julian. Apart from that, a lovely looking run. Going to be half faster. 7.27, 183 mile an hour at a 7. Well, it's arrow straight, under power the whole way, 7.95, 171 mile an hour, not 192.
Say that headwind wheel, pegging back a little bit, nice, really up, oh, and a bit of a stab at the throttle as well. So I can't see Gary going quicker than these 11.11 yesterday.
Yeah, sounded like the tyres offloaded. You hear the spike in RPM.
Yeah. Check out what they're doing. Yes, that.
Beautiful launch. That hung the front wheels for ages. 8.40, almost matched what you ran yesterday. I did sense a slight...
Another 09 light for Paul.
Yeah, it's the anticipation building up to the present. It's great, isn't it? 2 years. 8.03, 164 miles an hour. Nice 15 there for Jack. 15 there for Jack. As I say, just a tiny scrape of the wall there. The next pair go down the track just to do a check in the Kestrel lane. So when he scraped the wall, obviously just I'm not quite sure exactly what point it was, but there are signage on the side there just to make sure they haven't been broken loose, just in case anything rubbed off the car. There's no debris on the track whatsoever. So we are in Super Pro session 5 here. There's quite a few cars taking part in this, and then after this we'll be going into our second Pro session. That's right, they're just going to do a little quick sweep out there in the Kestrel lane. So to the rest of the vocal boards, I'll just give us that tonight. It won't be for long, it'll be very, very quick indeed. And then we'll take it back quick and then take you with more fun. Super Pro qualifying here. Well, I told you it'd be a quick clean-up, and indeed it was, as Bonnie Blue and the Wicked Lady appear underneath the start line. Christian Schneebly and Sean Law, your next pair. So the 57 Bel Air from Switzerland then, the dial-in is 7.81, and what a great way to go racing with this car. 8.62 the dial-in for Sean Law with the Wicked Lady Dragster. Position-wise, 19 and 20. So they are both safely qualified. So we've got 32 cars that will be taking part in racing. We've got 1 or 2 on the outside looking in. And we know they've got at least 1 more qualifier tomorrow. So if you're not in the top 32, you become an alternate. Cars into pre-stage. They roll a few more inches forward into stage. Both of them go red, doesn't matter. This is all qualifying. It's all about the ET. 781 and 862 are the target numbers. 794 and 882. They both stay put. Christian stays 19 and Sean stays 20. Right, next pair going to be Bailey Ashdown. Going to be going into the Kestrel Beer Lane, and that's Steve Saunders with the Rusty Dog. There you see the Rusty Dog on the live stream, just waiting for Bailey to make her way back. Steve will do his burnout, because he doesn't need to do a big monstrous burnout across the start line. He does it behind. And yeah, as a empty carrier bag blows its way onto the track, just a note to everybody on spectator banking: if you see rubbish anywhere near you, try and wedge it in a bin or keep your foot on it to prevent it from blowing onto the racetrack. We don't want anything like that getting caught in race cars or bikes, especially going into air intakes. The dial-ins then, 825 for Bailey Ashdown with Daddy's Money's Motorsport Dragster, and it's 890 for Stevie Saunders with the Rusty Dog Racing Ford. 34 and 9 flat. Stevie Saunders moves up from 34 to 27 with that run there. Bailey stays put at number 18. Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang. Dial-in of 863 has run his dial-in already. The top 8 have all hit their dial-ins basically. Number 1 qualifier, just 0002 off a dial-in. That is Elodie Dubois. The birthday boy is number 2, Franz Aschenbrenner. And Bernard Saz is number 3. So Lee Huxley is your number 7 qualifier, going alongside the young lady that is number 1, Elodie Dubois, with Milwaukee Blue, 7.15. Let's see if she can do it again. She's already done 7.1502. She is the perfect ET holder. 71800 867 and 20. One was 300s off, one was 400s off. But no improvement as they both hit their numbers previously. Mark Corsell up next with the ball breaker slingshot going alongside the King's Topolino of Callum Swinchat. 8.20 the dial in for the little dragster, and 8.97 the Topolino altered. Well, one of these cars based in northwest London, Kingsbury area, hence the King's Topolino, and the ball breaker slingshot dragster based in Tamworth. Well, I know that Mark has had electrical issues. They've playing around with different coil and MSD settings in the car and trying different ones on it just to see if it eliminates a problem. Okay, bring them up to the start line then. Let's see what they got. So no movement, they both stay put. As we go to the next pair, Matt Peters and Nick Good. Nick Good owns both of these cars. And Matt Peters basically rents the drive. So Nick Good, he is in the slickest lane nearest the camera, actually. Those of you tuned into the live stream, and then typically the camera switches to the other side of the track to see the black car of Matt Peters. Matt dials in 763, Nick dials 687. They're 21st and 23rd respectively. Let's see if that order is going to change right now. Well, Nick tried to pedal the car, he didn't recover. 771 for Matt Peters, stays number 21. Nick Good, no improvement there. 906 stays number 23. So two of Chevrolet's finest then, the Camaro and the Corvette. Phil had a great door slam, has actually entered 760, made it through to the semi-finals. Dials in 7.92. That's Phil O'Brien down there. Going alongside Sylviane Novak with the with the Corvette from France. 7.95 on the dial-in. 7.92 for Philip O'Brien with the Camaro, just 3/100ths of a second difference on their target numbers.
It feels weird saying this, but Sylvian's car is a proper little sleeper. I know it's obviously got a big tyre and a wheelie bar, but you would not have thought it runs sevens.
No, definitely not. But it does. 806 and a 797 there for Phil. 500s off Phil. And 1100s off Sylvian, but no improvement. They stay put. Phil stays 25, Sylvian stays number 12. That sounds like the van with no name underneath us. It is indeed. And really good to see Pete Walters making it back round. I think he only had one run yesterday, but he's back here today.
Yeah, in fact, Pete's golf buggy got stolen, helping one of the other racers get down to the start line. The Giles and Hartley team stole their golf buggy. So, Pete looking for 7.30. 881, the dial-in for the van with no name. The paradox that is the van with no name. New sponsorship on the side, SciServe. Putting a nice big sticker on the Austin Marina van. Good looking launch from Pete. 109.64. It's going to be a 7 at the stripe. 7.58, a little bit off pace, but an 8.96 for Dave Russell. In fact, Pete moves up from 36 to 32. Phil Toppin with a healthier sounding burnout that time. It actually sounded all right. Dials in 8.90. Well, if it runs as strongly as it sounded on the burnout, hopefully it'll go a lot quicker than that. And it's good to see Scott Hauser back out after snapping the cam yesterday. Did lots and lots of engine work overnight, getting it back ready and sorted. 7.34 the dial-in, so not planning on taking it soft at all. And the altered with no body on in the Citroën lane, looking for 8.90. Of course, Grandad's toy. Phil Toppin behind the wheel. So, naturally aspirated big block for Scott. Supercharged big block for Phil. Phil is facing the centre line a little bit.
Fair bit, I'd say.
But it pulls him back straight. In fact, goes over towards the wall. He stabs it again, and again he's getting very close to the wall. And a 7.49 for Scott. Good run from him, and yeah, waywards for the altered.
You notice Scott lifted at the stripe there, actually, just making sure he didn't break out. He moves up from 38 to 29, but gets into the show, which was the most important part there for Scott. Actually got ahead of Phil. So your champion from 2023, Alan Didwell. Going to go down the same lane that the 2024 current champion went down just a moment ago. That was Scott Hauser. And they're going to send him on a solo, actually. Josh Duncan is below us, ready to go, but they're just doing a little bit of a clean-up in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, I had a word with Brad, who's out front backing his dad up after his runs on each pass, and he walked around like, yeah, you know, just 763 out of 63, it was all right, yeah. He went double on the tree as well, so it was quite a good run. And then the next one, he ran 767, he went, yeah, we don't know where all the pace went. the 400ths of a second that it lost.
Well, Alan is one of the cool gang that's run his ET.
How many of those have we got at the minute?
9. No, sorry, was it 8? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, 8. Still fantastic.
Yeah, it's bizarre sounding two-step for Al. Across the line to a 771. That's it. That's not good enough, Brad. You need to improve on that. Good light though. 0-2. Do that in eliminations, you go rounds, as he tends to do. So the spotters are out in the slick tricks lane just for a second. Well, Josh isn't getting out of his car, which is a good sign.
Still got a whole host of cars lined up in the pairing lanes, and then after that we'll be going into our next pro session. That'll be kicked off with Comp Eliminator, then Top Methanol, Pro Mod, Pro Stock and Top Fuel, all for the, well, Top Methanol, Pro Modified, Pro Stock Car and Top Fuel Dragster, all for FIA. Then Nitro Funny Car and Nostalgia Funny Car, and then the FIM bikes. And there's some jet cars mixed in as well. And then to wrap the day up, it'll be Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp. So just having a good look in the slick tricks lane, but I think they're pretty much ready. Well, time in the afternoon now is 4:45. So will be a late one for us this evening, but hey ho, don't matter, we're still racing. The only people I really think about when we do run late is our track crew, because they work non-stop. And they are all heroes in what they do out there. Thank you ever so much indeed for all of the work that they do for us. Because without them, we wouldn't have a racetrack to race on, and you guys and girls wouldn't have an awesome facility to visit and to watch some great racing. All right, next up it is going to be Patrick Dubois and Bernard Saz. It's an all-French match-up in this pair. Bernard Saz with the most unusual yet fascinating race cars I think I've ever seen. The Citroen. Bernard does things the Bernard way. It's the only way that it can be done. Absolutely phenomenal work of art that really is. So Patrick, one of 3 from the Custom Gang racing here this weekend.
Yeah, there's usually 4 from the Custom Gang, but one of them couldn't make it because he's a teacher and all of his students are doing exams. Of course, Clement, I'm sure you're watching, if not already here. And a long haul for Bernard, who's still the #1 qualifier, with his opening run back on Friday. So Bernard sticking with a 7.50 dial in supercharged big block Chevy. Say under the bonnet, but it's sort of sticking out of it. And naturally aspirated big block for Patrick. Patrick, 855 cubic inches. Wrapped up in a Pontiac GXP body. $540 for Bernard. Well, you heard a pop there from Bernard, no issues at all for Patrick. Although he was a second off the pace. 7:78 for the Milwaukee car.
Yeah, fair to say neither of them having the run that they actually wanted to get that time round. But tomorrow's another day. Right, a driver and a team that are really impressing me at the moment is this lot. Josh Duncan with the financial mistake number 2. As I say, I don't accept that name. I'm calling it the Sound Investment. I keep saying that, but I can't help it. But no, it is a fantastic race car. It's been around forever, but it's all new, if that makes sense. The only part of the car that is what I would say is original now is the actual body itself. It's had a new chassis, it's been a new engine, new back axle. A lot of it has been changed around over the years. So it is just the body on a Rover 214 GTI. That's what this started life as, if you like. Nothing like a normal one anymore, though. And they have plans for this car. It's 8.41 dial-ins at the moment. Their goal with this is to try and get it into 760 heads up. But I'll tell you what, with the determination and the knowledge that these guys are picking up, I don't think it's going to take them that long. It won't be this year, but let's see how they get on. But they're aiming for 841 here. They've already run an 842. They're currently sitting number 13.
Car does not want to go up on the two-step.
No, it didn't, did it? It's the first time I've seen it do that. The car hasn't moved.
Well, that's because you're being nice about them. That's what it is.
Yeah, somebody's triggered the beam now. Yeah, it was interesting. Dave stepped over the beam and the crew guy just walked straight through it. No, it's not going to come up. Oh, that's a shame. But to be fair, they are having a good way. Look at the difference in the wheel track between front and rear. You can see that clear as day down there.
Yeah, of course, the wider ones are the fronts, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. Right, it is going to be Mark Bailey up next with the Barracuda. And the Teenage Dream, young Mr. Bell.
Two proper heavy Mopars. Ashley looking for 8.95. Mark looking for an 8.81. That's quite slow for Mark.
Well, he's only 600s off what he normally runs, but into that big old headwind, air not as good.
Ashley with handling issues again, but keeps his foot planted. Mark no issues at all. 881 with a 4.
Knows what he's doing. Number 2 qualifier. No, I don't think he is number 2, but he certainly moved up. Probably puts him number 4, I think, but well done. Mark Bailey goes to number 4 with that one. It's Franz Aschenbrenner number 2. Elodie we know is number 1. Bernard Sayers number 3. And Mark Bailey goes to number 4. Giles and Hartley Dragster with young Daniel Giles behind the wheel. And the burnout routine is very deliberate. For the Giles and Hartley team, they like to build up heat in the car. The best way to do it is have the engine running and just come back slowly. So Ian hangs back on the burnout. He will reverse quicker. Ian Brown dialing in 764. Daniel dialing in 7.40. Daniel currently number 17 qualifier. Ian Brown currently number 26.
Issues for Giles and Hartley. That's so rare.
Oh, that is insanely rare.
So they're having to go back.
So Ian's got the track to himself.
So the Brown family actually own 2 of these cars, both ex-Gordon Appleton Pro Mods.
Target 764. Oh, a pop and a bang, and the bizarre coloured smoke coming out. That was black smoke, not white. Now, the thing is, Harrison is in radio communication with his father driving the car, and passes on to Dave Warren, our starter, what they think has happened there. Oh, Ian takes the exit, no problem there at all. And clears the race. Well, we've seen Ashley Bell, this is AC, with the Pork and Beans Chevy Rail. And Rennie Hirschman with 55 Shoebox Chevy.
Yeah, Rennie got shut off yesterday as he was leaking brake fluid.
Yeah, that's one that you don't normally get.
No. For those of you wondering at home, yeah, you do actually need brake fluid. I'm aware some of these cars do have parachutes, but you still need brakes.
Yeah. So the Giles and Hartley Dragster going to be towed back to the pits. I say very, very unusual for them to have an issue. So the Pork and Beans Dragster then of AC Bell. He's on the bump spot, number 32 at the moment. Looking for an 863. Rennie Hirschman wants a 7.65.
Yeah, Rennie usually runs a comp eliminator, but having to play with Super Pro this weekend. Have a guess when the nitrous came in.
$7.76 for Rennie, no improvement. Ashley Bell moves up 3 spots from 32 to 29 with an 8.77. And the last car in this session then for Super Pro ET, it is Paul Marston with Grumpy's Dodge. Looking for an 8.98. He is already a member of the 00 Club. With the best of 0085. .903 with a 0. Stays number 3. Right.
And we're back.
Two-seater dragster is going to lead us into Comp Eliminator. And you saying about, we were talking yesterday about, earlier on, sorry, about birthdays. We've got one 40th birthday and 3 50th birthdays so far. Well, guess what? It's another 50th. This is Leanne Peckham from Cambridgeshire, out for a 50th birthday present, and she did not have a clue about this until this morning. So it's always better to get the surprise on the day. So well done, whoever is responsible for this. We're going to guess it's that man stood in the middle there with the camera. So to get a proper taste of what drag racing is all about then. Leanne Peckham from Cambridgeshire. Many happy returns indeed for the 50th. And what a way to celebrate. Go for a ride in the two-seater dragster with Paul Brown. And that's an 802 at 164. Also a birthday shout out whilst we're here. Neil Melliard, it's his birthday this weekend. 61 today, Neil. Many happy returns from the Fraudster team. Thanks very much to Joe Peters for sending that one in. As we go into Comp Eliminator. Terry Newton with the Escort van 4-litre turbocharged. And Terry messaging earlier on to say big thank you to TurboSmart. They've just sponsored me bits for my van and the dragster that he's putting together. They've been a supporter of the van anyway, but jumped on board with the dragster. They're having a big sale on the TurboSmart stand outside the pod shop. So Terry Newton, consider that one done, sir. Going alongside Scott Leibischer from the United States, racing with us this weekend with his Copo. Lovely launch there for Scott. He has already been 840. Terry, let's have a look. Scott goes this time 825. Great run. 871 for Terry Newton. 871, 170 miles an hour.
For Terry Newton, yeah?
Pairing, yes.
What was the number again? Sorry, chaps, I missed that completely.
871 with a 0, 170.43.
So that was even a nudge quicker than he went earlier.
Yes, it was.
I'll try and catch a word with a few people up here, Colin, obviously. Anyway, you keep it going.
We can see you, by the way, if you can.
Really?
Yeah, that's the live stream. We've got it.
I haven't got any cameras here, so that's impressive.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant we could see you if you had a camera.
Okay. What did Scott Leibischer run? Sorry, mate.
825, 164. Moves up to number 7.
825, okay. I'll try and catch a word with as many as I can, mate.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, Marcus Velt and David Barton up next. You've got the Mark II Gold from Germany gunning for that 6. Going alongside David Barton. And he is in the backup car, if you like, or the second car of Reuben Dawson. He's currently number 4. He's run 884 in this car on an index of 960. Comp Eliminator going very interesting now. It generally is anyway, but it's just the sheer volume of cars in the class now. Oh, unfortunately Marcus rolled the beams there. It's not going to be a fully representative run.
In fact, he lifts early.
Yeah, 801. Let's have a look. 888 there for David Barton. He's already been 884, so no improvement either side. Gary Carr, Luke Stevenson, your next pair. Gary Carr's index is 1168, Luke's is 950. Well, we know Luke can't get there, but Gary can go under. He's number 6 at the moment, a best of 1111. Now, if the front wheels lift in the air nicely, then you could see a good looking run here from Gary.
Issues for Luke again, no issues at all for Gary.
Apart from going into the headwind, slowing down. Just tailed off a little bit to an 11.16.
Okay, chaps, I have a very, 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 very happy Mr. Terry Newton up the top end. Terry, we can't repeat what you said when I told you the number, but like you said, 3 world records in a row now.
Yeah, that felt really good. There's still a bit more in there. That's the same as it was, so there's definitely a bit more to come from that.
Yeah, and with the headwind as well, that makes it even more impressive, mate. Well done.
Hoping for an 8.5 by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, you're on the right track. Good man.
Thank you.
Terry Newton, everybody. Thank you very much, chaps. Back to you.
Well done. Always good to catch a top-end interview as well. Right, Julian Bayer with the Golf. He has a best of 7.15 so far this weekend. Going alongside Dave Swift. Oh, what he would give for a 6-second timing slip. And that's the fact they would both love one. So Julian currently number 9, Dave Swift number 20, but they're just chasing numbers, they really are. Yeah. And they're both chasing that magical 6.
2 completely different combinations in 2 completely different chassis, trying to run the same number. Big cubic inch nitrous engine for Dave Swift. Tiny little, not even 2 litre 4-cylinder with a turbo for Julian Bayer. Let's see what they can do here. Fingers crossed for 2 straight runs, but neither of these cars actually like going straight.
Well, they're both looking straight, put it that way, so they got a good starting base.
Dave Swift takes a creep towards centre line, still under power though. He's going to get there first to a 7.29, and Julian lifting early to an 8.35.
Yeah, a few people up this end mentioning the breeze on the top end. It's quite strong. Terry mentioned it just then as well, which makes it even more impressive. He set another record run.
Yeah, as you say, that makes it even more impressive. But yeah, it must be quite a stiff breeze, literally where you are, because you're getting the brunt of it. You've got nothing to shelter you up there. Right, Belinda Bulls with the S10 Chevy pickup. Dan Williams with the Chevelle. Dan broke a few valve springs yesterday, went back to base to redo the engine. They tried to do it here, but Dan, bizarrely, so many questions going around, said, no, I want to take it home, I'm going to work it on the workshop. So they took it back to base, picked up a transmission for somebody else, and worked on the car back at base. Got it back up here, and here he is.
So Belinda at the minute, the quickest of the supermods, index being 7.99. She's been 7.5 already. It'd be tough to do that here. Yeah, go 7.79 and a 10.48.
Yeah, Dan lifted very early there. So Dan stays number 3 as we look down at Dan's brother Nick with the Copo, number 5 qualifier. Going alongside the other Copo, the Honey Wasp of Reuven Dawson. He is your number 1 qualifier. Both of these cars, 350 cubic inch supercharged engines. But Reuven is number 1 at the moment, Nick is number 5. Nick's had the better ET, 781 to 788. Great seeing these 2 cars side by side. Great runs, a pair, 804 and 827. Both of them a little bit off on performance. Reuven slowing to 136 at the stripe. Nick drove into the chute there, 167. Right, somebody that the headwind might actually help is Ahmed Jamshed. There, that'll help him slow down to an 850. Going alongside Matt Davison, Mr. Boost, the Honda Civic. Got an index of 950, has already been 933. And again, what he would give to get into the next band, if you like, and get an 8-second pass. He's been tantalisingly close, but hasn't quite got there yet. It goes 881, 932. His best run of the weekend for Matt Davison with Mr. Boost. Bizarrely, I actually think he'd be quite happy with that.
What's the number, mate? Oh, what was the number for Matt Davidson?
932 with an 8, 155.
Yeah, I'm sure. How about Ahmed?
881.
Okay. Still consistent, still good.
Got Petros Taxopoulos coming your way, though, Daryl.
Oh, God.
Yeah. That'll be a good interview. Going alongside Spencer Tram with a Quantum Leap 3, the Camaro.
Hopefully the interview will go along the lines of, yes, that was full boost. That was it, really. The only slight problem with the front-wheel drive cars, especially because they're so light on the back end, when they run into a headwind, they do have an issue. When they pull the chutes, it yanks the back end of the car off the ground. We had a number of cars like that last weekend back at the door slammers, and it was quite hairy for some of them. So good luck to Petros.
Well, doing the usual thing of lifting the car off the ground to set the traction bar. There we go.
Yeah, you want a clue on how light these things are on the back end. Watching it reverse, it's actually doing little reverse wheelies, popping the rear wheels off the floor. And it takes one guy to pick the back of the car up as well. So Petros looking for another 7, looking for a deep 7. His index is 798. Sits number 15. Spencer number 17. Well, Petros with a bit of a wiggle, but under power the whole way. Going to go through with a 780. It was going to be quicker than that, but the thing let go and actually nosedived over the strub. Only 169 miles an hour. He does improve.
Okay, very quickly up the top end with Matt Davidson, if you can hear us, Matt. Another 9.3, but you said you'll take a full run without any issues, yeah?
Yeah, all good. Not as quick as we want, but yeah, I'll take a full pass with no smoke, no issues, nice and clean. That's what we want.
Thank you for being a great part of Comp Eliminator as well. It's a lot of fun having front-wheel drive cars in there.
No problem. Yeah, we love it. It's good to see the massive mix of cars that are in the full class.
It's really good. Back to you guys on the start, and Matt, thank you very much.
Yeah,
yeah, well done, Matt. Not everybody's getting a full pass in or getting the numbers they want this time round. So definitely well done to Matt Davison. Right, Rob Smallworth and Ben Mace up next, but having a good look at Ben's car on the start line.
Chief starter Dave giving the underneath of Ben's car a bit of a wipe. Just been told to hold still a minute.
Spotters just having a look in the Slick Tricks lane.
Yeah, down at the finish line too. Daryl, can you see anything coming off of Petros' car?
Yeah, 2 parachutes, but that's all.
Okay.
No, in all seriousness, no, nothing apparently. They are checking it out, but it looks fine. So I'll try and get a word with Petros in a couple of moments.
Okay. Yeah, the thing properly nosedived as it was going over the finish line.
That's what I was saying about, you know, light rear end. Yeah. Well, the front end, the nose of the car is still completely in one piece, so it didn't actually get the racetrack. So that's a good thing.
Right, you got a little altered. The Bantam of Ben Mace coming your way, going alongside the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy, Rob Smallworth.
Ben's all over the place. Rob arrow straight with a 767. The handling issues obviously solved for him. And a 740 for Ben. That moves him up to the number 14 spot.
That's his quickest run ever with the little Alton. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah, 740, 181.
Fantastic. I'll try and nab a word with him in a minute. I'll try and get a quick chat with Petros as well. Petros is just tidying up parachutes at the moment.
Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster, going alongside Darren Dewhurst with the Shed. 1 Ford Escort, 1 Vauxhall Corsa, 2 Vauxhall engines.
And 1 air horn.
Of course, yeah, that was for the previous pair. Okay, so Kev, we have a 789 or way quicker. That's what we really like. This is index, it's not a dial-in, don't forget. Darren Dewhurst, 9.50 index for the front-wheel drive Vauxhall Corsa. Very, very straight launch indeed for Kev. Wiggle at the top end, still goes 755 at 174, and 959, 137 Darren. It's the best run of the weekend for Darren so far, and it moves him up 1 spot as well.
Well, I think Petros has just said to me and sussed out why it nosedived at the finish line. Petros, a 780, you were looking for more than that, but tell me what you just said.
I'm set for 7 low. This is our plan.
To go for low 7, yeah?
Yes. This is what we are looking for.
Why was the speed slightly low?
Because it broke the edge in the 4th gear. 4th, 5th gear, yes, it's starting misfires. Because the engine was damaged from the last pass. We have some issue in the fuel, but now we fixed everything. But we have spare engine, so we are looking forward for tomorrow.
Good man. Thank you very much, Petros.
Thank you so much.
Thank you ever so much, Petros. We love watching you work. Back to you guys. I'm just going to grab Ben Mace as well.
Yeah, I think.
Have we got time?
Oh, yes, yeah,
Oh,
definitely
Ben.
have.
Okay. Ben's just taking his helmet off. He's got no idea what he's just done. Don't swear. Right, 7.40, 181 miles an hour.
That makes me second in the world for our engine platform.
Second on the planet?
Yeah, I'm buzzing. Amazing. We came here to run a 7.3, so 7.4 is a massive stepping stone for us. So if we get another quali tomorrow, we'll turn it up and hopefully get that world record that we've been hunting for.
So what is actually but also 181 miles an hour too. He missed that bit. You probably gathered he missed that bit.
Yes! I'm ecstatic, absolutely ecstatic. Yeah, just want to thank all the team, Hauser Race Cars for building the chassis, Overkill Performance for all the tuning and the exhaust work, and the Car Kitchen for the race head. It's a massive combination, and it's a huge help for what we do.
It's really fun to see you in Comp Eliminator as well. What's the ET in the speed that you're shooting for? I mean, where does it, like you said, second in the world, where does that need to be?
7.388 at 181.
Wow.
Well, he could almost have been there.
That's a front-wheel drive car out of Argentina, so that was kind of the goal. I want to run 6 something at 200 mile an hour eventually, but for us, this is this is the team. This is a huge stepping stone for us. I'm absolutely ecstatic. I bet my wife's going mad in the stands.
Well, actually, on that subject, that air horn was one of the highlights of last weekend, so thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
No problem at all. Ben Mace, everybody who's won, happy boy. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's fantastic. It was one of the best top-end interviews we've had. Especially when you tell the driver or rider that the numbers they've run and they didn't know. And it's just like,
yeah,
oh, my God.
I always have to say, don't swear
That's
before
right.
I say anything at all. What you were saying about Petros' car nosediving, Tom, that was because the engine went bang.
Yeah, it didn't look like it because he hadn't got the parachutes out yet, so I knew it wasn't that.
Yeah. Well, also, there is actually some oil underneath. I presume that's what they're clearing up, is it, or thereabouts?
No, we're running.
No, we're running.
Oh, you're running, okay.
Top methanol up.
There is a couple of small splats underneath Petros' car, but only when he stopped round here after the finish line. And, yeah, Ben's just being given his short numbers and he's still going mad. You can hear him probably.
Yeah, Ben's run would have been an 8.3 if it was straight. He was all over the place.
7.3, me.
7.3, that's it.
Right, we move on. It is to FIA Top Methanol.
Brace for impact. Here comes Silvio. And as I say that was one of his tamest burnouts he's ever done.
Yeah, it sounded good and strong, though, but controlled.
That's it. So Silvio would need a personal best to take the #1 spot. He's, with the old car, been into the 5.5s quite regularly. But this is a new car to him. Span the tyres instantly last run. The only supercharged dragster we have here this weekend.
doesn't sound really happy.
No, it didn't on the last one either. It sounded like it was running on idle way too low.
They broke the ring and pinion in the first run, and their spare was also broken. So now they borrowed one from Michael Winter from the Pro Mod.
What a world of drag racing, everybody helping everybody else out, keep running.
Yep.
Yeah, as I say, it didn't sound a happy car.
No. Engine RPM too low in stage.
The rear axle looked like it actually moved forwards before the car did there.
It jolted. And tyre shake as well. Oh, had absolutely everything in that run.
Yeah, everything you don't want.
But they get 2 runs tomorrow. They will get it right.
I hope so.
They will get some numbers, that's for sure. There's a good experience on that team. Right, so as Thomas said, there's only one supercharged dragster in top methanol. The other 3 are A-Fuel, and of course then we do have obviously the supercharged funny car of Sandro Ballio. Looking behind us then, the 2 A-Fuel cars. Just having the starters attached.
So, both from Sweden, Tina Hosnegregard, with the car owned by Daniel Jedborn, who was the last person to drive it here. But now it's Tina's turn. Taking on Johnny Lag with the NGK spark plug machine. And these are, for all intents and purposes, top fuel dragsters, just without the superchargers. They've got similar sized fuel tanks, similar sized fuel pumps, and 2 mags. So that means 2 spark plugs per cylinder. Fire them up on methanol, then switch over to nitro.
Visually different as well as the sound as well. You can see unburnt fuel coming out the pipes there. And you hear the other car now running on nitro.
So the more traditional A-Fuel burnout for Tina there. Very, very short indeed. If anyone's ever watched Top Alcohol in the States, you'll see the A-Fuel cars barely even wash the water off the tyres and then just roll across the line. Johnny with the more European style of burnout.
Yeah. Or the old school which way. You know. Back in the day, burnouts were as long and smoky as you could get them until the science got in the way. And when I mean that, it's say, oh, don't need to do the big burnouts anymore. But no, the old school drag racers will always love to put on the show and then the go.
Yeah, science getting in the way of our fun.
That's it. That's it. You got it.
So both from Sweden, Johnny Lag and Tina Nedregard. Both go to the high side. Here we go. Cylinders out for Tina, no issues at all for Johnny. He's going to go 5:39 at 268 miles an hour. Only good enough for number 2.
Tina goes 6:20 at 238, stays in the number 4 position.
So that was a 39 for Johnny, yeah?
It is indeed, yeah, 268.76.
That's probably what he was on for earlier on before it dropped cylinders. I'll try and get a word with him at the top end. Tina, the car not... Well,
sounding like it's not behaving itself so far this weekend.
All right, you've got Tony Brinderson lined up, but no funny car to join him, unfortunately. No sign of Sandro for the second session, and we look in the lanes, he's definitely not there either. So it will be a solo for your current #1 qualifier, and obviously will stay there. So I think they're pretty much ready to go. Our track crew are good. And after this, it will be FIA Pro Modified. Unfortunately, we got casualties to report there as well, but...
I thought you were going to say, unfortunately, we've got Dick here in the tower, but...
No, we need we need the Costa up here at all times.
They sound so much more tame on fire up. When you fire a blown car up, it starts with a bit of panache, a bit of zing. The A fuel cars just sort of gently roll into life.
And also their switch over from fuel to nitro. It's, oh yeah, I can just see it now. You can just hear it now. It's not so violent.
Yeah, it's
So
gently
that's the difference of a
introduced.
supercharger. Still phenomenally quick accelerating machine, folks. Short, sharp, crisp burnout for Tony. Oh, the smell of nitro just fills the tower there. It just comes straight in, that did. We don't often get one like that, but oh boy, that's certainly come in. That's the joy of drivers doing a burnout underneath the tower with pipes that head straight upwards and unburnt fuel. It just comes straight into the tower. Looking on the live feed, you can see Daryl up the top end there.
So to solidify his #1 position after the first day of qualifying here in Top Methanol and claim those all-important bonus points. To get all 3 of them, he needs to go quicker than a 5 at 39.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. I know he's already got the #1 spot, but it's round by round that the little points are awarded.
And those little points do make a big difference when it comes to the end of the championship here in September. So, Tony Brinderson from Sweden once again with the air fuel machine.
Whoa!
Blows the tyres straight off.
Yeah, literally a perfect hourglass when he left the line there. And when I say that, it was wide tyre tracks going very, very narrow indeed. Yeah. And then fattening up again afterwards when he came off the throttle.
While Tony Idle's off the racetrack, Johnny Pensioner Lag, is actually hooking his parachutes up here at the top end. So, Johnny, that was a 5:39, a lot better. Nice strong run, I guess.
Yes. This is finally, and my crew, I mean, Krister and the guys, they're working so hard. This was like the last second. We found out that the EM box cable was broken. So this was just a few more minutes. I could have even have been able to do the run.
But that's a real nice opener as well. Also, most importantly, you've got that on the side of the car. Yeah, you're back to #1 again.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. So the old guy's going to keep working on it for this season.
Well, the young guys are coming for you, but I think you might have hired your own assassin because your son is going to be racing sometime soon, maybe?
Yes, we're planning opening on Mantorp Park in the end of July. And he have his whole crew here learning, helping us right now to learn how to work on a fuel car.
It's going to be a lot of fun having your boy racing with you, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck the rest of the weekend, sir. Always great to see you. Thank you, Johnny Lag.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to Johnny. Back to you, chaps.
Okay, thanks ever so much indeed. So a little bit of attention to the slick tricks lane there. But as we look around the corner to see FIA Pro Modified. Unfortunate news, though. Dave Smith is out for the weekend. John Sternham, crew chief, messaged me, and obviously you knew about this one as well, but spun a main bearing, unfortunately, and is out for the weekend.
Yeah. Have we got a couple of moments as well? Have we not?
Yeah.
I'm just checking. It's all right. I'm only checking because I'll chuck in another one if we can quickly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is that all right? Okay. Just a minute. I will do that.
That's just as everyone runs away from Daryl now, isn't it?
Hey, look. That's how it's going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
So, very quickly, Tina, if that's okay. I know you've been to Santapod a lot of times before, but this is the first time you've been in a fire suit as well. Not quite the start to the weekend you want, I guess, but I know that man will get it figured out, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we have a lot of new stuff in the car. We have spent the last months back at home rebuilding a lot of things, so we just need some data to figure everything out. Yeah, no, he will absolutely figure it out.
You will figure it out, won't you, Daniel? That was a very confident yeah.
I want to go fast, you know. Yeah.
And you know the boss quite well, so yeah, it'll happen.
Yeah, if he wants dinner, he have to make it work.
You heard it here first, everybody. Daniel Chebon and Tina Nicolai. Thank you very much indeed, both of you. Back to you guys up in the tower.
Oh dear. Yeah, so we're saying, obviously I know the one about Dave Smith. Any more news from the world of Pro Mod over there?
Yeah, well, Michel Thoren couldn't get it in first gear because he has this new shifter, because he runs the TH300. And the bracket from the shifter just broke, so it was lying somewhere in the car. So he couldn't run. Norbert Kuno is here again. He had issues with a lot of methanol in the oil after warm-up, so he just wasn't sure to drive. And Michel Winter is here. And he had issues with the starter motor and with the lithium battery that it kind of exploded. But they put a regular battery in now, 16 volt, and another starter motor, and well, hopefully they
good
will
stuff.
work.
Good news.
One thing to ask Michel Thoren, his crew lost their big ratchet where they spin the engine with. It goes in the blower. So if anybody found it, please return it, or here or at Michel's pits.
Okay. So that is a very large piece of equipment, actually.
Yep.
It must be, what, a good 3 foot long, those bars.
Yeah.
I've seen one. So, yeah, wherever that's gone, we know who it belongs to. So, if that could be returned back to Michel Thoren's Pro Dutch team. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
Head of the lanes, Norbert Kuno. And Michael Winter tucked in behind there as well. Bruno Barda, Andy Robinson lined up there. I think I've actually got the pairings, actually. So I get an idea of which way round they're going to be coming.
First should be John Webster and Norbert Kuno.
Correct, yeah.
But to be honest, I don't see John Webster.
No.
I only see Norbert Kuno. And a couple of others.
That's a glorious looking pairing lanes, actually. The live feed camera just panning around, and just to see pro mods and golf buggies. That's it.
Well, Norbert Kuno's been given the signal to fire. And here he comes.
Just a reminder to everybody out there, before the car comes around the corner, it'll be Pro Stock after this, then it will be Top Fuel Dragster, Nitro Funny Car, and Nostalgia Funny Car to follow that. So they're all in the lanes, all ready here to come to entertain you.
So the Avenger number 3 for Norbert Kuno. All the way from Germany. I believe this is his first run of the year. As he gives it a rev to get the RPMs down.
Yeah, as I say, trying to get the revs down so he can go to reverse, which he's done.
Oh, where are you going?
Yeah, needs some guidance. So, just having a look on the quick list. Norbert Kuno set his best back in 2018 at Tierp, where he went 6:03 at 236. Fair to say, Norbert doesn't have a full race itinerary each year. He tries to get along to a lot of them, but sometimes it doesn't always work out.
Yeah, he's one of these drivers as well that tends to struggle quite a bit in qualifying, and then come first round of eliminations when he's pulled the fast guy, will run out of the bag.
Yeah. The unpredictable. So Norbert Kuno brings the Avenger up to the line in the Slick Tricks lane. He's on a solo run here. As Dick said, should have been alongside John Webster, but he's not down here. So Norbert Kuno has the track to himself. Wants to get a good run in here to take the pressure off tomorrow. Something starting with a 6. Well, that's one way of doing it, I suppose. Well, he's going A to B, but 9.75 at 102. 103 to 60 foot, but the tyre marks as he left the line and the chatter marks tells a story. He had to back out of it. Tried to get back on it, but it just wasn't having it.
No, well, because it was his first run of the year, didn't go really well in the two-step, because normally they hit the clutch and full throttle, and then when they let go the clutch, but it was kind of, well, swap foot in this case. The green or black common white Goblin and Michel Winter, if it starts. Yeah, they got it running.
That's when you sort of will something to start. You can start. Just so that all of you lovely spectators can see this car. Beautiful looking machine.
It's the old,
special,
the old blown nugget.
Yeah.
Load of RPMs, but no wheel speed. Well,
did that time.
Fixed it that time, yeah. I was sort of worried about it being broken because there was a lot of RPMs and no go at all. But yeah, fixed whatever the problem was there.
That was special.
I think it's when you see the car from here, you look at Mats Eriksson's car, just how low that actually is.
Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant body on that car. As you say, I don't know of another Crown Vic Pro Mod anywhere. Well, obviously that's a one-off mould.
Yeah, I think this is the second or the third one even.
Yeah.
Stop.
Of course, Europe's first 5-second Pro Mod racer was Mats Eriksson. He was the first into the 6.0s. Had some T-shirts made, and then the event that they bought the T-shirts out, he went 5.9, and those 6.0 T-shirts became a little bit redundant.
Was it the Nitro Olympics?
No, he was here, wasn't it? No, he did the 5.9 at the Nitro Olympics, that's right. He did the 6.0 here.
Yeah.
But no, it was a magical moment.
Yeah, Matt's quite uniquely has driven 3 cars in these years, all Crown Vics, and all with at the time the only one. Can run deep into the 5s. Let's see what he's got here. Wheels up past 60 foot, all the way through to a 591, 241 miles an hour. Your new #1 qualifier.
And Michael Winter gets it down the track, 805, 156. He goes at number 11, but Mats goes to number 1.
Yeah.
Good job, LG.
Yeah, 0.97 to 60 foot, 386 and 189 to the 8th, and 591. So, Darryl, that's a 2.05 back half for Mats.
2.05?
Yeah.
Wow, there's loads more in there then. Yeah, that's exactly what Dick just that sort of thing. So Max is just rolling around the corner at the top end. I'm sure he'd be a happy boy with that, going all the way down the racetrack. These are their first, I've got to say it again too, these are their first runs of the season. That was only his second time letting the clutch out, or let go of the button, I should say, in 2025, and it went all the way through to 591. When you look at it that way, it makes it even more impressive.
Definitely.
I'll try and get a word with Max in just a couple of moments. Just climbing out of the car, the team are just wrapping the chutes up. So that Crown Victoria as well, I don't know whether you can see it on screen or not, but that Crown Victoria started life. It was originally a funny car body that was built in the US, and Matt's got in touch with Carl Ruth, got the mould for it, and that's where the body comes from.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was Carl Ruth's nostalgia funny car way back when, 80s, possibly 90s, probably 80s actually.
Yeah, we can see it on screen now actually.
Yeah, so the body itself started life, not this one. Max took a mould from it and changed it quite a bit. Yeah. But yeah, it evolved into the absolutely immaculate work of art that you see today. So yeah, but anyway, back to you chaps. I'll try and catch a word with everybody when I can.
Fantastic. So the next pair, both fired up, both coming around the corner. Marcus Hilt and Michelle Turenne.
Nice burnouts.
Well, we got 3 cars in the 5s already, but they're all 5.9s. We do hope to see 5.8s being the order of the day, and possibly for 5.7s.
Yeah.
And if Andre Arnova has his way, a 5.6.
Yeah.
But let's just see. They all want to get qualified. They are already, I would imagine, thinking about the little points as well, because we know that makes such a difference come the end of the season.
Yeah, last year was pretty close in the championship.
It was. So any points that are available, even if it's only 3 points for being quickest off that round, they all add up through the course of the championship season. Of course, being a short season as well, with only 4 rounds this year, makes it doubly important.
Yeah. Well, if you qualify first 4 times, it's 12 points in total.
Yes.
And that's a lot.
So at the moment, Marcus Hill sitting on number 12 spot, 880. Michelle Turenne hasn't got a number on the board yet.
Michelle's struggling to get it into drive.
He's got it.
In it now.
Well, one of the strangest ones I've seen for a little while there. Marcus Hill. He couldn't hold the car on the line. Michelle was taking a while to come forward. Marcus went up on the revs, couldn't hold the car in stage. Michelle launched. Problems for Michelle, coasted across the line in 21 seconds. He does get a number on the board, but nowhere near where he wanted, obviously. Marcus Hill, no time or speed.
Nope.
Okay, so... So hang on, was this a driver problem then?
Yes.
Sorry, LG, son of crew chief, standing over here giving them the numbers. But it's still 591, 241. Still a pretty good run. But go on, tell us from your view.
The burnout sounds to be very good to be a burnout from me, because this car used to go a little sideways, but that feels good, and wow, this is fun. And then I launched, and it was like a drive a nice Ford through the strip. But I missed a little to the third gear, so I went too long on the second gear. So I missed a little there. You missed a little bit.
But it was still pretty good. I mean, the 60 foot from what they said was 0.97, so that's still really good. And you're still #1 qualifier at the moment as well.
I'm so happy about that, but it's my crew. You have X on there, and you have LG there. We are 3 persons that are working with the car, yeah. And we are so happy to be back at the pod, Santa Pod.
Thank you very much.
We love the crowd, all the people here, the whole place. It's so good to be here.
You are the only one with that flag in Pro Modified this weekend here in the UK. So you've got a lot to live up to doing it for Sweden.
Yeah, I feel that. We are going to make a try.
You certainly are. You're doing a great job of it as well. So it's great to see you again, Mats. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
That's Mats Eriksson, everybody. Well, thanks, LG. Good looking run. Back to you guys.
Thanks ever so much indeed. And thank you, Mats, for bringing the car all the way from Sweden.
Well, wasting no time at all. It is Kim Christensen and Anders Arnover with their cars fired up. And trust me, there is 2 cars fired up. One of them is twin turbo.
One of them you can't hear.
Yeah. So the man with the target on his back, the man who ran 5.6 in legal trim back at the Festival of Power. He's not returned to form as of yet, but he's nearly there.
There's something about these turbo cars. I mean, I'll be fair. When they started to appear, you sort of think, oh, turbos, I love the sound of blown cars. But there is something about the turbo cars. They are just awesome.
Yeah, and they sound very solid.
Yes.
Especially now in the burnout.
Yeah.
But then when they are going from pre-stage to stage, then you hear what power they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the eeriest sounds in drag racing where you've got a supercharged car sat in full stage and the turbo car starts to spool the turbos. It just builds up the tension up and up and up and up. Fingers crossed his bump box works this time for the fast Ford racing team.
And so good to have Kim Christensen back with us from Denmark. They were so tight on space in the pits, they couldn't swing the Arctic round to get into their pit bay, so they're up in Pro ET.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we were supposed to park next to Michel, the Pro Dutch guys, but they were just a meter too narrow, so we couldn't get the awning out.
So, Andre Arnover, what has he got for us here? Kim Christensen. We know they're both gunning for 5s.
Kim's going to have to go in. He didn't.
Whoa.
Yeah, Anders there on the 2-step for a long, long time. Unfortunately, Kim just would not make the move to go into stage. Obviously having issues on his side of the track.
Yeah, so a busted run for Andre, but he was left hanging on the start line what seemed like an eternity as Kim just couldn't get the car to creep forward. Was it 7 seconds we've got to get in? Is that right, Dave? Dick, sorry?
What?
7 seconds to get in once one goes into stage, yeah?
Yeah, and then the other one gets a red light. That's the auto start function we have since 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. I see a left front wheel mark on Kim's lane just before we got to stage. So it looked like that wheel was blocked.
Oh yeah.
But it's actually all the way from where he started the burnout or so. That looks weird.
So another turbo car fired up now. Jari Räikkönen, all the way from Finland, has not been having the smoothest of... Well, he's been here for nearly 2 weekends now. Gearbox problems back at the door slammers, still made it to the finals, and then engine problems over the week as they look through everything. And the gearbox troubles, and rear end troubles.
Yeah. Well, Jere was supposed to run against Dave Smith, but unfortunately he won't be on the track anymore this entire weekend.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Dave. To be honest, I've got to know Dave and the team really, really well this year, and it's such a shame. So spun a main bearing, done a lot of damage, and so they are out.
It looked really nasty.
Because remember the car was stuck in the shutdown area.
Yeah.
So Jere down into the 580s at the door slammers. Only qualified at the minute with a 768. That's just not a number he even wants to look at. He might struggle to get back into the 580s with the current transmission, as it's not his first gearbox. He's currently running on his spare. So fingers crossed, another 5-second run. Strong launch. Has a bit of a wander and a bit of a feather, but he's going to go all the way through to a 612, 239 miles an hour. Well, it's a number on the board.
Yeah, but it's 612. Thing is that, I mean, a few years ago we were going, wow, 612, but a 1 second 60 foot, normally a little bit quicker than that, but 404 to the 8th at 184.
I think with all the grief that they've had, with all the rebuilding that they've had as well, I think they'll just take it. You know, first run off the trailer last weekend, this time last week virtually, they ran a new personal best, and everything's been going sort of backwards slightly ever since then with breakage and all sorts. So
yeah, the car started sliding bit to the left and right, and then he lifted, and then he went back on it, but that's too late then. Mr. Gotham City was supposed to run against Kev Slijfield.
Kev Slijfield, no Kev.
Hey.
Well, it is his birthday.
Oh, he's eating cake probably.
Random excuse, but no, I know he'd rather take the run, but...
Yeah, Kev having issues. Only ran 6.3 in the last round. As Daryl said, Tello was missing.
Just very quickly, guys, so I can tell Jari, what did he run? 6.1?
6.12.
6.12. Speed?
239.
Okay. Yeah, he might be a little disappointed with that, but we also might find out the reason in just a couple of moments when I get a chance to have a word. So anyway, back to you.
Okay, so as we know, no Kev Slijfield, so Bruno Barda has the track to himself. So it hasn't been a clockwork Saturday for the Pro Mod so far. And let's see how they all get on tomorrow. But we still got this session to finish off yet. Still got John Tevenham, Andy Robinson, Mark Hartfeld, Dave Vector to come. And of course this run from Bruno Barda with the Gotham City vet. One thing we've learned over the years is you never ever put Bruno Barda into the also-ran category, because he can come up and he can sneak up and he can take wins at will sometimes. You think, Bruno, there's no chance he can win this, and he'll do it. Very, very good racer, very experienced. And fair to say, he knows this car inside out.
Oh yeah, definitely. He switched from the regular ProMac, MSD ProMac, to the Fuel Tech system, just the ignition side of it. So he has 8 coils. and that was kind of a learning curve for him as well.
A PB of 584, 245 set that at the main event.
Well, it's a soft 102 to 60 foot, 408. It's going to be a 625, 224 mile an hour off pace.
Yeah, very.
Arrow straight.
But yeah, that sounded a bit lazy.
Yeah.
So that was 625 up at the top end with Jari Antoniemi. He gave me the reason why it fell off a little bit. Go on, what happened, Jari?
Oh, I spun the tires again after the shift in the second gear and went, I think, a little bit right. But then I just decided that I want to shift the third gear also to see that everything works. And we have the safety limiter after 6 seconds, so it takes the ignition away, so it doesn't go. Yeah.
But you've been here for a couple of weeks. Obviously, you came here for 2 events last year. And, most importantly, you have PM number 1 on the car. That was quite an incredible day, wasn't it, in September here last year?
Yeah, it was nice. I would like to have the same kind of day this year.
Well, you're giving yourself every chance by making the trip. And we're really grateful as well that you come all the way, because I know it's a long way. I've been to Forza. I used to stay there when we used to go to Alastaro, so I know where it is. I know how far that is. It's a long way.
Yeah, it's quite far. It takes 3 days, a couple of ferries, and I think driving kilometers is like 2,000 kilometers, 2,100 kilometers. Yeah.
Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend, sir. Say hi to everybody in Finnish.
Kotiin, Miralle, terveisiä ja Hessulle.
I hope he said hello. Anyway, Jari Antoniemi, everybody, back to you guys.
Oh, very, very good. Okay, our next pair then, representing the UK, John Tebenham with fabulous Lightning McQueen, and it's the Anger Management 2.0 Camaro of Andy Robinson from Robinson Race Cars.
Both cars have the same tuner.
Yeah, but Luke's only concentrating on one of them, to be honest.
Yeah,
but,
of course, yeah.
To be fair, JT is actually driving really well at the moment. The car seems to be working. It's running the numbers consistently. He's number 5 qualifier on the 6:09. Andy Robinson, number 4 qualifier, 6:01. Both of them have run in the 5s. Andy's best is a 5:82. He set that at the Summer Nationals last year. And at the main event, he just missed 250 mile an hour when he went 249.07.
Tyre shake for Andy, he's off the throttle. John Tebenham all the way through to a 6:12. 238 miles an hour. That moves him up, actually, to number 6.
No, he was number 5 and stays number 5.
Oh.
That's he went 6:09 earlier.
Yeah, yeah, that's right, yeah. So 6:12 that time round for JT. But yeah, he's getting down the track every single time.
Yeah, it looks very good. Yeah.
And talk about wide awake off the line. He treed Andy Robinson. That doesn't happen very often. Andy had a 0.4 light, but JT was 009. He almost rolled the beams, to be fair.
Yeah.
Almost rolled them.
So, first, just very quickly, Dick, sorry to ask you again if you've been asked it already, but first round with Pro Mod was a little bit hit and miss. What did everybody say? Underestimated the racetrack, possibly?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Or they did it safe, like David. They made a safe, solid pass. David is working with John and Evan Salemi from the US. They are from Melanie Salemi, and well, big thank you to them for helping David out with the new converter setup. But it's starting to look really good.
Yeah, shout out as well to Ida Zetterstrom, who I know is watching from overseas.
Yeah, she's a
Who?
Good friend.
I've never heard of. Who's that? Just kidding. If you've ever been drag racing, you can't miss the name, really, can you?
She's a good friend of Eileen and David. She was also at their wedding, and yeah, they are good friends.
Yeah, it was actually, I was obviously in Gainesville with Ian, and we caught up with Ida in the pits and had a great chat with her, and as everybody does, and if you know, everybody generally goes to the ale house in Gainesville, and Ida and the family turned up. It was really good. So Ida, a very big hello from everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway, wishing you all the best in your NHRA racing endeavours. And also doing very well, actually, as part of the announcing team as well.
Yeah, NHRA TV.
Yeah.
David has some new livery this year on the car, and also has new merchandise. So if you're interested in,
I got one.
But
I got one.
Oh, you got one already?
Yeah, I went and got one yesterday.
Cool. They look really nice.
They do.
The shirts and the hoodies available in the pits.
So, two of the cars from Holland then. Mark Argyle, David Vector. Mark making a huge move towards the wall, keeps it off it unbelievably. David Vector to a 586, 238 mile an hour.
Small steps.
Moves into number one.
Yeah, number one qualifier, and that's a small step. What did Mark do, chaps?
Oh, he almost
11 and a half and nearly hit the wall.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Then I won't mention that. John Tebenham up the top end. John, you said you thought you had it on that one, but it was a little bit too out of shape for your liking, even for your liking, yeah?
Yeah, it was shaking hard and I wasn't going to lift, so I got pretty close to the wall. I wanted to read all the adverts, so on the way past, so I had a quick look at them and then I tried to get it straight and off I went.
Well, 612 is about in the ballpark, isn't it? I know you're looking for more than that, though, is it? Yeah, I know, but you're looking for more than that, aren't you?
Yeah, it should have gone. I think it's just getting too much power in the wrong places. But we got tomorrow. We'll be all right. We're all right.
And you qualified and you're doing it for Great Britain, so good luck, mate.
How do you know that?
Right.
Bit of a giveaway. Go on, Carl.
Little points. David Vector gets the 3 points to the 587. Mats Eriksson gets the 2 points, and the single point goes to John Tebenham. Wow. He went 612 with a 4. Jari Rantanevi went 612 with a 5. Oh. You never know, they could make a difference.
Yeah.
I was monitoring that quite tightly, actually, but...
well, that's 6 points for David already. So
yeah.
Important points. Okay, well, see you guys tomorrow again.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much indeed. Dick Costa, always a welcome voice up here in the tower when we get to run the Pro Mods, and joins in with Top Methanol as well. This is FIA Pro Stock. First up, Michael Malmgren with the Black Devil, the Pontiac GXP. Key part of this is to set the wheelie bar height. They always do it, actually they do it quite close to the start line, and it quite surprises me that some people set their wheelie bars a long way back and then they have that long journey to the start line. Set them as close to the start line as possible.
Yeah, what we're not going to do is mention how good Michael was at the door slammers, because when we did that last time it didn't go so well. He ran a 9.6. He has everything it takes here to go number one, which currently sits at a 6.64 by Mr. Orland.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it's going to go to the 6.5s as it progresses.
If you can do that now, that'd be impressive with this headwind.
It would be, yeah.
Well, it's a 101.60 foot, 432 to the 8th, and across the line at a 6.71. 206 mile an hour moves him up to number 3.
Nice run, actually, that was. Pro Stockers are affected by the headwind more than most cars anyway. Pro Mod cars, it tends to hold them down a lot better. So that was a 671. David Vector up the top end, very happy indeed with 2 runs down the racetrack, and quickest in both sessions as well. That was a 586 that time.
That's good for the points. It's another 3 points collected for the championship, so I'm happy.
Of course you are. Let's just hope we're having the same conversation in about 4 or 5 months' time, something like that.
Let's do that.
Yeah, let's see each other back in here in September. But well done, mate. After all the hassle you had last week, it must be nice just to get good runs down the track.
Yeah, and now we can get on tuning. You know, we are really busy getting the new converter, to learn the new converter. We got some great help from John Salami and his son. So, you know, Evan Salami, sorry, and it's just awesome.
Good stuff, great luck, and good luck tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Take safe.
Thank you.
Back to you guys, cheers.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. Right, it is that wonderful Mercedes. Henry Rill from Germany. Now they should have been alongside Simon Eckengren. but no sign of him.
Yeah, so story about the Mercedes then, thank you to John Crawford who sent me the information, was originally built by Harold Sturen.
Oh, yes.
And the story goes that they hired a Mercedes from Hertz Rent-A-Car and took a mould from it.
No way. Really? Wow.
Well, good news, Hertz, it's had some upgrades.
Yeah, it made it much more interesting.
So
what a great idea. Take a mould off a rental car.
I think that's the same story about a funny car back in the day, but fingers crossed for a 6-second pass. A bit of a misfire off the line, but it's come back around now. It's going to be a 7:02.
It's a slight improvement by 100th of a second, I think. But yeah, stage number 7. But great car to watch. So that's a 7.027. I'm actually now making notes of all the runs on the pairings that we get through for our classes because that helps us allocate the points.
So Lasse Britsmar in the purple GTO taking on Robin Naren in the red GXP. Fun story about these cars, of course. Robin Naren used to drive the car in the Kestrel beer lane. And a couple of years ago had a bit of an incident in the car he's in at the minute at Hockenheim and arrived at the European finals. Yeah, arrived at the European finals in his old car that he'd just sold.
Well, they also travelled together as well. They both come over in the trailer, which is makes much more sense, doesn't it, really? Because Pro Stock cars aren't that big. If you can fit 2 of them in one trailer, why not?
So after this, you got the final pair of Jimmy Ulland and Stefan Enrid. And then, folks, it'll be time for Top Fuel Dragster.
So, Robin already qualified with a 6.76. One of 3 cars in the 6.7s. And one of those just outside who ran a 6.81 is Lasse in the other lane. So final adjustments to the wheelie bars. Lasse brings his car forward up to the line where they can start making his adjustments. And interestingly, what I've just noticed on the rear of the scoop of Robin's car, he's got a patch of matte black paint, simply for when the sun comes down and reflects off the scoop, it goes in his eyes. It's something you see quite a lot now in the States in the nitrous cars and some of the outlaw cars as well, running that matte black paint, and all it does is just stops it reflecting.
If it works, it's sensible. Oh, switch the data logger on. There we go. Important part of it. Fortunately, the car wasn't far enough forward to be a blue line violation. Excellent stuff. Well, Robin Naren is off the line like a scalded cat.
Lasse getting a bit loose, lift off the power. Robin goes 6.70. He moves up to number 3.
And the Britsmar GTO stays number 5. Oh, 6.700 against 6.707.
So that was actually, so I'm guessing that was Robin Naren just ran 6.70.
It was indeed,
the
yeah.
top end with Mike Malgren, who just went 6.71. Quite happy with that, but like you said, the air's not quite so good today, Michael, and obviously the breeze.
Yeah, I mean, the air is not with us, but that's the same for everybody. We were a little bit too aggressive in the last Q1, so we're pleased we went down. Now we have something to go for. It was a pretty rough run, so there's quite a lot left in it. So we're pleased with that.
It's typical Pro Stock, everyone real close together.
Yes, it is.
And it's also, really quickly, great turnout for the first round of the season as well. 7 cars in the UK, we haven't seen that for a long time.
Oh, that's really good. Really, really good competition in Pro Stock. That's good. Good for the class.
Thank you very much indeed. Michael, back to you. Oh, actually, before you go, very quickly, Henry Riehl from Germany. There you go, folks. You can see what he looks like. thank you for bringing the Mercedes back in Pro Stock. It's great to see.
Yeah, I think so too. It's mixed it up a bit.
It certainly does. Is it fun?
Of course. It was a dream always to run in Pro Stock.
Well, you're in with all of these guys and then in with a chance as well. So good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Henry Real, everybody. Back to you guys.
We finally get to see the man who drives the Merc. Yeah, there you go. Hertz, Avis, whatever rental company you are, if this man comes in, you know he's going to take a mould off your rental car. Oh dear, right. These two are 1 and 2 at the moment. Jimmy Ulland and Stefan Enrid. Jimmy went 6.64 in Q1. Stefan Enrid went 6.7 with the zeros.
Yeah, Jimmy making a statement as he always does, puts himself 600ths ahead of the pack. And I do love the idea that you can load up a video game and drive this car. Now, of course, the car in the Kestrel B lane for Summit Motorsport and Summit Racing Equipment. Jimmy, one of these drivers who races both sides of the pond over here and in the States.
I said that is such a cool colour scheme as well. Even the number 1 has got like the speed effects on it. It's really good.
Just very quickly, chaps, who's the quicker of Robin Nuren and
Mike Malcolm?
No.
Stefan.
Stefan, yeah.
At the moment, Stefan 6.700 and it's a 6.707 for Robin.
Oh, okay, no problem. What did Lasse run as well?
80. That's went
8.22.
8.22.
Oh, 8.22, no trouble. Sorry, fellas. Anyway, back to the start line.
So here we go then. About to go into stage.
Problems for Stefan. Jimmy all the way through with a 6.65. No improvement in ET, but takes those 3 little points again.
And again, says himself 500ths ahead of the field.
Really quickly, fellas, before we move on. Robin Nuren, I didn't bring my ladder again. I screwed up, sorry. Robin, great run, 6.70. That gets you number 3 at the moment, though. Just a couple of thou behind the number 2 man, Stefan Enrid.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. It was a good run. We are pretty short on the low numbers, so we need to get better there. But this is the first round of the season, so everything can just be better tomorrow.
You've had an awful lot of good racing luck at this racetrack as well. You've been very successful here too, and you're right in the mix as well. You're only a couple of hundredths away from Jimmy too.
Yeah, we need to figure out what we're gonna do there to get closer to him. Yeah, you know, he's really good on the thing he's do, but we know what to do, and we're gonna figure it out for tomorrow.
Good stuff. Good luck, mate. And thank you for coming back as well. It's so great to see so many pro stockers here in May in the UK.
Yeah, it's lovely with 7 cars here, and the Henry from Germany that's joining us here. And on the whole tour, this is perfect, and this is exactly what the class need.
Good stuff. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Robin Nuren, everybody. Back to you guys in the tower.
Okay, well, actually, the Bluebird is out at the moment, so if anybody else is loitering with intent up there, Dal, please feel free to nab them straight away.
Well,
little points. Jimmy got the 3. Robin got the 2. Mike Malcolm got the 1.
Very quickly, I don't know whether you can see this or not, but on Lasse's hood scoop, it's got a little inscription on it. It's all right, Josie's going to make her way over here. We don't have radio contact up here, but there's there you go. Zoom in on what it says on the hood scoop. Because Lasse was the only guy last year, no, on the side, was the only guy last year to beat the man on the other side, Jimmy Ulland.
They've even got the typeface, the Camaro badge for way back when on there. I like that.
Yeah, it's perfect. So the GTO is the Camaro killer. But that was Jim's only round loss of the season. So we got time as well. I'll catch a quick word with Jim. Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, very, very quickly then. Sorry, I don't mean to. Well, that's the Camaro killer. I'm the Camaro stopper because it's going backwards at the moment. Just a second. Jimmy Ulland. It's not the breeze doing that. There you go. Thank you. I have a use. It's good to see you again, sir. See you. Jimmy Ulland, everybody, at the top end. I love this. This is a great look.
Good. I like it myself, and yeah, I'm glad that everybody so far has been thumbs up.
Must be great to have big involvement from Summit in the US with you here in Europe.
You bet. I mean, Summit is a great company to work with. I buy a lot of stuff from them through my business, and they've been supporting me for 10 years now. So it's awesome to have them with me. And I got Denso for this year too, with spark plugs. We got VP for lubricants and fuel. So yeah, I'm looking forward.
So are you a Swedish resident or a Florida resident at the moment, or does that depend on the time of year? Does it?
Well, this time of the year, I'm definitely a Swedish resident. Yeah, I wish I could, you know, be more Florida resident in the future, but I'm working on that part.
Working on that part. Well, you've pretty much done it all over here in Pro Stock as well. That's what I always say the same thing, that it's great that you show up again and again and again, because if anyone was going to run out of motivation to run, it would be you, because there's not much you haven't done, but here you are doing it again.
Yeah, but it's getting harder and harder, you know, getting older and older, and you got to find good team members, and I got my old team members still. So, but I'm the younger one of them, almost. Chris is a little bit younger, but Peter is older than me, and definitely Stig is older. He's 79 almost.
Wow, that is impressive. So, for this weekend, 2 #1 qualifying runs. I think that was a 65, just slightly tick slower than that. Probably all you can do with the air and the wind at the moment. I don't think you get much more than that.
Yeah, and I was out there. I got out of the groove a little bit in 4th gear, and it got spinning really bad, so it was shaking. Not shaking, just spinning out there and floating around in high gear. Some part of me said I should lift, and some said keep your foot in for it. You know how it is.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but it's great to have you back, as always. Still #1 qualifier, and there's only one blot on the horizon. Look, Camaro Killer. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he definitely won the race against us here in the fall last year. So he's entitled to have the Camaro Killer.
For now.
But you know what? There's only one Camaro in the class, so everybody knows it was me.
Jim, pleasure as always. Just have fun this weekend and do what you do. We really enjoy watching it.
Yeah, I'll try. We're going to have a lot of fun, and I'm happy that everybody liked the new wrap we got on the car. Looks awesome, I think.
Certainly does. Jimmy Ulland, everybody. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Back to you guys in the tower.
It's actually good to get a proper interview at the top end. The thing is, though, we don't like to interrupt the racing with interviews, but when they're just doing track prep and everything, good to have a chat with Jimmy Ulland there. We're having a look in the pairing lanes, actually, as well, with Suzanne. Oh, who have you got?
So, no, really quickly. Come on, explain.
This is the only betting I'm doing.
Okay.
I got some sort of control over it myself. That's the only betting in my life.
So you had a bet with Stefan on that run?
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay.
Stefan, do you know who he is?
Unfortunately, yes. Can you take him off from this track? I would appreciate that.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. But
way too much over the years.
And you still bet 500 that he was good.
I'm not going to give up, you know. So I'm probably more stupid than him. So.
Well, he's still the new boy in the class, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still a boy. I don't know about boy.
I'm 1 year older than him, you know. He is the new boy.
Stefan Emrud and Jimmy Ulland, everybody. Having side bets on qualifying races, yeah? Yeah, why not? It all helps, makes it good fun. Back to you guys.
Boys will be boys with their toys. Always is.
I love the confidence of Stefan to bring the money with him.
I bet Jimmy didn't, though. That's the thing. I bet Jimmy didn't.
Jimmy's the only man I know to have a badge of honour on someone else's car.
Yeah. Right, okay, update for you. Yes, there's a couple of things that we don't like in the air at the moment. The tractor is just trying to keep on top of the situation over there, but we do have a couple of spots in the air, which is really, really frustrating at the moment. So they're just putting the cover over Suzanne's top fuel dragster. Well, the engine anyway. Not going anywhere because this should blow over pretty quickly, hopefully. That is a strong old breeze, though. Look at the way those wind turbines are going, and also the flags on the mast there are really blowing hard. But it's typical. We've got FIA top fuel dragster up next, and then it will be fuel funny car. But as I say, we are on a pause just for a moment. Looking at the parent lanes, they're full. All of the bikes are down here as well for their second qualifying session in FIM Europe. for the bike classes, and then we just have 3 sportsman classes left to go to finish our day here. It's going to take a while though, because we like the entertainment factor as well. But yeah, there are a couple of spots in the air, so the tractor and our track crew just keeping on top of the situation out there. I tell you what, whilst we're on a pause, let's give the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. But obviously, we will take it back with Top Fuel Dragster, the next class that will be running at the main event. I was saying in the back, next to Martin in Fire Force number 3. The equivalent of around about 10,000 horsepower produced by these jet engines. Propels these cars to low 60s or even high 5-second passes at over 250, 260 miles an hour. And the trouble with the two of them, it makes the afterburner show and the flame stream more entertaining and the violence in the tower.
really doing their best to rock the tower this time.
No, they succeeded, put it that way. Right, the violence is over apart from the final push, but these two cars really do build it up. Great side-by-side run there. Martin with a 4.97 at 243 to a 5.12 at 198. Oh, sorry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
He's not going to get his time as he rolled out of stage. But that was an unbelievable run from Graham there.
And straight and strong and everything.
.834 and 9 flat. Stevie Saunders. Seven 1-8-0-0 867. And 9 flat. Well, Nick tried to pedal the car, he didn't recover. 771 for Matt Peters, stays number 21.
Good looking launch from Pete. 109.64. It's going to be a 7 at the stripe. 7.58, a little bit off pace, but 8.96. But it pulls him back straight. The back goes over towards the wall. He stabs it again, and again he's getting very close to the wall. And a 7.49 for Scott. Good run from him, and yeah, waywards for the altered. Yeah, it's bizarre sounding two-step for Al. Across the line to a 771. That's it. That's not good enough, Brad. You need to. Well, you heard a pop there from Bernard. No issues at all for Patrick. Although he was a second off the pace. 7
headwind. Air not as good.
Ashley with handling issues again, but keeps his foot planted. Mark, no issues at all. 881 with a 4.
Knows what he's doing. Number 2. Target 764. Oh, a pop and a bang, and rather bizarre coloured smoke coming up. That was black smoke, not white.
Have a guess when the nitrous came in.
$776 for Rennie, no improvement. Ashley. $903 with a 0. Stays indeed 50th. And what a way to celebrate. Go for a ride in the 2-seater dragster with Paul Brown. And that's an 802 at 164. Thanks for racing with us this weekend with his Copo. Lovely launch there for Scott. He has already been 840. Terry, let's have a look. Scott goes this time. 825. Great run. 871. Oh, unfortunately, Marcus rolled the beams though. It's not going to be a fully representative run.
In fact, he lifts early.
Yeah, 801. Let's have a look. 888 there for David Barton.
issues for Luke again. No issues at all for Gary.
Apart from going into the headwind, slowing down, starting base.
Dave Swift takes a creep towards centre line, still under power though. He's going to get there first to a 7.29, and Julian lifting early to an 8. So Belinda at the minute, the quickest of the supermods, index being 7.99. She's been 7.5 already. It'd be tough to do that here. Yeah, go 7.79 and a 10.48.
Great seeing these two cars side by side. Great runs, a pair, 8.04 and 8.27. Both of them a little bit off on performance. It goes 8.81, 9.32.
Well, Petros with a bit of a wiggle, but under power the whole way. Going to go through with a 7.80. It was going to be quicker than that, but the thing let go. And
going alongside the Dirty Dog, 55 Chevy, Rob Smallwood.
Ben's all over the place. Rob arrow straight with a 7.67. The hand issues obviously solved for him.
Very, very straight launch indeed for Kev. Wiggle at the top end, still goes 7.55 at 174. Yeah, as I say, it didn't sound a happy car.
No. Engine RPM too low.
Inside, here we go. Cylinders out for Tina, no issues at all for Johnny. He's going to go 5.39 at 268 miles an hour. Only good enough for number 2.
Whoa.
Blows the tyres straight off.
Yeah, literally a perfect hourglass when he left the line there. And when I say that, it was wide tyre tracks going very, very narrow indeed.
Yeah.
And then fattening up again afterwards when he came off the throttle.
While Tony Old was off
perfect lights in a row. So the first car down the track is Paul Brown with the passenger Nicky Paffin. Happy 50th birthday, and goes through 8 flat at 165 miles an hour. Good strong wheels up launch there for Jason Pickett. Don't worry about the red light, it doesn't mean anything here. 964, 10.08. They can see Sarah manually shifting the lemon drizzle Mustang as she hunts down that 9.90. Goes 10.03. She was 47, moves up to 44, 77. Let's see what he's got for us this morning. 10.92. Stays number 21. But a good A to B run there for Roy. Away he goes. Has on through the top end, 10.79, stays number 46. Matthew, number 29. So Laura is 100% going to be in the show. We just got to wait to see if we get that 50th car. Well, Laura stays put, Matthew stays put as well with him. For Colin, stays. Hopefully he's down there, he will just move forward and everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. .948 for Bob, 987. Wow, so Jack McClure, Thomas Bublitz, they're both qualified 12 and 14. 11.38 pays 10.32 on the dial-ins. Thomas is going to get to the top end first. With a 10.43, 11.37 with a 7 breakout from Jack. Both away well. Now Dave will get to the stripe first, looking for that 9.76, gets a 9.88. Oh, Bill Wilson breaks out by less than 2. Bit of fun. And they do play the commentary back afterwards. Listen to what we say. Oh, 006 off the line for Mason. That's a cracking line. 9.18 on the run. Susie McClure just still can't see John Bean down there. .913, 918. Ah, Jess Bishop. She's own experience so far this weekend. I have to go back through older data to see where they were.
Yeah, unbelievably, we've not actually seen conditions like these, I think, all year.
Yeah, you're right. It's been the tailwind most of the year.
Yeah. Well, 006 light, he was way off the tree.
Oh, 990
wow.
with a 6. Absolutely superb. Now, let's not happy with his 39th spot at the moment. Stevie Gates real happy with number 7. Stevie Gates wants 884. Simon Innes wants 1074. There's an 887, and the other side is a 1080.
So Nick with the little junior comp dragster looking for a 10.17 car will be for sale at the end of the year. Goes 10.22 and a 12.08.
Underneath the tower is John Bean. And a 10.90 from a 64 car ladder when John Bean goes through the finish line. Vidal's 9.68 against an 8.96. Goes 9.63, but that is it. We do have a 64 car ladder. No, actually, it's Laura Bainton. No, it's all jumbled up. No, I think it's actually Kirsty Tram who's number 1. It's one of those things you don't know what to expect, and everybody taking part. 30 racers having a little go at that. Thank you for scanning the QR codes and taking part. Right, okay, back to the real reason that we're here this weekend, not to play video games. There's still a couple of tiny spots in the air, and we can see the Slick Tricks Racing Santapod Raceway top fuel dragster out of the Ruiner Field stable and being piloted by Suzanne Callin. She's right behind us in the down below us. Hi, Suzanne. Hope it all goes well this weekend. Alongside your reigning FIA European champion, that is India Urbacher for Monster Energy. And, of course, for Urs Urbacher Racing. She's lined up ready to put her run in as well. But we're still a little bit concerned about conditions out there at the moment. They're lined up, they're ready, but there's still a couple of spots in the air. They're due to disappear, and unfortunately the wind is quite strong, so the breeze is helping moving things through.
Yeah, it's a bit of cloud cover as well, so fingers crossed nothing wants to be deposited anymore. All the spotters out there just checking.
It's very frustrating for them, especially if the cars have all been warmed up in the pits. I know they can put like engine covers over to try and retain the heat, but you know, for each sort of like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes delay, it just drops that temperature just that little bit more. But under no circumstances do we run these cars with any form of moisture on the racetrack, be it any fluids from the cars, be it precipitation, be it condensation, dew, anything that is wet on the track is a complete and utter no-no. When you're running cars between 10 and 12,000 horsepower a pair, each, is a big no-no. Those big slicks on the back there do not like any fluid whatsoever. So it is a pause at the moment, just waiting. So the track is pretty much there. It's just this, it's in the air, and it's got to dissipate before we can run the cars. The last thing they want to do is for it to clear, and they do their start routine, go into the burnouts, and then it starts spotting again. Then they'll have to go back to the pits, and we would lose those runs for those cars tonight, and that will deem the session incomplete, because there's no way they could turn around and come back down before our curfew this evening. So it is all about timing and making sure that we can get both pairs down the racetrack. Obviously, we've got Fuel Funny cars lined up behind them. We've got Nostalgia Funny car. And, of course, all of our bike classes are in the lanes as well. They are all ready to go for Q2. And if, obviously, they don't get to run, then we lose the session completely. So, very important that we get the timing absolutely right. Now, we can see it on the windows up here. You can probably feel it outside. The team can certainly see it, because obviously they got windscreens on the cars as such. You know, they're not canopy cars, but they do have like a reinforced perspex style screen, and obviously they can see any spots on there as well. Ian is literally on standby in the tractor. He's not getting out of it at the moment, so should he need to quickly pop out there and give the track a quick sweep, then he is ready to do so. But yeah, very, very frustrating. It's frustrating for us, it's frustrating for the crowd. It's certainly frustrating for the teams as well. You've got you know, the fastest cars here at Santa Pod Raceway lined up, ready to go. And they are just on hold at the moment. In fact, I've just heard Ian. He's just going to do a quick sled. And fingers crossed when he comes back, we could be ready to go. I'm keeping an eye on the windows here, just to make sure. Don't forget, after racing this evening, we do have live music on the stage once again as well. So even when the racing is finished, boy oh boy, the day is not finished for everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway. The stage, actually, where are we, Saturday, you've got the live band Overdrive at 7 o'clock this evening, which is only about 15 minutes time actually. And then at 9 o'clock this evening, it's the 80s band on the live stage. So musical entertainment to finish your day off here. Don't forget, Fuelers Bar and the food court will be open until late to keep everybody fed and watered. And yeah, unfortunately they're putting the cover on India's car. They're going to leave India in the car, so she's going to feel a little bit cocooned in her car with all the harnesses tight and everything. They haven't had the final pull down yet. They'll do that when they fire the car up.
I used to really enjoy being put underneath the cover in my car because you just have a bit of a nap.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
It's a nice bit of quiet time before, well, anything happens, really. I'm standing at the top end. We're busy watching the trees, most importantly.
Yeah.
There are spits and spots in the air. On the radar, there are spits and spots. However, they're just waiting for that window. I just want to give everybody just a quick heads up as well, that what you don't hear, I've just been privy to. I've been privy to all of the radio conversations. I'm not going to say what everyone said, but there's constant checking going on. Are we okay? Are we not? You know, report from here, here, and here, because it's nearly a mile between the start line and the end of the shutdown area, and it may well be raining in one part. It might not be in another. The good thing is that the wind is keeping most of the wet stuff, even though it's only a couple of spits and spots, off of the track. So the wind is really helping, and it's still quite the visibility down the top end up here is still really, really good, which means that if we do get a gap in it, we'll be getting on with it straight away.
And the other thing, of course, being pretty much a headwind now, I think is pretty safe to say, looking at the wind turbines, the way they're going, also the flags on the posts here next to the track. Whatever sort of weather is at the start line, it would have been at the top end first. So basically, in a bizarre way, you're the early warning system up there, Daryl. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, we are the canary in the mine, so to speak. Yeah, definitely that. But the good thing is the sky's actually looking brighter. It's just the spitty and spotty stuff. And if you've ever been here before, you know why we can't run with any sort of fluid on the racetrack or even any rain in the air. It just can't happen, especially with the amount of horsepower that we're about to stick down the racetrack. No matter how good the track is, if it's wet, if it's spotting, if it's raining or anything like that, you just can't do it. We're not going to lose the shutdown area because it's just not raining like that. But any sort of moisture, these things need maximum grip. The other thing as well, it's cooling off rapidly. It's getting colder and colder. And they do like a bit of heat in the racetrack too. So yeah, just
Very
one of those
frustrating.
it's a really, really, really superbly annoying holding pattern, and no one is more annoyed than everybody up here as well. But the good news is you can still see where the trees are. You can still see past the trees too. So hopefully it's going to blow over as quickly as possible. So please bear with us. We will get this done as soon as we can. If it's obviously in any way, shape or form possible, we just can't put anyone at risk.
Yeah, still, as I say, there are still a couple of spots in the air. Trouble is, we're getting messages now saying, I want to play the game. That went down a tree, that did. Well, what we hope to do tomorrow, well, we don't hope to do it because we hope there's no downtime, but yeah, we've got something else lined up for you tomorrow if we get a similar situation, so that could be quite entertaining as well. Let's get a few shout-outs there. There's a few people that are messaging. Some friends that came up today, they've actually headed back home as unfortunately foot was hurting quite a lot. So Karen and Michael, thank you ever so much indeed. Good to see that you made it up to the track today. Callum got in touch. Can we shout out to the Bashfords on the bank and Josh watching from home? I hope they're still on the bank because that message came in a good hour and 3/4 ago. But yes, I only had a chance to get to that one then. So the Bashfords on the banking and Josh watching from home. That's from Callum Wood.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out actually to everyone who's been messaging me in today. Including people who try to give me shout-outs of their dogs.
Well, yeah, okay. I've one another quick one for me. Then Brett and Charles Cordell got in touch. They wanted to say a big thank you to Carl Cox and Carl Cox Motorsport, of course, for sponsoring the juniors this year. It's a huge person to have a part of the club. Thank you very much indeed to Carl Cox, helping our youngsters out on two wheels. So thank you very, very much indeed.
Yeah, so the two top Fuel Dragsters have actually been pushed back up to the barn now.
Well, I think that basically gives the tractor a turning round room. Are we going to play a game? Yes, right. For those of you that just messaged in saying want to play the game, get yourselves ready. We hope the TV screen switches back to the coverage of the game because that was brilliant. We actually quite enjoyed it. We can't understand how Cullen won the last race because he was hitting everything in sight, yet he still came through to win it. So the QR code will appear on the big screen again fairly shortly. And hopefully we'll be getting it back on our screen up in the tail. Here we go. Right, so keep your eyes on the big screen and get yourselves booked in to take part in the next race, 30 of you. And once you've got your details in and you scan that QR code, the names will start to appear as we line up to do another one of our races. You can do this at home, actually. You can see that QR code appear at home. Right, there we go. Join in now. 2 of them are in already. There we go. All these names starting to appear. Now, if you've got a short name, you're going to get a stand more chance of getting in. If you get a really long name, it's... oh, there we go. Look at that. The grid has filled. So the racing game about to start. The 3 lights go out. It goes green, and off they go. Now, you control this with your phone. See, never did you think your online racing game would be broadcast around the world with commentary from the tower at Santa Pod Raceway. But let's have a look to see how they're going. They're 300 or nearly 400 metres in, quarter of a mile in now, and it is Noah fighting for the lead from Con and Jim and Scott, Brody. Oh, Alice is making a move now as well. There goes Noah. Oh, Molly hit the central tyres and still retained the lead. I don't know how that happened there. Oh, pushed Tom into the barriers. So it's a battle between Molly and Jim, and here comes Alice. Molly's out in front. Oh, no. Where have they all gone? Molly wins it. Well done, Molly. Check the phone for your result. The next game will be starting soon. So 30 races taking part in online racing here from Santa Pod Raceway. Right, scan that code. And they're lining up now straight away. So quick. Thomas, you should get your phone and see if you can get in there. Oh, Nitro FM have got an entry. Look, they're in there. We want Nitro FM to win.
Question is Harley down there?
Who's representing Nitro FM?
He can't drive.
Yeah, we want them to win. Oh, there's a bit of a traffic jam, though. Oh, is that Chris Wynn from Euro Dragster? He's in as well. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Yeah. Let's have a look. I can't pick a leader out of that. There's like 8 of them sharing the lead at the moment. Come on, Nitro FM. They seem to have disappeared.
I think...
Or crashed out.
Oh, there goes Chris as well. So Chris wins out again now.
Oh, there goes Will. He's in the lead. Oh, Liam comes through.
Well, the furthest distance we've had at the minute is 1,600 metres.
Mark F leads from George S. And here comes Shannon.
Oh, Dave Lamb hanging on just barely. Oh, there we go.
So Mark, is it going to be Mark? No, Shannon. Shannon wins it. Shannon actually crossed the finish line. Well done, Shannon. Where was Nitro FM when you needed it? Where was Chris Wynn from Euro Dragster? He disappeared.
Right, here we go. And we'll try and get in.
Right,
this one.
come on, get yourself. Like you scan in. Come on,
ready.
Tom.
Oh,
oh. Game about. Oh, I think you're a bit late, mate.
Never.
All right, let's have a look at the names this time. Nitro FM are back in an orange car this time.
All or Not is in. Big Dan. Come on, Big Dan.
Brad, Joe, Dave. Oh, Chris Wynn is in. He's there. He's the blue car.
I'm all here for Big Dave.
No, it's got to be Nitro FM or Chris Wynn because they're the only 2 we know. Oh, we got sound that time. Did you hear that? Was that off your phone? Right, let's have a look. Chris Wynn trying to barge his way through.
Well, there's a massive pile-up, so really down to...
Oh, Chris Wynn's got his nose in front. Come on, Chris. All or Not. Oh, just clapped at that tyre barrier there.
Well, Chris Wynn is out.
They will get to learn the track eventually and know where the obstacles are.
Is it the same?
I think so, yeah. So, William B, Greg, Jay, Woody and Ben, James. Oh, no, James clouts the race, but he burst of acceleration. And, oh, look at James.
Oh, Woody's out.
It's Ben and James, not Ben and Jerry. Oh,
it was James.
Yeah, James. James takes the win. I'm sorry this is so random, but we are commentating on a video game being played on the big screen. There we go. Come on, get in. What did it say?
Already? Full?
Okay. Must try harder, Thomas. Look, Dude is in. Okay. Is it Chris Wynn as Chris Wynn?
Media room's in as well. Barney, get off.
Oh, no, look. The Hulk MX-5 is back.
Yay!
Oh, my word.
Let's go, Hulk MX-5.
Still a few more. Yeah, here we go. The media room are in.
Well, instantly 3 are out. There goes another 2.
I think the Hulk MX-5 is very disappointed he's not green. He's got the wrong colour car. But let's have a look. So who have we got? Is Dude, media room. Come on, media room.
I hate to tell you this, Colin. It's really sad news, but the Hulk MX-5's crashed out.
Oh, what a shame. So it's Bex in the media room.
Go on, have a crash.
Oh. It's still these two.
Oh, media room went wide.
Oh, yeah, no, they avoided the tyres.
Oh,
it's the
media room.
Our media room wins it. Is it our media room, though? That's the only thing.
Ah, that's a good question.
Only got 969 metres.
Get it quick. How? How is it already full?
Oh, dear. Right, who have we got this time? Let's have a look. Chris Wynn is back in. There are some new names. Kirky. Timing. We got somebody from the timing crew in. They are.
It's Neil.
Yes, Neil's in from the timing crew this time. Oh, he'll probably find a way. Ed Horn is in from Oklahoma Willie. This is like door slammers back in the day when we used to race drag racing online. Do you remember that? All right. Where did Eilish come from? Oh, you got Triple H out there. Holly. Chris Wynn. Chris Wynn is going for it here. Chris Wynn is in the lead. Oh, my word. From William B. And a Fun Gun. Is it going to be Chris Wynn? Oh, no, he went left. He's hitting all the tyres in the place. So it's Fun Guy and William B. It's going to be one of those two. Oh, he's neck and neck. Oh, he's really close to it. William may just take this one. He's on his own out front. William B. Well done.
Right, I'm not missing this one. So I've been informed this is the last race, okay?
The last one.
Doing my absolute best for wait to the screen to reset. Go, quick. How? How is it already full?
Yeah, your reaction times are useless, Thomas.
Yeah.
Nitro FM are back.
Right, Pete, I'm having you. How have you done that?
The media room are back. Stop rain. I like that one. We want stop rain. Look. No, the pod shop are in.
The pod shop. Oh, here we go. Right,
come on, the pod shop. Chris Wynn is on the front row this time.
Right, pod shop. This better end up on your TikTok.
Oh, blimey, look at that. They're all together. They're bunching up.
Oh, it's getting close for the final race. 3 wide.
So, Stop Rain, Media, Rice, Joel, Chris, Xander, Dave, Carl, JSR, whoever that is, Liv, the pod shop. Come on, the pod shop shot to the front. Come on, the pod shop.
The pod shop's going. Joe L is there. Callum W, Chris, Gaz, Liam, William B.
Oh, no, it's still the pod shop. Chris is, and Callum W comes in. It's the pod shop.
The pod shop's gone. That's it.
Gone.
Sacked.
It's William B. Oh, no, William B hits the tyre. Joel on his own. Takes it. Well done, Joel. Brilliant stuff. Okay, that was the last race for the time being. That was a good bit of fun, actually. A perfect way of passing the time.
Thank you to everyone that's messaged in saying we can't believe you're commentating over this.
Well, we have got nothing else to commentate on at the moment. We've got nothing else to commentate on. The wind is certainly strong out there, but it's got stuff blowing down the racetrack. We've got top Fuel Dragsters lined up behind us, and we're commentating on video games. That's how crazy our world is here. Messages coming through. Kirky was me. That's Krista Kirk, not timing. Let's see who else was messaging there.
So the light is visibly going dim now.
Yeah.
As we set ourselves into the evening. It is 7 o'clock at the minute. Fingers crossed we get this procession finished.
Yeah, and well, we'd love to see the sportsmen get a run in as well, but I'll see if I can get some sort of update, because obviously it's going to take a while to run all the bikes, because we've got Fuel Funny Cars to run, Nostalgia Funny Car, all of the bike classes as well. So I'll tell you what, just for a quick moment, let's give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back with more news, entertainment, whatever we've got from the tower. So Nitro FM, for the time being, airwaves are yours. Yeah, the thing is that I remember when that was #1 in the charts originally. I'm old enough to remember that. Anyway, the good news is that our 2 top fuel dragsters have got the covers off. They've been pulled forward. The starters are about to be touched. So, ladies and gentlemen, get back into those grandstands. Get onto the banking. Once again, all of our photographers are heading out, getting ready for Top Fuel Dragster qualifying session number 2.
Hallelujah. It's a miracle. Up at the top end as well, being up here in the breeze and looking at the radar, it's a miracle. It's great. So, good to hear. Who's first pair, Cole?
It's Suzanne and India.
Fantastic stuff. Well, let's hope India gets a little bit further off the start line. These conditions are tricky for fuel cars because they do like a bit of heat in the racetrack. There still is heat in the racetrack, but it's getting colder and it's getting colder. If they can get hold of the track, they'll put in some storming runs. It's a bit of an if, so let's hope it goes.
And we just hope it doesn't. There's no more spotting of anything coming down from the sky. That's certainly what we don't want.
Well, the only bonus about the quick rain stop, it allowed me to go and make a cup of tea. So,
well, shout out to the brave souls who are currently riding the centerboard I. I wouldn't be.
Yeah, that's probably why they're on it, Tom, because you wouldn't. It's a surefire thing, they won't be near you.
So yeah, as Colin has said, everybody out there in the spectator land, come back to the banking, come back to the grandstands.
There are people running from the field now. It's really quite funny.
Yeah, we hope it's not a false alarm, that's the thing. Yeah, no, they've been given the signal to fire them up. So it'll be our 2 ladies, India Urbacher and Suzanne Kalin, our first pair in this session of Top Fuel.
So it took a long time for Suzanne to actually get moving. Crew Chief Harry Gibson down there making the final adjustments before he sent her forwards. So very quick, short burnout for her.
And coming back quickly, actually. And to be fair, she's light back already. So for Monster Energy for Urbacher Racing, it is of course India Urbacher. She's in the Kestrel lane. Oh, someone's leaning out.
Yeah, Suzanne, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it will be a solo for India.
Yeah, that means Suzanne's not actually made a hit yet today.
Oh, so it'll be back to the drawing board and fingers crossed they can get down the track tomorrow. So India Urbacher has Sandford Raceway to herself. In actual fact, neither of these two had numbers on the board yet. Suzanne's going to go in overnight with nothing to show for it. But India, if she can just get a number on the board, 7.13 or better, will go to #1. But she would like a full pull for sure.
Same thing again.
And again, she's not going to get a number on the board either. The parachutes deploy.
It's just a repeat of qualifying from the European finals, isn't it? She did this 2 days in a row almost, where the car just blazed the tyres straight off the start line. And
well, I think it popped the supercharger as well, to be honest. The burst panel went and chutes popped out. So I know what you mean, Darryl. It's really frustrating for the team.
It's really frustrating. Well, they obviously thought they had it solved because they won the event back in September last year, but Obviously not so. At least the weather's holding off for the moment, which is a good thing.
You've got the team fighting with the parachutes because it's such a wind out there at the moment.
We know.
They are getting the chutes wrapped around the rear wing.
We're having a lot of fun up the top end. Well, I say we. I'm not doing a damn thing. Everybody, the fantastic track crew up the top end are doing it, where the cars are coming around the corners and the chutes are trying to overtake the cars because the cars turn back towards the start line and the wing catches the parachutes and tries to wrap them around the cars.
So by the looks of things, no Liam Jones in this session, so it's just going to be Dennis Nilsson. Oh no, Liam is down there. I looked out front, couldn't see him. Looked out back, couldn't see him. Then all of a sudden he appears. Goodness me, didn't even see it. There he is. He's definitely there. False alarm. Liam Jones is 100% there, going alongside Dennis Nilsson. Right, now these two did get a number on the board, 7.13 and 8.10. They're both coasting to the stripe.
Those three sportsman classes, we'll start with them in the morning. Okay. Right, so
Right, update for our sportsman racers, and pin your ears back in the pits for our sportsman racers. I knew a few of you were asking the question. I now have the answer. Our three sportsman classes, they will be run first thing in the morning. So Super Gas, Super Comp and Street Eliminator, we will run you first in the morning. We are literally just going to finish off this pro session and then we will be done for today. So every racer in Super Gas, Super Comp and Street Eliminator, we will run you first thing in the morning. So you can batten down the hatches and get your dinner on and get prepared to run first thing in the morning.
And just like that, we have the signal to fire. First to fire will be the Auto Art team of Dennis Nilsson, quickly followed by Liam Jones.
Both teams are ready. One of the modern technologies, such a small battery, such a small battery to start these cars now. Amperage they kick out is immense. Can I please have FIM Pro Stock Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Stock Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So none of our Fuel Dragsters actually made it down the track yet. Number one qualifier at the minute is the man in the Kestrel V lane with only a 7.1. Something in the threes is what we need to see. It's what we all want to see. Both of these cars capable of doing it. The car in the Slick Tricks lane has been down into the 3.7s before with previous drivers. It actually holds the European record at the minute with Ida Zetterstrom behind the wheel. And the young lady walking out back at the minute held the record before that in the same car. That, of course, Maya. Dennis's car has been in the threes before as well, over the other side of the pond. But needs to do it over here, right now.
They're both into pre-stage. This is Top Fuel Dragster. This is going to be Dennis Nilsson with a flash of flame. The chute comes out, but he moves up. Well, he's already number one. He stays number one. 579 and 101. Liam coasting to a 952. Just stood up on those rear tyres, and that's all they had. Trust me, folks, tomorrow they'll get a grip on this track and they'll be going real quick, but it's not today, unfortunately. Both of them have literally stopped in the shutdown area before the first exit. That's the force of the wind and the chutes out. just slowing the cars down very, very quickly indeed. But it was the pop and the bang from Dennis's car that will create the concern for the team, and hopefully they can get all that sorted. They'll have the parts, but it's raiding that parts inventory, because every bang cost a few $1,000s or more, and that's been conservative. So fingers crossed it's not too bad.
Let's get a round of applause for all the teams, please, as they go back to the pits. All of them have got lots and lots of work to do. You see Liam Jones' team out there in front, followed by the Auto Art team, who've got a long night ahead of them, clearing up all of the issues after that flash of flames. And give the Slicktricks team a round of applause as well as they go back to the pits. Not what they wanted to do at all.
Well, as Darryl was saying, the temperature is dropping very, very quickly indeed, and the track... these cars like a little bit of heat in the track, but when it starts to vanish like that, it just makes life very, very difficult indeed. It's bizarre. The last, 10 weeks have been bone dry. And then, the one bad Texan car of Andy Rourke heading back as well.
Yeah, not too sure what the decision there was. Maybe they found something in the car. Maybe they're not happy with the conditions on the track.
Yeah, either way, they want a car that works tomorrow. So, but yeah, it looks like we do have a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel lane. Just to advise once again for our sportsman racers, whilst there's no engines running once again, no more sportsmen qualifying today. So the 3 classes yet to run, which will be Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp, you will start things off tomorrow morning to get our qualifying session completed. So Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp, you are done for today, and we will see you first thing in the morning on track, just to continue that qualifying session, if you like. Very frustrating. Today has been probably the chilliest and most adverse day of weather in the last 10 weeks.
Yeah, it's been strange, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's been abnormal this year so far. It's just one of those things that's a curveball. Another shout out for Pro Stop Bike into the pairing lanes, please, as Liam Jones's car clears the top end. Dennis's car has already gone. So despite all the flash of flames and the loss of traction and the wind and everything, both cars have actually cleared the top end. So assuming that the tractor can just make sure that the Kestrel lane especially is good, then it will be time for Fuel Funny Car. Dale Leaks is down there with the Beast from the East. He'll be the next car to run. And then we can see the Showtime car of Terry Haddock is in the pairing lanes. And I'm guessing, yeah, I can see some of the Undertaker team down there as well. But it will be Dale Leaks up next.
Yeah, and I think as soon as they're ready to go, they'll be turning that car over. Getting ready to send it. We need to see quicker than a 4.9.
Yeah, 240 mile an hour, 4.9, but the signal, I think, has just been given to fire it up. So we're getting ready to go through the procedure.
Yeah, so for Dale to be able to come and have a play on Monday, we need to better than a 4.9. And was it 230 mile an hour?
The most important part of it is that 4.9.
But that is open to interpretation. So if it is, for example, he goes out and runs a 4.92, that also may be allowed. It's all up to the discretion of the race director.
It's also a case of how it's done as well. One thing is for sure, we know Dale can hustle a car. He can certainly hustle a bike, my goodness me. It's transferring it from 2 wheels to 4, but a Fuel Funny Car is an altogether different beast. It really is. Okay, Dave's given the thumbs up. The Beast from the East with Dale Leaks.
Well, the car making a very strange whining sound at the minute.
It's a supercharger. It's a lovely noise. You can hear it whistling away, can't you?
Yeah, I've never heard that before from one of these guys.
Absolutely beautiful burnout there from Dale.
Yeah, and absolutely arrow straight too. Look at the tyre marks. Not even a single kink, sway, nothing.
These are the moments that Dale lives for. The sheer adrenaline rush. It's the best thing in the world.
So the crew decided to send him just next to his tyre tracks, decided that the race surface is good enough by itself.
I think they may swing him into the tracks. Let's see. So it's all about the licensing. We know that the car is not fully tuned up. It's all about getting A to B, not as quickly as possible, but to get that license. So, lightning leaks then. The Toyota Camry, the beast from the east. Fingers crossed. Here we go. Fuel Funny Car here at the main event. Wow, absolutely no traction off the line whatsoever.
Yeah, that was extremely well caught by Dale there as well. He recognised instantly it was going to spin and came off the throttle really, really quickly indeed. And in fact, from here, Colin, we can see just how skinny the tyre tracks went. That's got to be, what, a couple of inches further out there?
Yep. Yeah, it didn't get far at all. The tyre shake was about 10 marks. That was it. There's probably like one rotation of the tyre. So Dale got off that very, very quickly indeed. So the car is shut down. It's just coasting. And I think it's going to make the first exit. It might do. It's going to be very, very close indeed. Certainly going to give it a go. So, yeah, it's just going to need a little push and it'll get round the corner into... He's just starting to turn. In actual fact, the crew have just leapt out there and just giving it a push so it gets it through the gate. So we got the Showtime Funny Car down there. Blackett Photography popped up as well.
So Showtime sat behind the tower, ready to go. Terry Haddock strapped in, everything ready. Crew chiefs leaning over the car now as well. Just getting ready now to turn it over. Here we go. Didn't want to fire on the first attempt, but he caught it on the second. This is a 300 miles an hour race car. It went 312 at the Festival of Power, resetting the European record that the previous owner spent ages trying to perfect and get to. This car has everything in it to do it again. Conditions aren't favourable, as we've been saying. But sat behind the seat of that beast is someone who doesn't care about the conditions.
Well, Terry Haddock from the USA, a very, very experienced Fuel Funny Car pilot. And if anybody can hustle a car, as you say, Thomas, it's this man here. That was spewing out a lot of fuel out of the right-hand headers. So the Showtime Funny Car, the Europe's quickest and fastest funny car. The record holder here set that earlier on this season at the Festival of Power. 4.124 at 307 miles an hour. What have the team got for us here in Q2?
Yeah, I can see Steve Ashdown down there on start line, not in a race car, but still in his race gear, so I'm not sure what's up with the Undertaker. They won't be making a pass on this go round. It's all down to showtime. Terry Haddock behind the wheel. Bob Jarrett, the owner. What can we see here? Well, there he goes all the way to the 8th mile when he lifts. Still goes 440 at 213 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what a big show car is supposed to look like.
Mark is looking very happy indeed. First pair. Here. Oh, very close to the centre line there for Dennis, but 0.85 to 60 foot for Liam Jones. 263 to the 330, but they were both off the gas. In actual fact, both of them 263 to 330, but the shake. And boom, the chute comes out.
That was a repeat of her first 3 qualifying runs from the European finals last year. The last one, she went to the...
Wow, that was a super launch.
That's probably the straightest and strongest that car has ever been. Very, very quickly. We seem to be getting used to having these nice chats.
Leaks. That would have woken him up.
Well, quick pedalling there as well. He was quite proficient at doing that. Goes through with a 6.2, but yeah, not bad going at all.
Here. Tyre shake for Tim Garlick. Pedals in the other lane for Tony Betts, but Tim goes all the way through with a 6.43, 230 mile an hour. Awesome pedal job, and it just started. So Paul Brown taking Mark White for his 40th birthday present. 0.2 light, and it actually pulled the front wheels up then. 115 to 60 foot, 514 to the 8th, and across the line at 812 100 cc, so 1.5 litres. As the thing really tries to kick him off the back, and he's drifting over towards the wall. Really close to the wall. Still under power, unbelievably, only about 25%. Very lazy launch from Alex and no movement at all from Carl.
Yeah, lots of unhappy machinery in both lanes. Alex does get... That was a very bouncy launch for Jerome, but he's kept it pinned. So's Martin in the other lane. 789. Jörg Lemont from Germany.
These two definitely built like jockeys all the way through. Strong run to pair here, 728 and 738.
Off the trailer as well, 183 miles an hour. That's a...
Driving him towards centre line, but he leans off one side. He had it back straight again before he lifted off the throttle.
He did actually get it back pretty well. Cruises through with an 8.6.
Couple of sponsors, and as soon as I do that, we'll be back racing again. So, Nitro FM, over to you. Centre line, but he leans off one side. He had it back straight again before he lifted off the throttle.
He did actually get it back pretty well. Cruises through with an 8.6. I think he's with Marcus Christensen from Denmark. First round of 2025. Look at that, all the way through. Just clicked it before 1,000 foot. Still goes 665. Well, Glenn's got a good run going in the Kestrel lane. He will be all the way through to a 685, only 169 miles an hour. Keeping them straight is the fun thing. Well, Martin is long gone with the funny bike. 738, 158, pretty decent considering.
Just a quick announcement from the tower, actually. Whilst we have got a little bit of downtime, a perfect opportunity to pop over to Blackett Photography. The reason being, Ivala Romanowska, our bug, that, shall we say, was best bug at the Dragsters event in 2024 and in 2023. She doubled up on the title. And the backup girl for Charlie Seward and, of course, for Paul Harris as well. She's down in the Blackett Photography Studios and signing autographs of prints. So if you'd like to get a signed photograph of Ela, so please pop down to the Blackett Photography Studio. Perfect opportunity there. I know a few people have been asking, and they got some fantastic photographs. She did a photo shoot with Charlie Seward last night with the Bracketeer Camaro. And there's a great picture that we've been given in the tower up here. So thank you ever so much indeed to Blackett. So having said that, we just fired up the bikes. We're back. That's me.
How about that for timing then? So, Pro Stock bike running first. We have Alex Hope in the Kestrel beer lane.
Right, one of the casualties of the power out is that we got no scoreboards on the left lane.
Okay.
So our timing crew just advising us of that.
So we're going to have to read it out ourselves.
We are, yes. We do it the old way. Go back to the days we used to have an arrow. Remember? No, you won't, but Ian will.
Unfortunately, yes.
So Alex Hope and Karl-Heinz Weikum. This is Pro Stock Bike qualifying session number 2. Alex currently number 5. No time on the board yet for Karl.
Well, the bike bogged on the first one. It did not bog on the second one, but he's struggling to get it into the next gear. He's going to take across the track and get a time on the board. It's only an 8:89, but... Yeah.
Oh, we have got numbers on both sides, actually. 11:26 at 71 for Alex. Karl-Heinz goes in at number 5 with that 8:89. Well, it's just been a bizarrely challenging day with one thing or another. A power cut coming in to really throw us a late curveball in the day. Next up, Maurice Bertrand and Jerome Rougemont. It's the two pro stock riders from France. Maurice is currently number 1 on a 728. Jerome currently number 3 on a 789.
Well, it's only going to be Jerome on this run. Bertrand not moving forward.
Ah.
So Jerome has his prayer. It gets told he's all good to go. Looking for an improvement on a 789. It's in the bike. It can absolutely do it. Number qualifier is a 7.
Like that, though.
Well, he never lifted.
Hey, waiting for the tyre to hook. 821, 171 miles an hour. Stays in the number 3 spot, though. All right, got a pair underneath the tyre. Such different engine notes between the Fuel. Well, there's Maurice Bertrand. He's now rolling forward. I think the timing crew just got him in the wrong pair. So your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Maurice on a 728. You're on a 738. So a very distinctive note on the Buell. You can hear it just like a thunderous noise instead of the high scream. Oh, unfortunately, Maurice has lost fire on the bike, so it is the Buell all the way to a 734. It's an improvement by 0.04 of a second, but stays number 2.
Yeah, issues for Bertrand. He cannot even get it out of gear, hence why they're wheeling it off, carrying it by the wheelie bars. Good run for York, but as you say, still not good enough to improve on number 2.
Well, 738, 734. He's got 2 runs on the board. He's the way to go. Right, well, next up is the Super Twins.
I'm still up here. I'm still going to try and get a word with a few people. You won't see it on the live stream, but you will hear it.
Ian King is with us in the tower as well.
And up first it is Perfect.
So Per didn't actually make Q1. He wasn't in the lanes, but they went back. So this will be his first run of the weekend, I think, chaps.
Yeah, it is.
Have you ever fancied to go on a twin, Ian?
I have, but I don't think he'll let me ride it, to be honest.
That is a monstrous machine.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, so for all intents and purposes, this is 2 cylinders of a BAE Henny. And unlike all the other machines you'll be seeing here this weekend, it's not a V-twin, it's a parallel twin, which means the 2 cylinders actually sit next to each other rather than opposing.
But he started on a genuine Triumph twin with Nitro originally, way back, and evolved into this amazing machine nowadays.
That's one hell of an evolution, isn't it? He's going to be taking on Chris Van Dimmen.
No, it's going to be a solo pair. Chris will then run afterwards.
So check the header flames as that come out of his bike. It looks like to us that he re-entered the atmosphere with the way they come out. Supercharged on nitro. Here we go. Blazed to the tyres instantly, unfortunately.
What, both of them?
Just the one. Chris Van Dimmen is still running, but he hasn't staged yet.
Yeah, the chute has also come out on the beast as well. Hopefully, Per can make that first exit.
I think we may need to shut Chris off.
Yeah, he's going to be. The engine's going to be running a fair amount of time, but he's coming up to the line. It's all weather. Per Bankston can clear, but I don't think he's going to. Yeah, his feet are down. He's actually climbed off the bike, so we cannot send Chris down. He's going to have to shut him off.
Yeah, there's 2 aborted runs now for Chris.
That's a great shame for him.
someone is still running. I don't know whether that's one track or in the pit.
Well, I can assure it's not the Beast Machine up there, because that is just being pushed forward now.
Okay, very, very quickly. Jorg Lemont up the top end, 7-3, hoping for a little bit more than that, I guess.
Yeah, it's we are happy for the second round, a little bit better with the clutch, but the speed is not high enough, and the time it's okay, but not great. The last final race in Santa Pot here, we are 1.5 or 2 times faster. So I don't know what's going on, but maybe next round.
Well, it's fun to have a Buell in mixing it up with all the Suzukis.
Yeah, it makes us happy that we can fill up the field and make the two-cylinder guys happy that we have not only Suzukis here, but it's also a little tricky and complicated while nobody in Europe races a Buell right now to become spares and upgrades and information. It's anything what we make, it comes by ourselves. When we have a group from Suzuki riders, each can help each other. So for the performance, for the parts, for tuning. So that's a little bit tricky, but we like what we do. I have a great team. Thank you for my crew chief and also my son-in-law. He helps me a lot of making a very good clutch setup. And yeah, hopefully tomorrow the sun comes out and the track is a little bit warmer. So and hopefully then we can found overnight a tent.
That would be good. Good luck, sir. And we love seeing you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to you guys.
And we're back with the twins. Roman Sixter and Marcus Christensen. Marcus fresh from a sub-4 second 8th mile in the last round. Can he take it all the way?
Well, these two are 1 and 2 on the leaderboard at the moment. Thunderous machines, these.
Yeah, Marcus's bike sprouted too, as you say, Colin, like rocket nozzles off the back. Something out of the brains of Marcus and his dad. We could be in for a treat here. We could see the first 5 second naturally aspirated twin run in history. Well, he's going, heading over towards the wall a little bit. He's keeping it absolutely pinned. Lifts just slightly early. Still goes 6.16 at 217 miles an hour. A 7.28 at 146 for Roman. Issues for him. But wow. Into a headwind as well.
What were the short numbers, fellas? Was it what it did before?
It was better.
Yeah, to the 8th.
Yeah, 102 to 60, 396 to the 8th this time.
Me. That's going to be monstrous when he keeps that pinned all the way through. Needless to say, #1 qualifier, you can too much defeat.
So attempt number 2 for Chris Van Nimmen. And that's the end of attempt number 2. Give the team a round of applause. They've been trying so hard to get down here for you. They nearly made the run earlier, but just had to click off. And as you say, Colin, so frustrating. And we're still yet to see some of the bikes entered. No Vesa Lipponen.
No, they were working on the bike earlier when I was up there, but I didn't want to bother them. But yeah, quite heavily into it.
Yeah, because that's I'm not sure how many of those bikes exist, but they're some of the only 5 second twins in the world.
Yes.
I'm sure you know probably more about them.
Yeah, so the I mean, obviously the bikes that were conceived by Jaska Salakari some time ago, that they're always in development. So they're changing, improving all the time, but they haven't quite reached the heady heights of a couple of years ago again, but they're running much more consistently, which is great.
And on that note, we're into Top Fuel Bike. And it will be Thomas Pettersson and Samu Kampainen, your first pair. Samo with the Nitro Honda. And you were saying, Ian, the engine has to actually have to be offset due to it not being defended from a bike at all.
Correct,
So do we know what the engine was actually designed for?
Yeah, it was, as far as I was aware from Samu, what Samu told me, it was developed, it's actually a race car engine.
Okay.
The company that manufacture them and for normal four-wheel competition. It's all-billet engine, and Samu, I think it was his idea, just thought great idea to stick it in a bike.
Awesome. Unfortunately, it's going to be a solo. Never mind. Thomas Pettersson was given the countdown. He had it refired, but his comp out, so it will be a solo. Sorry for the confusion. Samu Kampainen for Finland. The thing sounds extremely lazy. In fact, it dropped a cylinder. He rolls off the throttle just before the 8th mile, rolls through with a 9.30, only 89.
Okay, I've got Marcus down here. He's on his knees because he's cooling the clutch off. But Marcus, we were just saying that was 3.96 to the 8th mile. The quarter mile elapsed time was 6.16, which is still, you've been quicker than that before, but that is amazing.
Yes, it's very good. Very good start of the season. So.
How much quicker is that than you've been before? What's the quickest you've been to the 8th before?
It's the exact same last year at the finals. So exact same, yeah. So, but we are on it, and tomorrow hopefully we will go a little faster.
Good, good. Super happy. Well done, Marcus. Well done, Dad, as well. Back to you guys.
So, Phil Crossley on the Imperial Wizard. The bike owned by Keith Edwards down there, and he entrusts Phil to ride this machine.
Yeah, it's not sounding like he wanted to drive. Phil, one of these riders, has made a switch from a funny bike to a fuel bike. Obviously, most famously, Rickard Gustafsson made a switch. In fact,
I did as well. Yeah, it's quite a common move.
No drive at all.
Yeah,
for
nothing
Phil.
there.
Cracks the throttle. Head of flames came out the back and it didn't go anywhere. Yeah, I think there's been a few now, hasn't there? You've done it. Rickard Gustafsson's done it. Phil's done it, and Fast Phil.
Yeah.
He made a switch as well, didn't he?
Well, we all get fed up being beaten by the top fuel bikes. That's why we move. But anyway.
Yeah, the funny little footnote to that story. Obviously, Phil riding the Imperial Wizard, he's got his own fuel bike that he's built.
Amazing.
He
bike.
sold his funny bike to Ryan Davison. Ryan goes, oh, no, I want a fuel bike as well. So Ryan's got a fuel bike as well. But Ryan recently became a dad. So just doing a little bit of family time. And hopefully we get to see Ryan out later on this season.
And we got Kevin Charman as well, out for the first time. Well, early days, but out again. So that's cool.
As we hear the funny bike of Stu Crane. Did make a run this morning.
He had an oil line failure, I believe.
Yes.
In the burnout box.
From what I've been told, it was the oil seal around the crank where you attach the starter motor. And it came out at quite some rate, apparently. 2 or 3 litres of the came out of the bike. Not good when there's only 2 or 3 litres in the bike to start with.
So Stu Crane and Dewey Lukes on the Rocket, the PBR machine. Phenomenal bike, 3-cylinder against the funny bike. Well, Dewey has been 878. Obviously, Stu, his first run, didn't get out of the burnout box, but he's a lot further up this time.
Both of these bikes capable of running 6s. One of them's run a 5 before.
Great looking run for Stu. 6:41, 202. Actually puts him in the number 2 spot at the moment. Jerry was leaning the bike over as much as he could, but the bike was still pulling in the direction that he didn't want to go. So he had no option but to come off the throttle, coasting to 11:08 at 69. But well on Stu Crane, 6:41, 202. Just waiting for the nod to start our next pair, and that's just been given.
And it will be Neil Midgley on the Canon Motorsports bike.
And that's Mark Smith on the Warp Speed machine.
So the Canon Motorsports bike is a bike that obviously you rode very successfully for a very long time and actually shipped to the States. How did you find it out there running against the Americans?
Well, I mean, quite unusual. Obviously they want you there, but... And it's a great... I had a great time there every time I've been there, but obviously they don't like you winning. so you have to be careful. No, I had a great time out there, and it's great to show what Europe can do.
It'd be nice to see some of them come over here as well. Obviously,
yeah, they get nosebleeds.
Yeah, Spider-Man needs to come over. Larry McBride, he needs to come over here and have a play.
I keep telling him that, but yeah, they always want someone to pay.
And the thing is, though, as Ian, as you've correctly said, Europe is the home of Top Fuel bikes more than the States now, really, isn't it?
Now it is. I mean, it just depends on how you view it, because of course Top Fuel bikes originally came out of the Harley scene. Well, there's still a big Harley scene there, or a V-twin scene, if you like. So it's just a 4-cylinder one where it's pretty much over here.
So issues for Mark Smith. He won't be making a pass on this one. It's going to be a solo for Neil Midgley. He has every capability of taking that number 1 spot, which currently sits with Rickard Gustafsson at 5:79. But it all comes down to one man sat atop the machine. Brings it back straight nicely. Lifts just after the 8th mile. Coasts through 6.6 at only 150.
I'm up the top end with Stu Crane, who's quite happy to be up this end of the racetrack instead of down the other end. Also, the problem earlier wasn't too bad, was it?
No, we just split an O-ring on the oil filler. It just never ever happened again before, and pretty sure it won't happen again now. We have a new fix, and that's fixed.
That was a nice looking run, 6.4 just to get you in the field, like you said.
Yeah, we just put a banker in just to get a number on the board, and then we'll start the step on the tune-up as the weekend proceeds, really.
Well, doing it for the UK and looking to be... What's your PB, 6:20?
Yeah, 6:20. We're looking to go a little bit quicker than that this weekend, all being well, but we'll take one pass at a time.
Well, he's only right behind you. Neil Midgley's just come flying around the corner at the top end too. But what was that for Neil?
6:67, but our next pair are ready to go.
Okay, back with you guys. Thank you, Rush. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Ukraine, everybody, back to you.
Martin Zylstra and Eric Ricard down there. So France versus the Netherlands. Eric has already been 6:61. Martin has been 7:38.
Eric very capable of taking the number 2 spot here. He's been quicker before, and he's been quicker on the back wheel only. The front wheel's down now, all the way through to a 6:51, 280 miles an hour. Good enough for number 3, and a 7:37 keeps Martin in number 7.
They both had better runs than they had before, but they neither of them changed position on the leaderboard. Right, we got Rickard Gustafsson and Glenn Borg, your next pair. And then I believe it's going to be the crazy world of Super Street Bike. Well, fair to say it's still very, very windy out there. It's a full-on headwind for these riders. And the temperature is dropping and the track is losing its heat.
So here we go with Super Street Bike shortly, yeah?
Yeah, we've got one more pair. Yeah, one more pair in Top Fuel Bike. And then, as you say, yeah, Super Street Bike.
So what's the bump at the moment, chaps? I'm sure you got it on the board up there.
8.78.
And who's on the bump currently? Sorry, give me your homework.
Jimmy Lukes.
Okay.
So it's Rickard, Stewart, Eric, Neil, Glenn, Mark, Martin and Jerry, and on the outside at the moment, Phil Crossley and Samu.
At the moment. Thomas Pettersson hasn't put it running.
No.
No, he's sat behind the tower, unfortunately.
We got Rene as well, missing.
Ah, yes, because he didn't get to make a run this morning, and he's not appeared for the second one. So, one of only 2 men in history to go over 260 mile an hour on a nitro machine. Glenn Borg's going to have to hurry up. No, okay. Solo then for Ricardo Gustafsson. What can he do here? He's already number 1. Going to try and steal some more points. Fishtailing again. Under power again. Through to a 587. 236 miles an hour. Slow for him. Mile an hour wise, I'm saying. Good time, no improvement.
Yeah, he's trying some new parts and setup, so it's possibly why the mile per hour's down.
But 3 more points, assuming the points work the same way. No, yes, 3 points, 2 points, 1 point for top 3 in each session.
Yes.
As we move into Super Street Bike, Rudy Zorzi.
All right, thanks ever so much indeed to Ian King coming to join us. Especially as he knows that he doesn't have to run the car again tonight, so he'll be out tomorrow for one more qualifier. As it's Rudy Zorzi, as you say. Right, the bump spot is 8.21. That's where you need to go under at the moment. But obviously you need to get well into the 7s. I mean, you need really sub 7.5 if you want to be anywhere near comfortable.
Yeah, Rudy more than capable. Goes through all the gears to cross the line to a 7.05. 210 miles an hour. The man from Italy.
Well, that'll be Simon Gore made his
run.
tuning, I think. That certainly helped out with that. What was that, 7.0?
7.05.
Right, I'm going to try and get as much chat from the Super Street Bike riders as I possibly can.
He's coming around the corner to you now.
Yeah, I feel
but we are on hold on the start line at the moment.
He may have glanced the wall after the finish line.
Yeah. He's all right. He's absolutely fine. He's turned around the wall. He's okay. The bike itself looks slightly used, but no, he's absolutely fine. He's having a chat with the crew. He's got no problem whatsoever. So the bike itself has had a bit of a graze. What happened? He just got pushed over towards the wall.
That'll be after the finish line, actually.
Yeah, just as he rolled off the throttle, it started to move towards the wall a little bit after 1,000 foot. He kept his hand absolutely planted, and as he rolled off the throttle, you can see him there on the live stream very well, sparking the exhaust off the floor, trying to get it pulled all the way over. And did just glance the wall there just before scrutineering.
Yeah, he was leaning over as much as he could to avoid it, but no, just couldn't do it.
Well, it hasn't touched him. He's fine. The bike again does look a little bit used, but it's nothing that might either buff out or racer tape out. I wouldn't have thought.
Well, we are getting ready to go again. Al Morrison Senior is pushing himself back into the water box, and you've got Mogens Lund on the other side.
Senior is stood there. That's Junior.
Oh, Junior, of course, yeah.
Senior runs the bike in ACU, and it's Junior on FIM Europe. As much as Senior would love to be riding the bike this week, and actually caught up with Ross and Alan Morrison Senior, and yeah, Alan Morrison Senior absolutely loved riding that bike, and you never know, it could be impetus to get his bike on the same tune-up and everything as the two youngsters, the two boys, if you like.
Well, that means then there'd be a 4-bike team, because don't forget, you've got Martin Hallett running out the same stable as well.
Yes, indeed.
So just waiting for the signal to fire up. There's a few spotters I can see up there at the top end, just checking the wall, making sure there's no bits of debris around. but both riders sat underneath the tower waiting and ready. Is there anyone you can collar up there, Daryl?
Well, I don't think there's anybody up there at all, to be honest. I think he'll be heading back. But all we've got left to run today is Super Street Bike and the juniors. So look in the lanes. Oh, and I can see Nostalgia Funny Car in the lanes as well. That's Apache and, of course, Venom. And once we run those through, then we are done for today. But the time is marching on, actually. It's 8 minutes past 8 in the evening. So it is going to be a late one. Certainly been a different day, though. Unfortunately, our sportsman teams not going to be able to finish off all their qualifying today, but they'll be first out in the morning, which is, of course, Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp. And that will probably take us into our first pro session, actually. But again, watch out for announcements when we get round to it tomorrow morning. I say tomorrow morning will lead us into, obviously, another day.
Well, no one's going anywhere. Both riders are still sat on their bikes, and there's no spotters on the track anymore.
Okay, I'm just going to have a quick chat, if we can, very quickly. You okay to talk? You could. You speak a little. I don't speak. I speak a little English. So great run, apart from the bike. But yeah, really good elapsed time, very good speed.
Sí. It's the first pass, and it's very important passing. Full gas.
Full gas all the way through as well. So, yeah, the bike looks okay. The crew have just arrived. That was Rudy Zorzi, everybody, trying to give us the SP. But it was a good-looking run, by the sounds of it. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. The bike has a small graze, but nothing much at all.
Okay, signals being given to fire up the next pair.
And they have.
The crew look absolutely distraught, and he's completely fine. Sorry, it's just quite amusing. Is they're sort of like swarming around and going, "You okay? Is it all right? Is it all right?" And he's fine. He doesn't seem to bother at all. Okay, back to you, chaps.
Okay, Morgan Lund and Alan Morrison Jr. Now, Alan Morrison Jr., and that's right, neither of these two are in the show at the moment. Morgan's didn't get a run in early. If you remember, he was bowled. And Alan Morrison Jr., well, he did get a run in, but only put him in the number 20 position.
Yeah, both these riders capable of running in that special 6-second zone. Number one qualifier at the minute is a 6:81.
There's Jake.
Well, 1:19.60 for Alan. Mogans has already sat up.
This is another 6.
Yeah, he's rolled off early though.
It would have been. It's 7:04, only 177 miles an hour. He was 1:19 to 60 foot and 4:52 at the 8th at 172.
Yeah, he felt himself drifting over towards the wall, and obviously he was just sat watching what Rudy did. So no blames go towards Alan at all for rolling off of that one.
But goes to number 4. All right, Jack Shook, and it's Boyce, of course, Chris Reed. Now these two on the outside looking in. The bump spot has come down to 794. Number 12 is on a 759. So you can see these numbers tumbling. Number 8 is a 721. Well, Boyce went in the 6s already this year.
Getting close to the centre line, no issues at all for Jack Shook. Goes 773, 192 miles an hour. Finally gets a run in, and an 882 for Boyce.
Yeah, the 60 foots tells a story there. 137 Jack and Boyce is 163. Spun the tyre off the line. So the bump spot drops yet again, 7.80.
Very quickly, quick word with Al Morrison. You said you had to roll off at the top end. Bike was getting a little bit out of the way.
Yeah, just after the 8th. Bike lifted, it just pushed over to the wall, so I had to just click it a little bit earlier.
Like front wheel in the air?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, it definitely it went over to the wall fairly quickly, and it normally happens when the front wheel lifts. And these bikes naturally want to pull left anyway, so the wind doesn't help either. So.
Good man. Good luck tomorrow. Back to you.
So Eric Gruber and Ionis. Ionis has been bold. Eric Gruber pulling the front wheel up at 330 foot again and again and again past the 8th mile. He's still got the power in. Goes 8.31. No improvement for him.
Well, frustrating for Ionis from Greece. He's decided to just roll up the track. And that's what we don't need when we're trying to get everybody through. Next up then, Brad Head with the JKE Raceworks Booster. He's currently number 17. His run of 794 has been bumped out. He's got the new bump spot of 780 that he needs to get under. I would imagine that, well, something with a 7.5 or better will be the order of the day here for Brad.
Yeah, the bike more than capable, can go down into the 7.3s. He's going to need every inch of that right here, right now. Bike pushing over towards the wall. He's leaning it over. Still under power, though. Goes through 7.66 in the field. Puts him in number 13.
Yeah, bump spot drops again, 7.79. We've got 3 riders in the 7.7s, and then it will catch up to Brad once again. Right. Martin Hallett, he's in at number 10 at the moment, 7.47. Do you know what? I don't even think 7.47 is entirely safe. Danny Cockrell, he's currently number 17. We know Danny can go super quick on this machine. I'd like to see Danny definitely in the top 8.
So Brad made it for now with a what number was it, chaps?
7.66 with a 1.
Okay, how far is he in? 13, did
13.
You say? Okay.
Might change it
for
any
now
moment.
Anyway, yeah. Might change any second.
Yeah, on the line at the minute, Danny Cockrell and Martin Hallett, both from the UK. Martin from one of these many races from Yeovil. Danny Cockrell resides in Basildon. Both can go low 7s. Both have been there before.
Both 124 to 60 foot.
Someone's spinning out there. I think it might be Martin by the looks of things. 7.44 and an 8.22. Martin stays put.
Up the top end with a very relieved at the moment. Anyway, Brad Head, you're in the field at the moment. You're number 13 currently. Do you reckon that'll hold?
Probably not for the rest of the weekend, but I'm had a bit of troubles trying to get the bike to run right all weekend so far. But that was the first clean pass we've had out of 5. So now we can start working from it and moving on. So
good man, crack on. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, so we got that Triumph Tiger from Greece.
Yeah, Mr. Christantopoulos taking on the other Ionis. And of course, Ionis Martzakis. He's currently sat at number 9. The Triumph Tiger sat in number 16. He is your bump. That 779 you see is from him. It's the only bike this weekend that isn't a Suzuki and the only bike with 3 cylinders in a super street bike.
Well, let's not forget the Kawasaki's, of course.
Of course, yeah. Whoa! Pulls the front wheel up again. Actually, bunny hop the thing. No issues at all for Ionis. Goes 735. Stays number 9.
Right, Costas on the JKE Raceworks bike, going alongside Dan Diaz. Now Dan already at number 12 with a 759, and Costas with a 718.
Costas, another one of these riders who can go down into the 6-second zone. He can go into the 680s. He's been there before. He's been there a couple of times. Dan resides in the mid to low 7s, looking to improve on that. But
oh, it's not going to be on this run though, so it's all about Costas. 750, 183, and gets there 982 at 175, but 2.28, 60 foot tells you everything you need to know about that run. So from Malta then it's Luke Perugia and Ricardo Grauer from Berlin in Germany on the Kawasaki.
Two heroic burnouts there as well.
Yeah. I'll go along with that actually. Luke currently number 6 on a 715 and Ricardo number 11 on a 759.
Yeah, Luke, one of these riders who has struggled communicating what he wants his hand to do from his brain, because his hand has a mind of his own. Doesn't tend to roll
sounds like
off.
a fuel altered driver then, doesn't he?
It's about right. Let's see what he can do here. He has the capability to go into those 7s, maybe even the 6s. But spins the tyre off the hit.
All right, so Ricardo. 759 earlier, 738 with a 7. Nicely done. It's only going to move him up one spot, bizarrely, but it's the leap in performance of 0.2 of a second from his earlier qualifying run that makes all the difference. So let the scoreboard's clear. There we go. So Luke stays 6 and Ricardo up to number 10. Right, next up then, Margot Schmidt.
Just very quickly, while I got a couple of seconds, look, you knew it was going to happen. Danny Cockle, welcome back to Super Street Bike. However, you're not happy to be here.
Oh, of course I'm happy, yeah. Why wouldn't I be? Just not getting it together at the moment.
Who was it that convinced you to come back in as well? Because I just said I was a bit shocked when I saw yours and Dan's name on the entry list for this weekend.
Probably Dan Diaf has really put the knife in my back, yeah.
Well, good luck the rest of the weekend, mate, and hope you can get it towards the 6s.
We'll have a good go.
Good man. Thanks. Chaps to you guys.
Ross Morrison and Margot Schmidt, your penultimate pair.
Ross Morrison was one side of the track on one of the best bike races I've ever seen. Side-by-side 6.6s with Jake Michel. He was on the losing end, but he was on the faster end as he lost on a whole shot. Can go down, as we say, to the 6.6s. If he does it here, he'll be number 1.
120 to 60 foot. It's nice and straight. 691 goes to number 2. Only 199. I think he rolled off the throttle a bit at the stripe, to be honest. He was being pulled over to the left-hand side. Margot goes 776 at 177. Right, Daniel and Jake. Boy, oh boy, these two have been involved in some races over the years. Oh, Jake is already a number 1 qualifier, 681. Daniel, 692. One of these two is going to be your overnight leader. Still got 2 qualifiers to come tomorrow.
Jake proved the other week that his bike has everything it needs to go 6.60, and he did it whilst debeating the rear tyre.
Identical 121s to 60 foot. They're tied neck and neck going to the stripe. 675 at 216 miles an hour for Jake Michel. Hayden deliriously happy with that one. 703 at 166. Daniel just coming off the throttle towards the stripe.
No one's shocked up here at that
no,
one, I don't think, to be honest with you.
675.
No one
wow.
whatsoever. Ross Morrison, not a bad looking run that time.
Yeah, not bad. Struggled a bit with the wind there, but same for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely that. But you're in the mix and you're in the 6s.
Yeah, back in the 6s, consistently there now, so happy with that.
Good stuff. Back to you, fellas.
Thank you very much indeed. And loving the fact that you got Clive Michel and Ross Morrison Sr. congratulating each other and really, really happy with life down there. Yeah, the two dads proud of their lads, without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, the last class of the day on 2 wheels. This is junior drag bike. And then, of course, we've got a pair of nostalgia funny cars to wrap the day up here. Holly King and Leaf Eric Braw. This is a dialing class. It's 8.50 for Holly, 8 flat for Leaf. And it's 8.31 and 9.45. Actually, Leaf moves up from 12 to 6 with that one. Nicely done. Right, Anouk Bergering, and how close to the left-hand side can you get for Jackson King?
And I would say give him away, but you all are. That's awesome to see.
He's a character, isn't he? We love him. The little speed demon. He's right off the line. I'd say the racing line doesn't want to get stuck to the start line. And what he does, he runs the risk of going into the blue if the mic gets out of shape. So the dial-ins end. Anouk is 12.45, but it's going to be Jackson getting there first. And the dial-in 13.53 goes 13.87, goes up 1 spot. So does Anouk. 13.91, 12 to 11. Jackson 8 to 7. Brad Morrison and Richard Wilcox. Brad dialing in 9.75. Richard dialing in 9.50, which is in the slick tricks lane. Brad, obviously the other side of the track, in the Kestrel lane.
Nice little wheelie there.
Yeah, I just noticed that myself, actually. 10.29 and 9.96. Brad moves up from 8 to 4. And Richard, although he's a little bit off pace there, still moved up 1 spot from previous run. Right, Declan Butt and Sophie Pollen. Declan currently number 6, Sophie number 9. And the all-important dial-ins. 8.60 for Declan and 8.97 for Sophie. Right, 2 more pairs to go after this. Then we got the Nostalgia Funny Cars to wrap the day.
Yeah, just winding down nicely, I'd say. Nice and quiet Nitro Funny Cars at the end of the day.
Yeah. So 8.81 and 9.13. As we have a look at Leah Morrison and Maggie Smallman.
Yeah, Sophie goes up to number 4, Declan up to number 5.
All right, so Maggie dials in 8.20 for this run here. She went 8.30 earlier on. And Leah looking for an 8.1. Maggie Smallman, 8.25 on that 8.20, does take the number 1 spot there. Leah Morrison goes 8.27 on the 8.10, moves up to number 5. So we have a new number 1. Is Harry Isaacs going to take that position back again? He was number 1 after Q1. The dial-in for Harry is 9.90. The dial-in for Alia Lester is 9.45.
Just watching the shift light flash up in Alia's face there the whole way down the track. She goes 9.65, 2/10 off, and a 9.95 for Harry Isaacs. He stays number 2. Alia stays number 3.
Yeah, number 2 by 5 thousandths of a second. That was the difference. Very, very tight indeed. Okay, we have 1 more pair to send down the racetrack tonight, and it is Nostalgia Funny Car. Tim Garlick. And of course, Tony Betts. It's the Apache against Venom. Been a challenging but interesting day here at the main event, day 2 of 4. Let's do it all again tomorrow. Another 2 rounds of qualifying for our pro class. It's going to be kicking things off with Sportsman Racing with Super Gas, Street Eliminator and Super Comp. And then it will be in I would imagine, into Q3, but then let's see how it all pans out. Obviously listen out for the run order for tomorrow.
Here we go then, Tony Betts with the body down, coming around the corner. The body just being lowered down onto the Apache machine. Neither of these two put in representative passes in the last round. 640 for Tim Garlick, only an 850 for Tony Betts. We'd love to see more of these cars come out. We know they're out there, but it's one thing it being parked in a garage, it's another it being ready to race on track. And you see the small flames cackle out of the exhaust of the Apache machine. Just looks awesome.
Well, it's one of the wonders of the world, fuel cars and fuel bikes at night. It really is. It's not quite pitch black, but it's dark enough to see those flames.
So, final checks from the crew chiefs. You know something cool's happening when even the crew have got their phones out taking videos. Both of these drivers been around for a long time doing just this. Tim made the switch from door cars to funny cars. Tony, the switch from altered to funny cars. Here we go then, the last run of Saturday here at the main event 2025. Two Nostalgia Nitro funny cars, both from the UK for your viewing pleasure. Well, Tony's off the throttle. No issues at all for Tim as he drifts over towards the wall. 608, 229 miles an hour. That's how you round out a day.
Great entertainment all day long and wrapped up, as you say, beautifully by the Apache funny car. Great to see Tony Betts making the effort as well. 12:37 at 64 miles an hour. They were both 1-0 to 60 foot. It was 103 for Tim and 106 for Tony. But back to the pits they'll go and they'll prepare the cars ready for tomorrow. Okay, folks, that's it. We are done for day 2 of 4 here at the main event. Don't forget, live music 9 o'clock this evening on the main stage. It's
That's
the 80s. Oh, you can see it there.
It's in half an hour's time.
In half an hour's time, yeah. The day, well, it's not quite over for us here on site, but it is done for the racing. Thank you ever so much indeed. Have a great evening, and we look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow for more fun, more racing, more excitement, and hold on tight because it's the final qualifying sessions for all of our pro and sportsman classes. As I say, have a great evening. Thank you ever so much indeed for everybody coming, also for tuning into the live stream as well. And we'll see you tomorrow. Nitro FM 96.2 going to take over the airways for the final part, but we're done from the tower. Good night. See you tomorrow.